the planning for at least 2 weeks now since the Pahalgam attack happened on the 22nd of April. What are you hearing from your sources, both in the army as well as, of course, in the Jammu and Kashmir establishment?
No doubt about it. From the word go, even the Indian Army was in a state of alertness. But what we could gather from our sources was that there was a mechanism that was drawn by the Indian Army and the armed forces to ensure that in case there is any eventuality, while there is a kind of retaliation that India has done, and Pakistan might respond. So they had calculated in all the factors. What we have been given to also understand is that the army on the line of control in Kashmir is on high alert, because now we've been hearing that there is an artillery shelling that has taken place in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, where we had seen just a small calm exchange taking place, but now what we are hearing is that there is a large firing going on along the line of control. And Zaka, what we can confirm to you in Srinagar, I have personally heard at least 2 sounds of blasts that we heard in Srinagar. So this tells you, because of the night and silence, so we could also hear blasts in Srinagar when they took place, and a couple of them were heard in Srinagar.
All right, just give me a moment.
When we woke up.
Give me a moment,
yes, there is activity.
Ishan, the ADGPI, the Indian Army's public relations Twitter handle, has also put out one more tweet. Pakistan once again violates the ceasefire agreement by firing artillery in the Bimbar Gali area in Poonch, Rajouri. Indian Army is responding appropriately in a calibrated manner. Now, remember, for the last 11 nights, and this will be the 12th night, there had been ceasefire violations, but what has happened just now, we don't know if it is in response to Operation Sindur, which was launched by Indian Army, the Indian Armed Forces, just shortly before 1:44 a.m. I also want to go across to Major General Sivaj, who's now joining us. Major General, so Pahalgam avenged, is that how you would see it? Once again, I want to remind our viewers, 9 places in POK and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been hit, but the line of control has not been crossed. The Indian Army very clearly saying that non-military installations were chosen, terror launch pads were chosen, no military installation chosen. Also, the Indian Army very clearly saying these strikes are not escalatory in nature. What does that mean, General Sivaj?
I suppose India has calibrated their response. They don't want to escalate it. They have not hit any military target. They have just hit only those targets which are basically non-military, but that is where the terrorist has either got their training headquarters, like Bahawalpur is the training headquarters of Jaish Muhammad. Possibly that has been hit in Muzzafarabad. Some another installations which are basically of the terrorist, as well as in Kotli. These are all basically training areas of Jaish Muhammad Lashkar, and we have avoided hitting the military installation. We don't want to escalate it. That's what Indian Army is claiming, and that was the basic aim. We want Pakistan, but we don't want to now escalate, because there's heavy pressure from the world community not to escalate this. So I suppose our response has been very, very calibrated and in a very professional manner.
All right, I also want to go back to our reporter. General, thank you so much for joining us at this late hour as well. But I want to go back to Akash. Akash, all right, Arunima, what are you hearing in terms of what is happening on the other side in Pakistan? Are you hearing DG ISPR, I think, has put out a tweet sometime back confirming that, yes, places have been hit. They are saying that 3 places have been hit. They're also saying that some civilians have been targeted. Of course, this is part of PSYOPs that you would imagine from the Pakistani military establishment. But now there is confirmation from the Pakistani side as well that the Indian Army has hit multiple targets inside POK.
The information that is coming in from the other side seems to suggest that at least 1 casualty has happened. Manoj Gupta is picking up that information after speaking to his sources. At least 1 casualty, 2 injured is the information coming in. And there are on social media, even though most Pakistani handles have been blocked, there are some journalists who are putting out videos from the Bahawalpur hospital claiming that those injured in the attack have been taken to the hospital. The scenes that they are tweeting out, that they're putting out, shows ambulance and a crowd there, and some people who are injured being wheeled out of the ambulance and being taken to the Bahawalpur hospital. So from the Pakistani side too, there seems to be confirmation that yes, indeed, India has carried out a targeted strike. ADGPI has said that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire agreement. There is heavy artillery firing that is going on in Bimbar Gali area in the Poonch Rajouri sector. And the DGISPR is also confirming that in Bahawalpur, Kotli and Muzzafarabad, strikes have happened, and Pakistani Air Force has asked all their aircraft to be airborne. What they're also clarifying is that these strikes were made by India from inside our territory. So India has not crossed the LOC. They have not crossed over into Pakistani airspace and yet carried out the attack at three places: Bahawalpur, Kotli, and Muzzafarabad. At least three people, two injured, one casualty. That's what Pakistan is talking about right now. But from the Indian side, exact numbers are still awaited.
All right, I want to go back to what the Indian Army had put out in terms of the press release, which confirmed to the world it was put out at 1:44 a.m. that shortly before 1:44 a.m., the Indian Army targeted multiple locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan. Altogether, 9 sites have been targeted. The Indian Army press release does not mention the locations, but we know at least 3 out of those 9: Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, and Muzzafarabad. So 4 out of 9 locations. The names we have learnt by way of Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor. The Indian Army press release goes on to further say, and these are very, very important words: our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and methods of execution. So this is what the Indian Army has put out as a press release. It's been confirmed on Twitter by the Indian Army's press wing, and they have code-named this operation Operation Sindur. So I think that's a very strong symbolic significance for all the women who lost their husbands, for all the women who lost their sons, for all the sisters who lost their brothers in that dastardly attack that we saw in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. If Ishan is there, Ishan, what activity are you picking up now in response? All right, if Akash is there, Akash, what activity are you now picking up in response to what India has done, in response to what the Indian Armed Forces have launched, that is Operation Sindur?
Well, DGISPR is clearly saying that, they are going to, in fact, launch a counter attack, though they will choose the time and the target. But we are also learning that Pakistani, jets are very much there in the air. But Zaka, Indian air defense is very much active. And also on the other side, we have the violation where, heavy caliber mortar is being fired, in fact, from the other side of the boundary in Rajouri and Poonch sector, that is in Jammu, south of Pir Panjal. Violation is happening, and it is for the first time in the last 12 days. In fact, even in the last 12 days, we have seen a number of violations, but this is for the first time when artillery is being fired after this sort of, action by Indian armed forces. Now Pakistan is also violating ceasefire, firing, heavy weapons, heavy caliber weapons. Also, it has been, said, in fact, Pakistani handles have been, saying that now, Pakistan is all set to respond. Though at this point in time, while we say that this was a calibrated, action, while we say that this was a pre-planned action, Indian armed forces are also ready, and we have been told that air defense system, the entire air defense system is very much active. Indian Air Force jets are in fact in the air as of now. I am in Srinagar. I'm not seeing any sort of activity, but as Ishan pointed out, we have heard at least 2, major sound explosions, possibly. Where it has happened, we are still not sure, but it is calm here in Srinagar, Zaka. We have got some sort of sound of maybe the Indian Air Force's jet.
Okay.
But as of now,
we've got more in terms of release from the Indian Army. The Ministry of Defence, Government of India spokesperson, MOD spokesperson, has just put this out, the press release. It's been tweeted as well. It's on the PIB website, the Press Information Bureau. # Operation Sindur, a precise and restrained response to the barbaric Pahalgam terror attack that claimed 26 lives, including 1 Nepali citizen. Focused strikes were carried out on 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, targeting the routes of cross-border terror planning. Importantly, no Pakistani military facilities were hit, reflecting India's calibrated and non-escalatory approach. This operation underscores India's resolve to hold the perpetrators accountable while avoiding unnecessary provocation. A detailed briefing on the operation will follow later today. This is, again, confirmation now from the Ministry of Defence spokesperson. Arunima, I think the important lines to underline here are that these are non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities were hit. That India has adopted a calibrated and non-escalatory approach, thereby underscoring India's resolve to hold the perpetrators accountable while at the same time avoiding any unnecessary provocation. How may this, A, first of all, explain to our viewers why this is important, and B, how may this be viewed in Pakistan?
The TRF, the terrorist front which initially claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack, considered a front of Lashkar-e-Toiba. TRF had subsequently gone back on their claim that it was targeted, attack by them because of perhaps the pressure in Kashmir. But now Indian armed forces, Indian air forces have taken this Operation Sindur to its logical conclusion. Muridke, where the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters is, it has been hit, and Indian agencies believe that there has been a considerable damage done to the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters. Two of the terrorists who have been identified, whose sketches have been released, are believed to be Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, Abu Hamza and Talha Bhai. They are believed to be Lashkar-e-Toiba cadets sent from across POK from Muridke to Pahalgam, and their headquarters in Muridke have now been hit. That is what Manoj is confirming. So that's a major success for our Indian intelligence agencies, for our Indian armed forces. Of course, India is maintaining that the strike has been only on terror facility. Pakistan is calling it a strike on the civilians. But the fact that India is underlining that this was a non-escalatory strike, that our forces did not cross the line of control, they carried out the targeted attack while staying within our territory, I think is a de-escalatory statement in nature, saying that, we had to avenge what had happened in Pahalgam, and Operation Sindur has avenged that, but it does not mean we want to escalate the situation. That's a very important point that India is underlining, and I think by the time it is morning here, all the global headquarters, all the global capitals would have already started working the phone lines to ensure that this does not escalate further, because most had supported India's stance of avenging Pahalgam, and this has been done while being within our territory. So that's also important. You've hit Lashkar-e-Toiba, at the same time you're trying to de-escalate and making it clear that we are not targeting civilians but terrorists who killed 26 people, 26 Indians, one Nepali and 25 Indians in Pahalgam.
I think it's also important to underline the language that's been used by the Indian Army in both its press releases, both what was put out by the ADGPR and also now what has been put out by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Defence, that 9 sites have been hit, both in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan itself. Muridke has been hit. Bahawalpur has been hit. These are two very important locations. One is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. The other happens to be the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed. We also know a couple of other places in Muzzafarabad, in Kotli, etc. have been hit as well. But I think the absolutely important thing that the Ministry of Defence as well as the Indian Army are saying in that press release is A, no military installations were targeted. So it's a clear signal to the Pakistani military that they want to de-link these terror launch pads from the Pakistani military establishment. So no military establishments have been hit. And number 2, I think very important signal to the Pakistan military that these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. So if Pakistan chooses not to respond to this, then India will finish this matter here. But the ball now is in Pakistan's court, and from whatever we are hearing, Pakistan is preparing for some kind of a response. Akash, if you're there, what is the defensive sort of strategy, defensive plan as far as India is concerned? We were all waking up to the 7th of May today when we were asked for these civil defense mock drills. Now it looks like it's not a mock drill anymore. This is going to be a live drill, anticipating a response from Pakistan.
In fact, it's a real contingency. Zaka, in fact, there are claims that there has been some sort of attack in Srinagar, but, it is not yet confirmed. In fact, we have a calm and composed environment here in Srinagar. And Zaka, yes, you rightly pointed out, today we had, in fact, across the districts here in India, we had this mock drill, scheduled. But it seems like it's a real contingency because India has carried out, these strikes against the terror camps in Pakistan. And, once again, I want to reiterate several points that have been mentioned, by the Indian Armed Forces in the press release. First one, 9 locations. In fact, we are learning about different sort of locations that are Kotli, Ahmedpur, Sharkia, Muzzafarabad, Muridke and Faisalabad as well. So there are different locations that have been coming out. In fact, and sources are telling us. In fact, sources are telling Manoj Gupta that how the headquarter of Lashkar-e-Toiba has been hit as well. We still don't know the casualty, and we are waiting for a detailed, assessment by the Indian Armed Forces. But as of now, we are learning of the casualties. And in fact, at this point in time, the air defense around the area, specifically in Srinagar and, in Jammu and Kashmir is active. The jets of Indian Air Force are very much active, are ready to combat any sort of situation that can arise. In fact, after this point in, after this, sort of action. And also we have this DGISPR, statement where they have been saying that Pakistan will respond to it. In fact, India is very much ready, and in fact, it has been categorically mentioned that it was, not for any sort of escalation, and that's the reason why military sites were not targeted, Zaka.
All right, I think that's a very, very important statement to underline from the Indian Army that A, this is non-escalatory in nature. Operation Sindur was launched in response to what happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April when 26 Indians as well as one Nepali citizen were killed. And very importantly, I think the line of control has not been crossed. Arunima, Akash, is there any sense that we have as to how many aircraft, how many personnel were involved in this particular operation, and the important factors that are being underlined by both the Army press release as well as by the MOD spokesperson, that A, the line of control was not crossed, B, no military installation was targeted, and C, these were 9 sites that were hit inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. What does that mean, Arunima? Explain for our viewers, please.
Once again, to confirm that, these strikes that have happened are very well precision targeted strikes that have been carried out, and the Pakistani air defense system, the Pakistani radars failed to pick up the movement of the Indian Air Force aircrafts, even though they have been on heightened alert for the last 2 weeks now. And Tuesday was a significant day because Tuesday completed 2 weeks since the dastardly Pahalgam attack happened, and that was the night chosen by the Indian Air Force to carry out strikes at these 9 places. Details, Zaka, that you asked about how many aircrafts are involved, really was the nature of this operation. I think it will take time because currently...
All right, I want to go across to MOSPMO, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Dr. Singh, thank you very much. All right, we'll go back to Dr. Singh, but now confirmation also coming in from various ministers. Mr. Kiran Rijiju has tweeted, Mr. Jitendra Singh has tweeted, multiple ministers in the government of India have also tweeted. One important thing to underline for our viewers, both Muridke, which happens to be the Lashkar headquarters, and Bahawalpur, which happens to be the Jaish and Mohammed headquarters, both have been targeted as well. The Pakistani side seems to indicate that civilians have been hit. The Indian Army very, very clear in its press release. The MOD spokesperson also very clear in the press release that only terror launch pads have been targeted. No civilians were targeted. They're also confirming that no military installation was targeted, clearly sending the signal to Pakistan that, look, we do not want to escalate this any further. I think the operation, which was named Sindur, also has huge significance. Remember, the people who ended up losing their loved ones, many of them wives, daughters, sisters, it was the men in their families who were singled out and killed, and therefore I think the Operation Sindur also has massive resonance and significance. But at the same time, I want to underline that the Indian Army, both in the ADGPR's press release as well as, of course, in the MOD spokesperson's press release, which has just been put out, is very clearly saying that they do not intend to escalate this. So the ball now is in Pakistan's court. If Pakistan does not respond, then this matter ends here. But if Pakistan decides to respond and then escalate, then India will be forced to climb the escalation ladder. How and why is this important, Akash? Please explain this to our viewers.
Right. So, Zaka, one update. There are multiple violations, that are happening across LC. We have been learning Pakistan, is firing, heavy caliber weapons. In fact, the mortar is being fired. And this is for the first time after 2021, Zaka, that artillery is being fired. We have been learning that in Kupwara, in Baramulla as well, and in Rajouri and Poonch, of Jammu. These violations are happening, and this is somewhere, showing the sort of desperation and the sort of escalation maybe that Pakistan is intending, at this point in time. It has been categorically mentioned by the Indian Armed Forces that they want no escalation. And since, an attack was carried out in Pahalgam, that's why these actions, in fact, this particular action was taken against the terrorists, who are there, in Pakistan. And that's the reason why no military site or no civilian site was targeted. Only the targets where, there was a credible input, or where there was a credible, information about the presence of the terrorists, have been targeted. At least 9 locations have been targeted. And in fact, we are learning of the casualties as well. Pakistani media is in fact reporting of some sort of casualties, though they are also saying that civilian sites have been targeted, but it has been categorically mentioned, Zaka, by the Indian Armed Forces, that how, no civilian site was targeted, no military site was targeted. And we are learning that, in fact, Masood Azhar's madrasa has been attacked. Masood Azhar, remember, is the founder of Jaish and Mohammed, and his madrasa, was one of the targets. Zaka, top sources are telling Manoj Gupta, investigation editor, that how the headquarters of Jaish and Mohammed, and also the Lashkar, and then the madrasa of Masood Azhar, were there, in targets. And among these 9 targets, these are 3 important locations were there as the target. We still don't know, because assessment will come later in the day today. But then, as of now, the focus is on air defense, where we are learning that Indian Army, and both Indian Army and Indian Air Force, are very much ready for the sort of air defense. Both are responsible, Air Force mainly for air defense, and Army as well. Both are ready for it.
The importance also of Masood Azhar and Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters of Bahawalpur also being struck is important to be signified, and also Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are the 2 terror organizations, the Lashkar and the Jaish, which for the last 20-30 years has been targeting India in multiple strikes. So the fact that the Indian Armed Forces in Operation Sindur have targeted the headquarters of these 2 terror organizations, Muridke for the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Bahawalpur for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Arunima, what is the significance of that? Is the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian government, also wanting to signal that if there are going to be these terror attacks, then there is a heavy, heavy cost to pay? I also want to underline once again that this was shortly before 1:44 a.m. when the Army's press department put out this press release confirming that shortly before that time, Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindur in response to what happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, when 26 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were killed. In response to that, 9 sites have been hit. We can confirm at least 2 of those 9 sites happen to be Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Arunima, what is the significance of hitting these 2 locations?
Were extremely significant. Bahawalpur and Muridke were the terror factory from where Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed were sending in terrorists repeatedly across the line of control to India. So for these 2, terror headquarters to be hit is extremely significant. Reuters, in fact, is reporting, Zaka, that past midnight there was complete blackout in Muzzafarabad, and post that there were loud explosions that were heard. So Indian Air Force has carried out, it seems, based on the statement that we have heard from the Indian side and what is being said by Pakistan side, is that post midnight this airstrike was carried out. There was precise information about these terror launch pads, about headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke. And even though intelligence seems to suggest that Pakistan was trying very hard to empty these terror launch pads after Pahalgam, looks like India had successfully brought down the terror infrastructure in Bahawalpur and Muridke.
All right, General Hariom Sharma, who is the former head of the Northern Command, Harimohan Iyer, Lieutenant General retired S. Harimohan Iyer, is also joining us. General, first things first, your reactions. We're speaking at this late hour, a little past 2 a.m. in the morning. Your first reactions, multiple locations, Indian Army confirming 9 locations have been hit, both in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in mainland Pakistan.
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. I had always said that this time whenever we respond, the response is going to be much higher than what happened in Balakot in 2019. This time, I'm sure we have been gathering intelligence on the location of the terrorist launchpads. We have been keeping a large amount of places under surveillance. The target data must have been worked out with lot amount of precision. And this is, as one looks at it, it's a very professionally conducted strike, which has been executed with precision. And I'm sure it is going to be, it will end up achieving the kind of aims that we had set out for ourselves.
General, the Army's press release also very, very importantly underlines the fact that A, no military installations were targeted, and two, that these hits are non-escalatory in nature. How may this be read in Pakistan?
Well, we have been saying that even in the last time when we went across, that we are targeting non-military establishments, and our aim is to not escalate the matter. But knowing the people on the other side, they will blow it up as an attack on their mainland, because Muridke and Bahawalpur happens to be on their mainland. And possibly they will try and spin it as a story that Pakistan has been attacked.
Okay.
So there could be a case of escalation from their side, but then these kind of actions are taken with large amount of planning and preparations. And I'm sure suitable countermeasures for their perceived counter actions have been taken.
General Iyer, thank you for joining us this late hour. Just stay with us. I also have Major General retired Manikam Jolly also joining us. General Jolly, your first reactions. Also, the important thing that our viewers need now some perspective as we were gearing up for this mock drill day today. Now, it looks like it's going to be a live drill. It's not going to be a mock drill. The Indian Army has confirmed that 9 sites have been hit, including in Muridke and Bahawalpur, which are the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish and Mohammed respectively. But the Indian Army press statement very clearly saying no military installations were targeted, that these hits are non-escalatory in nature. How should now India prepare for what may be a response from Pakistan?
First you asked for my reaction.
Yes.
Very excited, very happy. This is what Pakistan deserves. This is how Indian Army delivers. We just don't keep making empty threats, and this is how precise our strikes are. If we wanted to go for terrorist networks, terrorist headquarters, we did that with precision. So there was no, as Indian Army and Ministry of Defence official declaration and announcement is, we did not hit any civil institutions, we did not hit any military installations, and Pakistan should actually appreciate it. We are taking out terrorists which they have not been able to. It's a good work we are doing even on their behalf, because they have not been able to.
Okay.
So it's a great thing that Indian Army has done. And as far as retaliation is concerned, yes, they immediately launched the DGI-SPR came up and said we will also strike, and all our entire Air Force is airborne, and we will do that. So they should not just assume that we are sitting here for them to come and strike. So before this, it was very well anticipated that they would try and react in certain way. But trust me, the decision makers at the highest levels would have prepared for this in a very solid manner. Our defense, especially before going for these missile strikes. So they can try, but we are very well prepared to take care of that.
All right. So at 2:47 a.m., you're joining us shortly, about an hour or so after the Indian Army put out a press release confirming Operation Sindur. And I must underline the significance of the word Sindur, because it's the holy vermilion that is used by Hindu women as a mark of matrimony. And it's important in the context of Pahalgam, because in Pahalgam, it was the male members of various families who were segregated, separated, and killed in front of their wives, sisters losing brothers, mothers losing their sons, and therefore to try and underline that this is avenging what happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. We have a tweet from the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath, saying, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. That's all he has put. And I think it's a significant statement from no less than the Defense Minister of India, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. General Iyer, how would you read the statements from the Indian Army, the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, and now the Defense Minister himself just tweeting those 4 words which we all are familiar, ever so familiar here in India, Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Zaka, if you look at the press release which has been drafted, every word of the press release has got a lot of meaning, and it has been done with a very large amount of detail that has been applied in. So it has telling the world community as a whole that we are a responsible nation, we have a very responsible armed forces, and we believe in maintaining peace in the world. We don't want to escalate. At the same time, we cannot take a terrorist strike in our own land lightly. So we have just gone for a retaliatory action against the terrorists who are likely to be inducted and cause more damage to us in future. As far as the statement of the defense minister is concerned, those 4 words which he has used, they are, if I would say, they are energy to the troops. I am sure this is something which is going to energize us, and the troops which are on ground, which are facing the front at the line of control, will get inspired and they'll give the enemy who is firing on them their dues, and I'm sure we will be able to give back the kind of response that is expected at the line.
Generals, please stay on with us. I'm going to go back to our reporters as well. Ishan Wani is joining us live from Srinagar. I believe he's outside the airport. There's some fake news doing the rounds, Ishan, that Pakistan has struck back, etc. No such reports on the ground. Let's bring our viewers up to speed with what is happening there in Srinagar. We can confirm to you once again, in case you're joining us this late hour, that the Indian Armed Forces have carried out multiple strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 sites have been hit, including Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed, and Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, in Operation Sindur, which was meant to avenge what happened on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam. Ishan, what are you seeing and hearing around you?
Well, there is calm, but there is no such report or news or any activity that Srinagar airport or airbase has been targeted. This is possibly a false news that is being spread from across the border. There are no reports. We personally checked it, and there are no such reports that have emerged that such activity has taken place. Yes, Zaka, there is an heightened alert. Yes, there is an uneasy calm, but there is no such report or no such confirmation or no such ground reality that Srinagar airbase has been targeted or there has been any attack at the Srinagar airport. But what is being reported is that there is heavy artillery shelling that's taking place on the line of control in Kupwara and other areas. And this is where it gets very tricky, because since 2020 there has been no artillery firing that has taken place, and now it's an artillery firing that is being reported from Indian side, that we have been hearing that Pakistan is now firing a heavy artillery on the Indian positions on the line of control in Kashmir Valley, and this will further escalate the situation, particularly on the borders of Kashmir.
All right. So we've had artillery fire, ceasefire violations along the LOC over the last 10 to 11 days. This is the 12th night, but this is the first time that we're seeing heavy machine gun and mortars being used. Arunima, the DG ISP are also putting out a response saying that, confirming first of all that India has struck in multiple locations inside POK as well as inside Pakistan proper, but at the same time also saying they will respond at a time and place of their choosing. But I think it is important to put into context for our viewers the code name also of this Operation Sindur. In fact, one of the first tweets put out by the Indian Army press wing was an image, and you can see that on the right side of your screen, which had this vermilion, which Hindu women use as a sign of matrimony. How significant is that?
Extremely significant, Zaka, because the way the survivors have narrated is that they were asked for their religion, Hindu ho ki Musalman ho, Hindu ho to idhar ho jao, Musalman ho to kalma padho. So it was very clear that the terrorists were targeting only Hindu men there, and the women, when they said at least in 2 instances, one Pallavi Manjunath from
Okay. We'll go back to Arunima. We've just lost her audio, but this is, as the Indian Army has put out and made it very, very clear, in response to what happened in Pahalgam, 3 things to underline. Number 1, no military installations have been targeted. I think it's a very clear signal to the Pakistan Army, do not escalate, do not retaliate for this. And number 2, it is also said that these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. And the third and most important thing is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke and the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed, which is in Bahawalpur, have both been struck. So it's not just the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and sites inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir that have been hit. Proper Pakistani Punjab has also been hit. So General Iyer and General Jolly are still with us. General Iyer, what may that mean? Also, if you can make sense of these now increased ceasefire violations that are happening along the line of control.
Firstly, the only area where immediate response happens is on the line of control, because troops are facing each other and ceasefire violations are a normal day. The only thing which has happened is the volume of fire has changed from small arms to maybe heavy caliber weapons, which were on the expected lines. I am sure we were also prepared to receive that kind of a response from the other side. It also works in somewhat our advantage because there are multiple areas where this escalation can be taken to our own advantage. And I'm sure the people on ground are working on.
General, just give me a moment. MOS Defense Sanjay Seth is also on the phone line. Sir, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. आपका पहला प्रतिक्रिया मांगूंगा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के ऊपर.
भारत माता की जय. जय हिंद.
Thank you. That is the MOS Defense Sanjay Seth who has given his reaction. Bharat Mata ki Jai and Jai Hind. That was a reaction. That was a tweet from the Defense Minister as well, Rajnath Singh, simply saying Bharat Mata ki Jai. So now there is official acknowledgement from the Defense Minister, from the Defense establishment, and even on the other side, the Pakistani military establishment, the DGISPR has also confirmed that multiple locations have been hit. The Indian Army in its press release saying 9 locations in POK as well as in Pakistan have been targeted. Arunima, again, the context of this, it's exactly the 15th day since Pahalgam happened. On the 15th day, the 7th of May, when all of India was preparing for these mock drills, civil defense mock drills, Ishan, who's joining us live from Srinagar. What is the significance of having hit exactly 2 weeks after what happened in Pahalgam? In fact, it was 2 Tuesdays ago in Pahalgam that 26 individuals, 25 Indians, 1 Nepali citizen were killed in cold blood. Now, exactly on the 15th day post that, the Indian Army, through Operation Sindur, has hit 9 targets. All terror launch pads. I must underline that. No military installation. What are you seeing and hearing around you? What are you picking up also from the Jammu and Kashmir establishment there, from the government, from the Jammu and Kashmir police, etc.?
Well, there is a level of alertness, but the government was very clear that everything, whatever transpires, that is a top secret and a top priority for them. There were checks and balances that were done in several areas of Kashmir, what we can confirm now. Multiple team of forces did that. And to ensure the safety of civilians, that was also calculated in. We have been traveling extensively to the line of control where people were, in a way, prepared to deal with any eventuality that could have arisen from the border tension. People were aware, people knew what may be coming to them. We were all preparing for this particular day, that there will be things happening, but this is the precise striking. Remember, India has constantly said that they are in no mood to take on a bully, and particularly in wake of whatever happened in Pahalgam was something where India chose to target only these camps of Lashkar and Jaish. Remember, India is clearly categorically saying it is the camps which we have targeted. There are no other military installation, nor have we breached the line of control, and we have precisely targeted them. But there is calm. People are getting this news now that something like this has happened. There are movements which are taking place. So yes, there is uneasy calm, but let's see what happens and what transpires in the next couple of hours.
I also want to bring our viewers up to speed. President Trump of the United States has also reacted to the Indian strikes on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and on Pakistan. He has said, I just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you think about it. I hope it ends very quickly. And I think that is the message from the government of India as well, both from the MOD spokesperson as well as from the ADGPI, which first confirmed that India had struck shortly before 1:44 a.m. India had struck multiple locations in POK, including Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Arunima is still with us. Ishan is with us. Akash, our defense reporter, is also with us. Aman Sharma, our political editor, is also here with us. Aman, what are you picking up from government? We've just seen the defense minister's tweet simply saying, Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
See, Zaka, I think the India's message here is very clear. Pahalgam had to be avenged and it has been avenged. Within a fortnight of the Pahalgam terror attack, India has avenged the Pahalgam attack by attacking the very heart of terror inside Pakistan. India has decided, and we've been speaking about it for the last many days, that India had decided that it will put an end to Pakistan-sponsored terror for good. And by attacking the headquarters of Jaish, attacking the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, attacking the real terror factories inside Pakistan, India has shown that resolve. The operations, a name, I'm told also by government sources, Operation Sindur, reflects that how the Sindur of Indian women was wiped off by the terrorists in the most merciless fashion in Pahalgam. India has avenged that. And we had all been speaking about the mock drills to be carried out later today, but I think Indian government has surprised everybody, including Pakistan. Air defense failing spectacularly, and this is what India had always asked for. That India will carry out a targeted strike. You just read out Donald Trump's statement to us. This is something what J.D. Vance had also said a few days back, that yes, India has a right to defend itself. We just hope that India's strike is contained, it does not lead to a broader regional conflict, and that is what the Indian statement also is now saying, that it's a targeted strike at terror. We are going to avenge Pahalgam strike. We are going to attack your terror headquarters. The question to be asked from Pakistan now is, why were these terror headquarters still running? Why are you still getting your Jaish and Lashkar to operate from Muridke and the Bahawalpur headquarters, which India has struck? But the statement of India, I think, is very, very clear that we have not hit any Pakistani military infrastructure. We have hit their terror infrastructure, which would not have been in Pakistan in the first place. So by attacking the military, by attacking the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, I think India is sending out a very clear message that these are strikes against terror. This is to put an end to Pakistan-sponsored terror for good.
All right. So once again, if you go back to the MOD spokesperson's statement, I think 2-3 important things there. Number one, India is targeting 9 sites in POK and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, targeting the roots of cross-border terror. Importantly, no Pakistani military facilities were hit, reflecting India's calibrated and non-escalatory approach. This operation underscores India's resolve to hold the perpetrators accountable while avoiding unnecessary provocation. Arunima is also joining us. Arunima, so India does not want any further escalation. If Pakistan does not respond, then this ends here. Why is this important? All right, Baloch activist Mehran Murray is also now through with us. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Your first reaction to these multiple strikes that India has launched on terror launch pads in POK as well as in Pakistan, in Pakistani Punjab.
Gee, I think my first reaction would be, there I durust hai. This is far overdue. Pakistan ko ji ye apna, they deserve this long time ago. हम बलोचों ने तो बहुत भुगता इनका, लेकिन अभी थोड़ा इंडिया का राफ्ट भी ये देखेंगे तो इनका अकल टिकाने आ जाएगा.
There were 9 sites that were hit in Balakot 5-6 years ago. It was one site in Balakot that was hit, but there were 9 sites, including the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke and the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed in Bahawalpur. Both were hit. What is the significance of that? Also, we are now saying that US President Donald Trump, we are reporting this news, he has also... Let's play out, in fact, Donald Trump's first reaction to the Indian Armed Forces strikes on POK.
Any questions for Steve?
Any reaction to the attacks between India and Pakistan?
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
All right, so Donald Trump saying, I hope it ends very quickly. We've just heard about it. They've been fighting for thousands of years, centuries, if you think about it. Unexpected lines. So the reaction from the US President. Sanjay Seth is also joining us. Mr. Seth, aap bataiye your first reaction to what we have seen. Raksha Mantri has just tweeted saying, Bharat Mata ki Jai. 9 sites have been targeted in multiple locations, both in POK as well as, I may add, in Pakistani Punjab. All right. Our reporters are also there with us. Arunama, Akash. If I can go to Akash. All right, we'll go back to our reporters. Aman here. Aman, what should India now be looking for? Because the DG ISPR, which is the publicity wing of the Pakistani army, has also confirmed that these attacks have happened, but also said that Pakistan will respond. How is India preparing itself for that response?
Well, I think Zaka, India is prepared. India has been preparing for this eventuality over the last couple of weeks, in fact, and India knew that once it carries out such a big operation, attacking 9 sites at once, as you were just mentioning in Balakot, it was just one strike, one site. Here we have 9 strikes spread across Pakistan. It's a strike which has been carried out in a very, very well planned, well calibrated manner to attack, as I said, the heart of terror in Pakistan. India obviously is going to ensure that its defenses are very, very strong, which have been up over the last many days, and India will not entertain any Pakistani aggression at this point of time. I think the entire border is on alert. That is what I'm told, that since last 1 week, the entire border has been on alert, and I think that is why this whole mock drill announcement was also made yesterday, because India that was more to factor in what will be the Pakistani retaliation to such a big strike by India. And we can see these visuals, extensive damage caused to the terror infrastructure in Pakistan by the Indian missiles which have landed there. Also, India has not, as per the information we have so far, India hasn't crossed the border. India has attacked from its side of the border. It's unlike Uri and Balakot, where we had crossed into Pakistani territory. This time, of course, we had been discussing Zakas earlier also, that we had the capability now to not even cross the border and still strike at Pakistan. So, if India has not crossed the border, as is being believed, and India has still struck with such precision the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, this shows how well planned, well conceived this strike is, how much planning and how much precision has gone into it. This now explains, Zaka, those meetings that individually the army chief, the navy chief, the air force chief had with the prime minister, those series of meetings which have been happening all over the last 12 to 13 days. That whole planning is now showing it. India has achieved surprise. When the world was thinking that tomorrow is a mock drill and India may strike after that, India has struck on the night today itself. And the kind of visual we are seeing, this looks like big, extensive damage. And India is on the alert for a counter strike by Pakistan. Let's see what happens.
So the night of 7th of May 2025 will go down as a red letter day. It was the day that India avenged Pahalgam. You can see 9 sites have been hit. 4 of those locations have been identified. Muzzafarabad, which is the capital of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Kotli, Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed. These are 4 out of 9 locations that have been hit. I think it's important to underline that both the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed, which is Bahawalpur, which is not in POK but deep inside Pakistani Punjab, they have been hit. Manoj Gupta also having some preliminary information in terms of the casualties. His information is that at least 12 terrorists have been killed and at least 55 individuals have been injured. So Operation Sindur, by way of top government sources, what Manoj Gupta has picked up is at least 12 terrorists have been killed and at least 55 individuals have been injured. All right, Air Marshal retired Sanjeev Kapoor is joining us. Air Marshal, your first reaction: 9 locations hit, both inside POK as well as inside Pakistan proper. Your first reaction to Operation Sindur?
Came as a shock in the sense we were all knowing, but like I covered in your channel a few days ago, the timing and the way it will begin was not known to anybody. And it was an absolutely calibrated kind of a move that has been made. And we have gone in a manner in which the escalation is now totally subject to the reaction by Pakistanis. We have not struck any military target. We have struck the terror camps. So as far as the international community and the complete world goes, that we have only struck the terror camps as yet, which we feel have created this damage in our country. And now it is for the armed forces, their armed forces. Obviously, they will react. In what way will they react? When will they react? How will they react? And I'm sure we are prepared before taking this action.
Marshal Kapoor, is there any way of assessing, how many fighter jets were involved, the nature of the attacks, what kind of munitions were used, and how does this compare with what we saw in Balakot? In Balakot, it was a one-time strike, a single strike, but at this time, there are at least 9 sites, including one site in Punjab, in Pakistani Punjab, which has been hit. So it's not just POK that was hit. How is it qualitatively different from what we saw last time in 2019?
See, it's a big operation. It would have involved large number of aeroplanes. It would have involved, I have absolutely no idea, it would have involved a huge package. The planning would have gone on for days together. We have to take in consideration the enemy radars, their orbit, their air defenses, the missiles which have been put. So to cut across those and go inside and strike, I'm sure a lot of planning would have gone.
I also have General Jolly who is there with us. General Jolly, so in response, at least the initial response that we've seen from Pakistan is multiple heavy gun firing, ceasefire violations along the line of control. What do we make of that?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I'm just a major, didn't graduate to a general. What the artillery firing is, I would say, the first layer of reaction. That's pretty much expected and on the, it is on the expected lines. Even in normal days, they do go ahead with ceasefire violations and have been firing artillery at multiple locations along the line of control. So this goes along the reaction. What India will be looking out for if the reaction level scales up, about the air raids or missiles or, any kind of infiltrating troops. That is what we are looking. That is what India will be very careful about.
Okay.
But artillery firing has been a trend with and without ceasefire. Pakistan has been known for violating it for a long time. So,
Major Jolly, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we have confirmation now from the Indian Embassy in the United States in Washington, D.C., which has also confirmed that shortly after the strikes, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke with the US NSA and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who currently holds both positions as Secretary of State as well as the National Security Advisor. National Security Advisor Doval briefed Secretary Rubio on the actions taken. This has now been put out officially by a statement from the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. You would imagine that Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, will be speaking to multiple of his counterparts. The NSA will also be speaking to multiple of his counterparts around the Western world and around the region as well. Once again, want to underline the fact that both Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the TRF, which had initially claimed responsibility for the attack in Pahalgam, is an offshoot, a proxy of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So Muridke has been struck as well. And I think it's absolutely the significance of both of these places, Muridke and Bahawalpur, is not lost on anyone here in India who's been watching this terror, this this death by 1,000 cuts that Pakistan has been undertaking for the last 30, 40 years against Indian civilians as well as Indian armed forces. These two organizations, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, were very much front and center of multiple such attacks in the past, including, of course, the attack that we saw in Pahalgam, which was claimed initially by the TRF, only for that claim to be then subsequently retracted. Ishan is also there with us. Ishan, what are you hearing, seeing around you in response? Anything that you're picking up from the civilian government there under Omar Abdullah, or from the Jammu and Kashmir police or the CRPF, by way of what India anticipates would be Pakistan's response and how India is prepared for it?
There were preparations. Definitely, we are getting reports from time to time, and that there are preparations taking place in those areas that are close to the line of control. Hospitals and all were geared up for any kind of eventuality that could have arisen. And that's why you saw that today the mock drill, everyone was preparing for that. But then you have the strikes that India has carried out now. But remember, there are alerts, there are operational details that we cannot share right now. But there are certain claims being made on social media. Both the divisional administration, this was a while back, we spoke to an official in Jammu as well as in Kashmir. Both of them have said that what is being reported in Pakistan media is not right, is not correct. Just reports about any target being taken down in Srinagar or any parts of Kashmir, that is incorrect and is completely false. That information is being spread definitely to make a claim that the Pakistan was not unaware, and the administration we have been able to speak with have clearly and categorically said that nothing of this sort has happened, because there are reports on social media handles that have come in about possibilities, but they have all declined them. We just spoke to one of those persons who was in charge in Jammu as well. He has said that there's nothing this type that has taken place in Jammu. Both Jammu and Srinagar, there has nothing that has taken place. That's what we can confirm to you right now from the officials in the administration.
Okay.
But what we also know is that there's a massive artillery shelling that is taking place, and civilians have been rushed to the bunkers, underground bunkers, in parts of Kashmir, in parts of Jammu, including Poonch Rajouri, where it was expected to get a little hotter. But yes, all of the administration, I can confirm to you right now, is on their toes and is awake and is aware of the situation that's unfolding in Kashmir as well.
All right. I also want to go across to what is the political sort of fallout. The political cycle has now been kicked off both here in India as well as in Pakistan. At 11 a.m., of course, there is the scheduled cabinet meeting. The Cabinet Committee on Security will meet as well. They will likely take stock of what happened in these multiple strikes that have been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces in multiple locations, both in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan proper, including in Bahawalpur, which is in Punjab, the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed. Also in Pakistan at 10 a.m. Today, the Prime Minister there, Shehbaz Sharif, has summoned a meeting of the National Security Committee of the NSC, which is the highest decision-making body when it comes to national security affairs. That's going to be at 10 a.m. Pakistan time. So that is going to be at 10:30 in the morning here in India. There will also be an official briefing by a member of the Indian Armed Forces to try and take stock and give us officially the first soundbite of what was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. It's been code-named Operation Sindur, and I think the significance of the name cannot be lost on anyone, because Sindur, of course, as we all very well know, signifies the holy vermilion, which is used by Hindu women as a mark of their matrimony, and that has huge significance in the context of Pahalgam, because there it was the male members, Hindu male members, who were singled out, who were segregated, and who were shot in front of their wives. Mothers lost sons, sisters lost brothers, and wives lost their husbands. So Operation Sindur avenges what happened in Pahalgam. But I think it's important to... All right, Lieutenant Retired KJS Dillon is also now joining us. General Dillon, your first reaction. 9 sites have been hit in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in Pakistan, including Muridke, the HQ of the Lashkar, and Bahawalpur, the HQ of the Jaish and Mohammed. General Dillon.
Good morning, Zaka. And see, as India has always said, that it is a very constrained and it's a very, very measured response to Pahalgam terror attack. And any responsibility to escalate it any further would be that of Pakistan. India has only hit the terror camps and the terror bases, which were responsible for terror in J&K, as also Pahalgam strike in particular. India has very specifically again said that it has not hit any military target or a military base. Hence, the retaliation by Pakistan against our military or our civilians is going to be the responsibility of Pakistan. And as I understand from the reports, in the Poonch and Rajouri area, in the Bhimber Gali area, Pakistan has already started firing the artillery guns across the line of control. That means the heavy weaponry across the line of control firing has been initiated by the Pakistan Army, and they should be prepared for the Indian retaliation. Because India has the right and deserves and reserves the right to strike back and protect its interests.
So, General Dillon, I just want to go back to, what the press release of the army also very clearly mentioned, that A, no military installations were targeted in Pakistan, and 2, that these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. What is the message from those two to Pakistan and to Pakistan's army?
See, India has always believed that terror cannot be initiated against Indian citizens. And what happened in Pahalgam was a pure terror act by Pakistan military and Pakistan terrorist organizations. India, in its response as a responsible state and a country, has only hit back at the Pakistani terror camps and terror bases.
Okay.
India has not hit back at the civilian sites or the military sites. And India has been very restrained in its reaction and very, very limited and, restricting it only to the terror camps. That means in case now Pakistan wants to escalate, which is already started doing in the Bhimber Gali area of Poonch and Rajouri, by firing artillery across the line of control.
Correct.
Whereas India has not fired on any military installation. So India's reaction or response was very clear and measured and non-escalatory. That means no civilian, no military targets were hit.
All right,
Now,
General Lilo, thank you.
Pakistan's
Yeah.
response, the escalation will be his responsibility, and Pakistan will be responsible for any escalation
All
if
right.
it does it.
General Dillon, thank you very much for joining us. Lieutenant General retired KJS Dillon there with his first reaction. Also, some reactions coming in. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken to his counterpart, the Secretary of State and NSA of the United States, that is Mr. Marco Rubio. He's apprised him of what has happened. Also, response from Pakistan. Apparently, an emergency has now been declared in Punjab. Remember, one of the sites of this attack was Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Other sites include Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, as well as other locations. In total, 9 locations have been hit, both inside POK as well as in Pakistan proper. Akash, our defense reporter, is also joining us. Akash, what are you hearing from your defense sources in terms of what is expected to be the Pakistani response, as we even flashed that the Lahore and Sialkot airports will be shut for the next 48 hours. What are you picking up from defense sources? We know that there have been multiple CFV violations along the line of control, heavy machine gun fire, mortar fire. But aside of that, what other response are we anticipating and preparing for?
It's been narrative more than the response till now. We have been seeing that how there are claims that they have downed several assets of Indian Air Force, but till now, it has been confirmed that, all assets of Indian Air Force are safe. In fact, sources are telling us, that Indian Air Force is very much there on ground, on ready. In fact, jets are in air. And in fact, in the entire Srinagar area, we have been seeing, Indian Air Force's jet, in fact, taking sorties. Zaka, there are several sort of claims, but on the other hand, we have reality of ceasefire violation, as you rightly pointed out, in Kashmir and in Jammu. Across the LC in different sectors, we have this violation happening from Pakistani side, and Indian Army is also retaliating. We haven't used any sort of artillery till now in the last days when we had this violation from last 11 to 12 days. But since now Pakistan is using artillery and heavy caliber weapons, it is expected that Indian Army will also be giving response in the same way. Though we still have no confirmation. We are also learning about one death in Poonch because of the sort of firing that is happening from the other side of the LC. But at this point in time, it is very much expected that Pakistan would be, in fact, taking some sort of, action, or they will, somewhere propagate the sort of narrative that they have taken some sort of action. On social media, we are already seeing that how they are saying that they have downed 2 Rafale of Indian Air Force. However, it is not, truth. And in fact, they are saying that their jets are very much there, going into the Indian boundaries and have attacked Srinagar base. That is also not true, because Ishan is reporting right from outside the base. As of now, all military installations here in Srinagar, in Jammu Kashmir, are safe. Zaka, and I can confirm that.
Okay, my colleague Anand Narasimhan is also joining us. Anand, good morning to you at 3:20 a.m. Pahalgam has been avenged.
Well, and it is a good morning. A good morning because Bharat's response has been not just been very, very measured and restrained, but it has been precision strikes across 9 sites. And we will focus on that Operation Sindur. All the areas which have been historically known as the hubs where these seminaries and these jihadis have been trained by the Pakistanis, starting from Kotli, Mirpur, Muzzafarabad, down towards Bahawalpur and then Muridke. These are the locations where largely the precision strikes have been targeted. It has happened around 1:30 a.m. and the Pakistanis are rattled because they claim to be in a state of alert and they had no clue. The other aspect is that we didn't even have to cross the border. We didn't even have to enter their airspace. and we have been able to precision decide and destroy these hubs. Now, there is not confirmation whether the terror Akas were still inside there or not, but there has been huge amount of damage. These are the pictures that Bharat needs to watch and be ready for the civil defense drills, because that is no longer a mock drill. We have to take that seriously when it happens this evening. But late in the night or early in the wee hours, this strike across these terror hubs in Pakistan is a message to the world, is a message to Pakistan that enough is enough, and we will, at a place and time of our choosing, and the target will be our choosing, we will strike, and we have struck. And all these places are nothing but the hubs of these jihadi terror training facilities, very close to army installations. But none of the army installations have been targeted. Viewers, we have to remember this, that Bharat has shown huge amount of restraint. These are non-escalatory measures. Escalatory measures would have been targeting military installations or pure civilian installations. No, these have been nothing but terror training centers, the hubs, which the Pakistanis claim to have emptied out about 10 days ago. These are the hubs that we have targeted. These are the bases where the jihadi cadre that have been fomenting terror on Bharat soil for many, many years now, in fact decades, have now been targeted, precision target. So this is 3 steps above Balakot. So Balakot was in 2019, perhaps the trailer. This is perhaps the unveiling of the real picture.
So 12 people we can confirm have been killed in India's strike in 9 different locations. This is what has been confirmed to CNN News 18. 12 terrorists have been killed. I believe over 50 have been injured as well. These are multiple strikes across 9 locations in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, as well as in 7 other locations. 9 locations in total. Nitin Gokhale is also joining us, veteran defense expert. Nitin, good morning to you at a little past 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you hearing? What are you picking up? And what do you make of the language from the Indian Army and the MOD spokesperson that A, no military sites were targeted, no civilians were targeted, and that these are non-escalatory in nature? What's the signaling to Pakistan?
Well, the signaling is very clear, Zaka. I think it's a morning that India will wake up to with some good news, which it was waiting for since April 22nd. The language is similar to what was used in during the Balakot strike, that these are terrorist camps and terrorist locations that have been targeted, non-escalatory. So now the responsibility of escalation, if any, will be on Pakistan, because India has struck because of what Pakistan had done. But this time there is a swift, immediate statement too from the Indian Army, and clearly it was a well-planned, well-targeted operation, as they have already said that these were terrorist locations, terrorist headquarters, if you want to call it, because Muridke and Bahawalpur is very escalatory. But I don't think that Pakistan will stop at this. They will have to show to their own people, the Pakistan Army, that they are also going to retaliate. And I think this is, no matter what India says, an escalatory step. Because for them, Muridke and Bahawalpur is the heart of Pakistan, and the thin line between the Jaish and Lashkar on one hand and the Pakistani Army on the other is anyway a thin line which can be crossed anytime. And therefore, in a way, this is also punishing the Pakistani instrument of using terror as a state activity or a state policy. And I suspect that Pakistan will try and open up the LOC. They'll be firing heavy guns, artillery guns firing on the LOC. Already we are hearing. Details are not yet known, but I think this is something that India needed to do and has already done. So, which is kudos to the armed forces.
But Nitinji, morning. This is Anand here. If there is a retaliation from Pakistan, does that then give Bharat further handle? And are we going to be prepared to move in further rather than back off this time around?
There will be no backing off, certainly, because I think preparations have been done. Enough time has elapsed since the Pahalgam attack. And as you've seen, there have been several preparatory moves everywhere. They were not publicized, obviously. But India wouldn't have done this without being prepared for escalation, like it happened last time post-Balakot. And that time, India was caught a little off guard because the operation that Pakistanis had launched was not probably anticipated fully. But this time, I don't think that mistake will be repeated, because if you see even the visuals that are coming in, the swift issue of press statement, official handle of the Indian Army, and also by the Defense Ministry, which shows that everything has been planned, and obviously the retaliation and also possible climbing the escalatory ladder. Which will
Here
happen.
is what the Indian embassy in the US has said. So one of the first nations to be briefed in detail is the US. India's actions have been focused and precise. They were measured, responsible, and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani civilian, economic, or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. This is what the Indian embassy in Washington DC has said. Now,
So obviously, this has been going around. I mean, the people have been told in advance to be ready. And I think President Trump has also tweeted, or statement.
Yeah, he's given a soundbite.
He's given a statement. So obviously, he's been told, White House would have been told, other major capitals would have been told. So clearly, everything has been well thought of. All bases have been covered, I would think. Otherwise, India wouldn't.
US NSA briefed, Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefed Zaka. So all these people being briefed in advance saying this is what we are doing. Clearly, there has to be a sense of we are telling you this is what we have done, and you can go ahead and verify it. The US satellites will be hovering around this region, and they have been hovering around for a while. So both US, Chinese, all these intelligence, they will have their own reports of saying of what calibrated response Bharat has actually made.
I think multiple phone conversations are happening even as we speak. I'm sure the External Affairs Minister and his officials will also be briefing their counterparts, certainly in Western capitals to start with, given the time of day there. But Nitin, I also want you to sort of compare between what happened in Balakot, which was a single strike in a single location. This time, 9 places have been hit, including not just inside POK, but also Bahawalpur, which is in Pakistan, Punjab proper. So how may we anticipate and prepare for what could be a Pakistani response? And how is this qualitatively different, at least from India's Operation Sindur point of view, different from what we saw in Balakot 6 years ago?
Oh, it's completely different. Balakot was one single terrorist camp being targeted. It was in, of course, in mainland Pakistan, not in just POJK. But here, to name the places, and they are right, like I said, deep inside Pakistan's Punjab heartland, and that shows the intent, because India needed to send a message that it needs to hit the very heart of the Pakistani terror infrastructure, which is Bahawalpur and Muridke. And clearly, the statement also says this is nothing to do with the military. Although, like I said, there's a thin line between the military and the two terrorist organizations that we have, that have been targeted. And therefore, I think this is completely different from what was Balakot. Balakot was a distant camp in the jungle, camp on a hillock, with no civilian population around. But here, this is right in the heart of
that was also a
towns.
seminary hub. That was also a training hub deep there, and there is information that there is still an attempt to revive Balakot, and there are terrorist cadre being trained in Balakot. Whether there is going to be perhaps another escalatory response, again, perhaps fresh installations, it all depends on it. All depends on Pakistan. If they hold back, if they hang back, we may just stop. Otherwise, perhaps it's going to be far more punitive. Nitinji, please stay on with us. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is also with us. Sanjeevji, not crossing the airspace this time around. From within our airspace, we've been able to make these targeted strikes. How would you see this? This is at a time when, and look at the calibrated response, whole of government, if you were to say, a free trade agreement with the Brits, and with America removing all tariffs on American goods. Does this also then somewhere indicate to the Bharat's preparedness, saying that these nations will back our action? So that's happened before this action has happened. So how would you see? Is this somewhere far more calibrated, prepared, planned, much better than Balakot?
Yes, India has grown in stature in all aspects from 2019. I've been saying this for many days now. We are a force to reckon with now. We are the 4th largest economy, the biggest market in the world. And every big nation today, after the trade war, wants to engage with India. The Japanese defense minister was here. India has signed a foreign trade agreement yesterday. Prime Minister Modi was speaking in AVP's program last evening. Now, coming to the perspective, the clarity doesn't exist now on the way we have struck these 9 targets. Is it a precision strike? Is it a missile strike? Have the aeroplanes gone in? What kind of action has been taken? The clarity is not there at this stage. It will be difficult to comment without adequate knowledge at this stage. But needless to say, it is in the game of chess the first move. We would have catered and planned for the 20th move as set. And that's why we have taken these 2 weeks. The mobilization and the calling up of exercise along our Rajasthan border is a step in preparatory phase. The Indian Navy in Arabian Sea is also prepared because before any major conflict, as before any race, you warm up. And these exercises, which generally happen as a warm-up phase. So the troops are ready. The infrastructure and other things which we need to support us is put in place. The reserves and the stockpiling is done. And now I'm sure we will wait for the retaliatory attack from the other side.
Air Marshal, I can also confirm now the Foreign Office in Pakistan has also confirmed that strikes have happened. Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, has confirmed. They're, of course, downplaying the number of strikes. Shehbaz Sharif saying 5 places in Pakistan have been hit. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan also confirming that these strikes have taken place and that Pakistan strongly condemns India's actions. So there's going to be a briefing by a senior military official a little before 10 a.m. is what we are told here in India. There's going to be the cabinet meeting that will happen at 11 a.m. Aman Sharma is also here with us. This was a pre-scheduled cabinet meeting, including the CCS, which will meet. Aman, what does this mean? What happens next as we anticipate a possible retaliatory strike from Pakistan? And of course, there will be already I see a lot of psyops flying around thick and fast on social media.
Yes, Yaka, I think the operational defense is obviously very, very high right now. India is on the full alert, and India has been on full alert for the last 2 weeks. We have been expecting something like this. Only the timing, of course, was a surprise, and the government had the reason to choose it. But I think India is parallelly, Zaka, also mounting a diplomatic, offense here. I think if you read the statement of India, it's very, very clear. It says that only the terrorist strikes against India were planned and directed from the sites which have been hit by us. I think a very, very important line. We are saying here that, look, the 9 sites we have targeted, these are terror headquarters in Pakistan running with impunity. The government there has not acted against them. And the Pahalgam terror strike has been planned and directed from there. And that is why we have chosen these particular terror sites for an attack. We have not attacked Pakistan's military assets. We have not targeted their civilian population. We are targeting their terrorists within them, which have been given sanctuary by them. I think also a very important line where they say our actions are focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. This is something that also all the foreign powers have been telling India over the last 2 weeks, especially J.D. Vance's statement, Anand. He said that, I hope that the strike that India makes does not lead to a regional, global, a broader regional conflict. So I think India is very clear that we have only attacked the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, which Pakistan should have itself demolished over the years. It has not demolished it. We have seen after 26/11, after Uri, after Pulwama. And one thing is very clear, I think, Anand and Zaka, this is the big, big strike. Balakot was just one site. Here we have 9 sites. We have attacked from inside our boundary. That also shows our enhanced capabilities. Since 2019, we would not speculate how India has done it, but we have the capability to strike from within our boundary or also not even enter Pakistan. So I think that has left, that has caught Pakistan by complete surprise what has happened, and this planning must have gone on.
Their SAMs, their entire claimed air defense systems, etc., were not able to pick it up. The other thing is that we are now telling the world we don't want to escalate matters. One request to all our viewers: just don't jump to anything that's being circulated. There's a lot of fake propaganda. Like just now, there is confirmation from international media that any claims of any Indian aircraft being brought down by the Pakistanis is all false. It's all lie. They are pulling out old videos. This is a Pakistani Air Force that was pulled up for showing SpaceX and other video games videos as if they are conducting sorties. Their Twitter account was flagged for this about 5 days ago. So you can understand that they can go to any extent for propaganda, and that too false. They have not done anything except for brazen ceasefire violations. There is an escalation of artillery fire along the line of control. That's what's happening. There are certain sectors which have now become active, including Punch and also Uri. But Beyond that, there has not been anything. So please trust CNN News 18 put out and give you correct, proper, verified information. All that's doing the rounds. Please don't succumb to that kind of
We can
false
also
propaganda.
go across to Akash,
Zaka,
I think, our defense reporter who's joining us. Akash, what are you hearing in terms of these multiple ceasefire violations along the LOC?
Zaka, I was mentioning it earlier that till now artillery was not being used, but after this attack, Pakistan is using heavy artillery. In fact, I'm learning about several sort of violations in Uri, in Kupwara, and in Rajouri and Punch of Jammu, and also in Mendhar sector, where we have one casualty as well, one civilian casualty. We have several forward villages there ahead of AIOS, and these are very much within the territory where the artillery can come. And this is the reason why we have bunkers created at several places. I have shown, these bunkers in my report earlier in the day yesterday. And, in fact, these civilians have been asked, are in fact going towards these bunkers because heavy firing is coming from the other side, and Indian Army is actually retaliating, in a similar manner, Zaka.
So this time they should not only silence their guns, Zaka. Nitin Gokhale and Admiral Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor are with us, still with us. Should we now not just respond to their guns, but to push them back? Should we, any kind of escalatory move by the Pakistanis, should we use that as a reason to try and perhaps punish them punitively beyond just targeting terror camps? Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, do we believe that Bharat should have the right to exercise further, punitive action against the Pakistanis? And this is Operation Sindur. This time they singled out Hindus, Hindu male, and gunned them down, unarmed civilians who were targeted. So should Bharat show so much restraint, or any false step by the Pakistanis, should we use that to perhaps go up a little more on the escalatory ladder and make it far more punitive?
Yes.
Charge them acreage.
Yes, it all would have been planned. The last 2 weeks, the hectic meetings which you all have been covering are discussing all this, what we are just mentioning. In geopolitics, 180 countries out of 193 were contacted by our foreign ministry. I was with Mr. Deepak Vora yesterday, and we had a detailed discussion on how diplomacy, and I've been covering in all the channels. If you remember, after 2019 attack, our attack in Balakot, the briefing was not done by the Ministry of Defense or the Defense Minister or the Defense Secretary or the Armed Forces. The briefing after Balakot was done by the Foreign Secretary. The Prime Minister cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia after Pahalgam. Who received him at the airport? It was the Foreign Secretary. Who briefed the Prime Minister on return? The Foreign Secretary. Who has been huddled in this whole meeting? The Foreign Secretary and the diplomacy. So India's main approach, in my appreciation, is that you have to take the international community along. Because in today's intertwined world, the supply chains, the pluses and minuses of everything has a diplomatic fallout. So the call which the NSA has just made, you only just covered after this attack to the US counterpart, indicates that we are explaining our position and we are ready in all aspects, because Pakistan is used to throwing up the fake narrative. And like you rightly mentioned, don't fall for anything coming from across. Don't, just go in that we have shot down their 2 Rafales and we have struck so place. This has been going on. And all the 3 wars which India has won, as per their narrative, to the Pakistani masses and their people, the armed forces are always said.
Marshal, just give me one moment. I want to go back to Nitin as well. The fact that India is hit amongst these 9 sites, Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish, deep inside Pakistan, and Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar. And these are 2 organizations that have carried out multiple terror attacks inside India, from 26/11 to Uri to Pulwama. How and why is that important, Nitin?
Well, like I said, these are the 2 terrorist organizations that have been in India's crosshairs for quite some time. The Mumbai attack was carried out by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Jaish Mohammed has been behind so many attacks in India, prominent and otherwise. And the Pahalgam attack was clearly a Pakistani army-sponsored, supported attack by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Former SSG soldiers were involved there. And it was very well conceived because it wanted to create communal divide in India, which they did not succeed. And therefore, it was important to hit those two headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Let me remind you, Zaka, in 2008, post the Mumbai attack, the then Air Chief Marshal Fali Major had offered to do exactly this. In fact, former NSA Shiv Shankar Menon in his book Choices has confirmed that that offer was made and Air Force was ready to strike even then without any collateral damage to the civilian population there. But that option was rejected. It was not selected for various reasons that have been mentioned by people in power that time. And both Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, also that time ex-Prime Minister, has mentioned it. So I would think this was waiting to happen. The patience levels of India had actually sort of been breached, and it needed to show that Indian armed forces can strike, do a precision strike on these terror headquarters, which actually needed to be shown to the world too, that these are the terror fountainheads and they must be hit.
All right.
Well, let's try and understand. And 5 locations, that's what the Pakistani claim. The Pakistanis claim 9 sites. Nine sites. So these 9 sites, where are they? They're spread across the POJK region and then into Pak Punjab. And this is all neighboring on the other side. This is all Pak Punjab. So Bahawalpur is the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, and they have about 18 acres of space, which is training and radicalizing and indoctrinating youngsters, and this is training jihadis. So this is the hub of the Jaish. So this is being targeted. Then further up is Muridke. So Muridke, and in this region is where the Lashkar-e-Taiba and they have their headquarters. Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Lashkar-e-Taiba, their headquarters are in this region, Muridke, Faisalabad, this region. And then you have the Kotli, Muzzafarabad, Mirpur. This is in the POJK region, where you have training camps and again seminaries and terror tanzeems operating. So there are not just Lashkar and Lashkar Jamaat-ud-Dawa or the Lashkar JUD group that is here and Jaish, but all this cadre, when they move, when they want to make their incursions or infiltrate, they move up to here and into this. Now, the entire jihad conglomeration or conference which happens in this region. This is Muzzafarabad. Muzzafarabad used to be an integral part of Bharat and the Riyasat of Jammu and Kashmir in the past, of Kashmir in the past. But now this was cleaned out. This was Muzzafarabad. There's another place where there was a huge ethnic cleansing of Hindus which happened. This is Operation Sindur. Hindus had been about 100 years ago, in fact 70 to 80 years ago, there was a massive cleansing, ethnic cleansing, and post-partition also around that time also Muzzafarabad, nearly about 30 to 40,000 Hindus were cleaned out from this area. Now, this is where the entire jihadi tanzeems come here and meet almost once or twice, once every year or once in 2 years. They have been meeting. 300 jihadi tanzeems come and meet here in Muzzafarabad. And that's where, again, there is a huge training camp, largely occupied by Jaish and Lashkar cadre. Now, there are other offshoots and other terror tanzeems also, but largely it is focusing on these 2 big fountainheads, the Jaish and, of course, borders with Pakistan. Our flights, our planes have been far within. From where they have conducted the strikes, how they have conducted the strikes, all these are not yet underlined, and those are all subject to confirmation and briefing that we are awaiting from the government. But at this point in time, these are the main locations. There is Faisalabad also, so that's a 5th location, but 9 different sites because they are located at different points. This is the biggest one, Azaka, Muridke and Bahawalpur. These are the biggest ones because this is right at the heart, and some of the biggest army installations are placed not so far from Bahawalpur and Muridke. There is actually a SAMS placement or a surface-to-air missile placement near Bahawalpur, just about 4 kilometers away from this entire 18-acre terror hub of the Jaish.
We have one more confirmation now by way of sources to CNN News 18 that this was a joint operation by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. Also, the United Nations Secretary General spokesperson has called for maximum military restraint from both India and Pakistan. So we have both of these confirmations. I don't know if Akash is still there with us. If Akash is there, then we could ask him about this joint operation between the armed forces, that is both the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So both the wings of the tri-services were used. Air Marshal Kapoor is still with us. Air Marshal, what do you make of that? The government has now confirmed that this was a joint operation both by the Indian Air Force and by the Indian Army.
Yeah, I was telling you, the clarity is not there as yet. We have used missiles, we have used standoff weapons, we have gone across with our aeroplanes. Was it close to the IB, a special ops by our special forces? The clarity is not there, and it will not be there because these things are never put across. The broad statement says that we have hit 9 targets. The modalities and the way it has been done will come in due time.
Okay.
But needless to say, we have begun and we would be prepared in all aspects for retaliatory attack.
All right, Anand, the
We've
retaliatory...
got a detailed statement, Zaka. This has been released by the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. First point they're saying, and this is confirmation of Operation Sindur. So they're saying terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd. Point number 1, brutal and heinous attack. Second point, India has credible leads, technical inputs and testimony of survivors and other evidence pointing to clear involvement of Pak-backed terrorists in this attack. Third, it was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and their infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. Fourth point, India's precise actions have been focused and precise. They have been measured, responsible and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani civilian, economic or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. And the fifth point that they have tried to elucidate there, shortly after the strikes, NSA Shri Ajit Doval spoke with US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and briefed him on the actions taken. This is what they are saying. And a number of nations now, Zaka, this is something which you should also weigh in on along with Nitin and Air Marshal here, that we've spoken to multiple nations, US, UK, Saudi, UAE and Russia. Very, very important nations to be spoken with.
I think it's absolutely important. Like I said, because of the time of night, the Western countries will get briefed first. The UK certainly has been briefed. UAE and Saudi Arabia are very, very crucial because these are key members of the GCC, the Gulf countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council. Russia has been briefed as well. Just a couple of days ago, the Prime Minister spoke. In fact, yesterday, the Prime Minister spoke with President Putin of Russia. So some of the major powers have been spoken to. The US has been briefed. The National Security Advisor has briefed his counterpart, the Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor, Secretary Rubio. Also, like I said, it's very important that India gets the support and gets on board the Gulf Cooperation Council members, Saudi Arabia and UAE, both of whom have been spoken to. And I think it's also pertinent to point out that Pahalgam happened when the Prime Minister was on an official visit to Saudi Arabia. He cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia, returned a day early. And Rahul Shivshankar is also here with us. Rahul Shivshankar, good morning. At 50 minutes past 3 o'clock, this is a huge moment for India.
Airport has been closed, so let's start with that update.
Yeah,
Yes,
there have also been, of course, airports shut now in Pakistan. Two of the Pakistani airports.
All of Punjab is in a state of emergency in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
They've shut down the schools, but here we've now shut the airport for even civilian traffic, Srinagar Airport.
Absolutely. Restrained. India has been very focused. We always said that we were going to be targeting those that hit us, those that are plotting against us, and those that executed Pahalgam. There's a statement that has been now put out by the Indian Embassy saying that we prepared a dossier. Indian Embassy in America, that is, they've prepared a dossier. In fact, if you just look at this statement, let me just go through it. Terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd in a brutal and heinous attack. India's credible leads, technical inputs, testimony of the survivors and other evidence pointing towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. It is expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. India's actions have been focused and precise. This is very important. Focused and precise. They were measured, responsible, and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani civilian, economic, or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. And of course, the news that the NSA, Ajit Doval, spoke with US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Remember, the US just lost their NSA. Trump removed him from office. So obviously, now you have the
But what does that mean, Rahul? The fact that they're underlining in all statements that have been put out by the government that no military targets were hit and neither was any civilian target hit, and these are non-escalatory. What does that mean?
Okay, so there are three things here. First, obviously, the need was for obviously imposing some amount of deterrence. Number two, the action should be visible. And many people were saying that it should be beyond Indian territory. So it could not be in POK, it needed to be in proper Pakistan. So we've chosen Punjab, which is the hub of the military terror nexus. And the targets that we've picked are terror targets. Pakistan should not actually have a problem with them, given the fact that they call themselves victims of terrorism, especially Islamist terrorism. So if these strikes that you're seeing on your screens, on those 4 cameras that have been taken, I don't know if they're 4 different sites or if they're from the same one operation, or 4 different sites. Well, this is a clear attack against those that violated Indian territorial integrity, supposedly non-state actors, as Pakistan constantly says. So Pakistan should not have a problem, really, with us removing what they claim are also impediments.
Wait, this is what Shehbaz Sharif has just tweeted as of 3:51 a.m. This is the tweet that he said. He said, and the important part is that there is a response that is already underway. A resolute response is already underway. Entire nation stands united behind its armed forces. Our morale and resolve remain unshaken. But they are saying reserves absolute right to respond decisively to this unprovoked Indian attack. A resolute response is already underway. Now, what the Pakistanis will choose to do is up to them. But do we have then, as an open, clear handle, to go back and perhaps be far more punitive? The other thing is, Air Marshal, would you tell, and Nitin Gokhale, would you tell Bharat to take the civil defense mock drills very, very seriously? They no longer may be mock drills. So we have to be able to be ready for any kind of reprisal. And if Pakistan makes that mistake, then does that then give us further open handle to go up the escalatory ladder? Will we do that this time around, or will we also back off? Because every time when we back off, the enemy gets emboldened. Nitin Gokhale. Sanjeev Kapoor.
Yeah, we will have to take the step. There is absolutely no choice. Once the escalatory ladder begins to go up, the Indian Air Force and the services have their plans ready. And these are war game, and the contingencies are discussed at every level. So I'm sure
But you think the Pakistanis can afford an escalation, sir? Or is it just all of this is just showbazi, making all these tall claims? And can they really afford? Because they don't have the kind of money, resources, wherewithal to go intense into warfare or an escalated conflict with us. That's their current condition.
They are a professional armed force. When you see the hierarchy in the global order, they're quite high up. The Pakistani armed forces, whatever you may say, is termed as a professional military. Now, obviously, they have an image which they have built around themselves for their countrymen for the last 70 to 80 years. And they will obviously retaliate. They will retaliate because their own survival and existence is at stake. They cannot, in front of the masses.
Coming in that there's massive chaos in hospitals in Bahawalpur.
Yeah.
In Pakistan. So clearly they've been caught completely flat-footed there.
No, I think the important thing is also that, look, India has very clearly said no military targets were hit. These are the visuals that are coming in from Pakistan. No civilians were hit. I think that needs to be underlined. No economic installations were hit. So India's aim was simply to hit the terror launch pads, and India has chosen not to escalate this any further. So provided if Pakistan chooses not to retaliate, then the matter ends here. But if Pakistan does retaliate, then of course India reserves the right to respond.
Who is the Pakistan
These are shots from Bahawalpur.
armed force going to hit now? I mean, we don't have terror camps that target Pakistan on our soil. So if this has to be a tit-for-tat response, it has to be an equal and opposite response. Then they would have to go only for terror targets in India, which we don't have.
Yeah.
So the Pakistanis would therefore be bending international law if they were to strike at our forces.
They will target military installations.
Yes.
They
So
will
if they
try and
target our
target
forces,
military installations. They will try and
They will escalate. I mean, that's the ladder of escalation.
Yeah, and they will. And when they do that, then that means that also internationally for us to go back and say, Zaka, that there is an open military backing to terror tanzeem. Now, training to be a jihadi is equal to a jihadi. Now, these are all jihadi establishments or jihadi camps, terror camps that under Operation Sindur, Bharat has targeted. And what are these? What is 18 acres of land at the hand of Jaish and Mohammed in the heart of Punjab in Bahawalpur?
These pictures,
how can Pakistan justify
I think
that?
these pictures we should refer to these. These are from Bahawalpur. We are given to understand. You can see ambulances. You can see crowds. You can see some people carrying. I don't know if they're dead bodies or they're injured people. But these are pictures from outside a hospital in Bahawalpur.
So clearly,
I think the important thing to underline is going back to this press statement put out. And this is the first official statement from the Foreign Ministry of the Government of India, the External Affairs Ministry, the statement that was put out by the embassy in Washington, that the aim was not to target any civilian establishments. The attempt was not to target any economic installations, no military installations. It was simply terror launch pads. I think this could also be part of the psyops that the Pakistani establishment.
No, it's not even the psyops. The fact is that they don't look at their halat. They have no clue. The other thing is Pakistan now has to justify to the world how is it that proscribed terror organizations have 18-20 acres of land in the heart of Pakistan, Punjab, either in Muridke or in Bahawalpur. How are two of the most wanted terror tanzeems and their heads operating out of Pakistani soil, not so far from their military establishments? These are questions that Pakistan has to say. How is it that they have decided to put civilian life and other life in danger by harboring these terror camps right in the heart of civilian areas or right next to military installations? This is what the Pakistanis
and
need to
that's
answer.
why India has said non-escalatory nature, because an escalation from them would mean that they would be striking our state, the Indian state, which would obviously mean that you have breached an understanding between two independent sovereign countries, that you don't go to war against each other, you don't attack each other. So obviously India has underlined, and therefore, Zaka, at every level, in every communication, if you notice, India has underlined this point. And if you remember, the Prime Minister, when he made his statements, he's always never mentioned the Pakistani state. He's never even mentioned the word Pakistan.
Yes,
he's only talked about those individuals who have attacked Pahalgam. We will avenge them. We will inflict visible, and he used words where he said unimaginable punishment. And look at these pictures and the chaos outside that hospital and the scores of ambulances. It shows that this has not been a strike out of the public eye.
I also want to go back to just the statement that was put out by the embassy there. So new information that's coming out. India has not said this in the aftermath of Pahalgam. Point number 2, which it says India has credible leads, technical inputs, testimony of the survivors, and other evidence, all of which points towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. So this is again new information that the statement has put out. It was expected that Pakistan would take action against these terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India.
Well, the mouthpiece, China's mouthpiece, Global Times has said 3 killed and 14 injured. So that's the number that they are putting out on the other side. So the idea is to target installations, terror camps. The numbers, if we...
Actually, they are quoting the Pakistani media and the Pakistani authorities.
Yeah, so this is what they are quoting. But there are 9 sites that have been targeted.
General Sanjay Kulkarni is also joining us. General, good morning. Jai Hind to you. What a morning to join us at 4 a.m.
Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Your first
Believe
reaction,
you me, it couldn't have been better. It couldn't have been better. Not for any other reason. 9 terror sites been hit so hard that Pakistan Prime Minister has to tweet that they have been hit. So has their DG ISPR has also said they have been hit, and they've been hit very hard. Of course, the retaliation by the Pakis have commenced along the LOC, where they're upgraded the firing from small arms to artillery. Notwithstanding that, there are massive casualties, and India has not just confined itself to the POK. India has also started Bahawalpur, and that's deep into Punjab, and primarily the hideouts of Jaish and Mohammed. So none of the military installations have been hit, and that's something we didn't want to escalate. But should Pakistan wish to do that, well, the choice is entirely there. The ball is in their court, and I'm sure Pakistan realizes it. And all these photographs that you're showing on the screen, all these images on the screen are probably from Pakistan, because they are the ones who have actually released to say that they've been hit. There's a total blackout there. The power stations have been hit at Muzzafarabad. which was a capital which was seen by me when I was at Tanda. So I know how Muzzafarabad would have been hit very badly.
General
so
Saab,
I'm glad they've been hit.
I just want to ask you, Jai Hind, first of all, and congratulations to all Indian armed forces, including the brave such as you who have served our country. You know this part of Pakistan very well. I just want to quickly ask you, sir, we've emphasized in every statement that this is a non-escalatory strike. What does that mean for the benefit of viewers? And what does that, what moral bind does that put Pakistan in?
See, we have always been taking very clearly, we've never ever said we want to strike Pakistan. We have said that we will hit the terror. We've been wanting to say that the source of terror has to be hit, eradicated, destroyed. And it is in that context we find that these 9 sites so selected, Kotli, Muzzafarabad, Bahawalpur, and I'm sure I'm told the airspace of Lahore and Sialkot has also been, for the next 48 hours. The airspace
all of Pak Punjab airspace closed. Pak Punjab in an emergency.
In fact, if you go to Flight Radar 24 right now, there's not one flight over Pakistan. I just tweeted that a few minutes back.
So
absolutely, and indicative. When you say non-escalatory, primarily that we have not hit Pak military installations. This is to give a clear signal to Pakistan that we do not like this kind of terror which emanates from there. We to tell the world it is the terror locations which have been hit and not Pakistan.
General, we have now confirmation from the Pakistani media. I don't know if we can show this as per NBDA guidelines. We're not allowed to show Pakistani guests, but I guess we can show this. Pakistani media are now confirming that the madrasa of Masood Azhar, the head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, has been completely destroyed. I wish we can show these pictures, but Pakistani media are now carrying those pictures from this 18-acre campus, as Anand has been referring to it constantly, inside Bahawalpur. The main madrasa inside the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur has been destroyed, and it's been confirmed by
Zaka,
Pakistan.
we put it out here on CNN News 18. Manoj Kumar Gupta got us these details, in-depth details of this entire Bahawalpur establishment of the Jaish. They had spread to more than 18 acres of area where they were conducting seminaries, terror camps, and all of this. So now big news coming through that there are 17 terrorists have been killed in Operation Sindur. 17 terrorists. We have to now see if there are some key personnel, commanders, operational commanders also involved in this. 17 terrorists have now been killed in Operation Sindur. Masood Azhar's madrasa has been completely destroyed. So clearly, the Bahawalpur hub headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is spread over nearly 18 acres, has been totally wiped out. This is very, very big, right in the heart of Pak Punjab, and only about 4 kilometers away from this Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur is the Air Force base and a military installation, very strong military installation of the Pakistani armed forces. So not so far away, and they even had surface-to-air missiles installed there around Balakot and post that to try and safeguard Bahawalpur and this Jaish headquarters. And despite all of that, this has been totally smothered.
This Masood Azhar, while we don't know if he's one of the casualties, remember he was released.
Yeah.
IC 814. So this is comeuppance that goes back now 26 years.
In fact, another of the terrorists who had been released along with Masood Azhar has been responsible for working with and indoctrinating OGWs, and he is operating from Kotli. So that terror outfit, that terror tanzim was operating out of Kotli. So if you put out the map graphics that we put out, which are the strategic locations that have been targeted, all the places which are terror hubs, Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Muridke, and Bahawalpur. These are all, and of course there is Mirpur, Muzzafarabad there, Kotli, so 4 and 5 locations, and then there are certain portions of Faisalabad also. This guy, Ajmal Kasab, came from this area of Muridke. Not so far away from where Jamaat Dawa was actually collecting money and also recruiting youngsters, criminals and youngsters, and indoctrinating them and sending and training them. So Lashkar points, Jaish's point. Jaish and in Muzzafarabad, Bahawalpur and Muzzafarabad, 2 big areas where not just training camps were there along with Muridke, but the Muzzafarabad was the first initial training camp from where they would move closer towards the LOC to smaller camps, and then further on the other side of the LOC into the Indian side on the windward side of the hills or the mountains where they would have their launching pads.
All right.
So we've not
Anand,
looked at the launch pads, but the headquarters, the hubs itself.
Group Captain Augustin Vinod is also joining us. Jai Hind to you, Group Captain. What a morning this is, 7th of May 2025, Red Letter Day in India's history, military history certainly, and India's history. What are your first reactions? 9 sites have been hit, both in POK and in mainland Pakistan.
Good evening to all three of you. Anand, good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Very, very good morning. This is a fantastic morning.
Fantastic morning and fantastic evening for me. I am sitting right very close to DC. Been sitting here for nearly 10 days now. And, looking at what kind of actions that is going on. Even Trump has come out and said, I hope it stops soon. But coming to the most important aspect, Anand, is because the strike has been so strong and across the spectrum of the terrorist camps, I feel the potential for this to snowball into a full-blown war is very, very high. See, we have not gone against any of their military target. If they come at our military target, this is really going to snowball into something like Ukraine, Russia, or Palestine and Israel. So that is something I think the army should, the Pakistan army should refrain from. But the chatter that I'm hearing is that things are moving towards a full-blown war. Things are moving towards, that we are going to be stretching this discussion for maybe days to come or maybe months to come. Because today, Anand, remember, the short, sweet war kind of scenario is more or less over. It is war of attrition. Both the wars have shown it to us that it is going to be a war of attrition. If this continues like this for a while, I think it is not going to be good for Pakistan.
But Captain Vinod, one of the things that we were able to confirm late last evening was that Bharat is ready. Bharat has actually made the provisions. We have enough and more in our reserves. There are also budgets for emergency funds. There has been additional monies that have been written for defense expenditure based on what Pakistan chooses to do now. There are pictures now of other seminaries that are now being emptied. Look at the number who are fleeing and getting out, and they are all being emptied. These are other seminaries in Pakistan, other madrasas in Pakistan, which are now being emptied after the cleanup of Bahawalpur. And cleanup from Bahawalpur also.
There's more information coming. Again, this is by way of defense sources to CNN News 18. Precision strike weapon systems of all three forces, the Indian Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, were used in the attacks, including loitering munitions. We can maybe ask Group Captain, what does a loitering munition mean? The coordinates for the attacks on these terrorist camps were provided by the intelligence agencies. These are both in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The attacks were carried out only from Indian soil. So I think that again is something that multiple statements are emphasizing, that the LOC was not crossed. These munitions were set off from the Indian side of the line of control. Why is that important, Group Captain?
Superb question. In fact, just the other day, I was on your channel discussing very same thing. Today, we have the long-range vectors where we don't have to cross. Spice 2000 with booster has about 180 kilometers of range. Scalp NG, which Rafale carries, has 300 kilometers of range. And we have BrahMos, air launch BrahMos, surface launch BrahMos, again 300, 400 kilometers of range. And mind you, in the entire POK, or for that matter, the entire Pakistan, हमारे जासूस सब कोने में हैं. We exactly know when people are doing what. And we exactly know the window when we can attack them and where to attack them. And that is exactly what we have done. The problem is, Munir's trigger-happy attitude. If it goes against our forces, whether it is Srinagar, whether it is any of the bases, or whether it is army, then it is no holds bar. All three of you, I'm telling you this. Right. It's going to be a no holds bar. Maybe a couple of hours down the road, this is what we are going to be discussing. That how this war is going to pan out,
as of
and
now,
which all
there
area
is
is going to get affected.
How do you explain loitering munitions, Air Marshal? I think General Kulkarni, if you can explain this to us, because this has been said that Army, Navy, and Air Force conducted precision strikes on terrorist camps in Pakistan and POK using advanced weapon systems, including loitering munitions. So, what are loitering munitions?
So it has a GPS which can take on to the targets where it is destined to. So it is not an ammunition which just goes and bangs and just goes anywhere. So loitering means it knows exactly where to hit, and having it in the air, then it knows where to go and strike the target. So the precision targets with the loitering ammunition. So it is in a general area, but it knows where to go, and not just one. There could be even 10 of these ammunition being shot from one end, and then you know where that ammunition would be able to strike. So these are all precision strikes carried out by the ammunition in that general area.
Well, the other thing is that kisne mara? Who did? Air Force, Army, Navy. So this time they're saying hum sabne mara. All of us were involved.
Yeah.
So that is what everybody is saying. So this is an armed forces strike. So there's no one arm of the armed forces at all. All of us were involved. Everybody was involved. That's what they have very clearly said.
General, very quickly to you, what munitions does Pakistan have, if any, if they were to conduct similar operations?
See, Pakistan also has similar ammunition. It's not because China is the one which is providing 80% of the inventory of Pakistan comes from China. So they do have. It isn't that they don't have. But notwithstanding that, we are prepared. I'm sure when we go in for these kind of attacks, everything is war game. We know the retaliation that may come, how much it would come, how much in tears that we have that we may be able to protect ourselves, the Pakistani Air Force is concerned. And we know exactly which all ports have to be blocked and what retaliation will come from Pakistan. And even the ground forces, they would know, the army would know exactly that, yes, the LOC, which was so far for the last 12 to 13 days, confined itself only to small arm fire. There will be artillery shelling at the other end. And all of this we have not crossed the LOC. I'm told that the Pakistani Air Force is also flying. I don't know whether they have crossed the LOC. If they have crossed the LOC, then of course the thing. But I don't think it may not escalate into something very strong. The very fact it has been launched at about 1 o'clock in the night, all the targets would have been neutralized with what we had wanted. It is entirely up to Pakistan. But Pakistan doesn't have the capability to go beyond 4 days. So if it doesn't have the capability, it might well stop now rather than extend it. And then we found itself, in a catch-22 situation, it would not be able to come out. Nobody will be able to protect or defend Pakistan at that point of time.
But General, in this calculus, there is also one variable, which is that the person who started all of this is the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, Asim Munir, his comments that he made to the Pakistan overseas community. So, I mean, doesn't this now become a prestige issue for him?
No, see, he is the jihadi general, what you could rightly so Hafiz Munir rather than Asif Munir. Yes, he has started it. He would have also war game as to what. But sometimes it so happens they feel that India will not retaliate. They are also being told that, look, India is looking up the economic way and India would not want to slide down economically, and then again India will hit. But now that India has stuck so badly, I don't think Munir knew it. That is why he dispatched his family from Pakistan. Had he not known this, this was all known that India will retaliate and retaliate rather hard. But India has.
But General Saab, you will appreciate कि वो कुछ तो करेगा, because they are so desperate. And he has put all at stake. Asim Munir has put everything at stake when he espoused the two-nation theory and spewed that venom what he did. So after that, there is no going for them. And they are a bunch of crazies. Now, what they do as far as the escalatory ladder, somewhere are we ready for that kind of a response, for that reprisal? And our own further moving on that escalatory ladder. See, their job is to attack, and they are going to be vicious. But how are we going to tame them? Are we going to be? Are we very clear on that intent?
100%, Anand. That is why we started off with non-military targets. So the strike was a non-military target. Now it's for Pakistan. If Pakistan takes on Indian military targets, then they had it. Because then the retaliation will start. Then we'll know what my co-panelist is talking about from Washington, that it might just escalate. It is as long as it is non-military targets.
Akash is with us. General Saab, 30 seconds. We're just going straight across to Akash, who joins us with more details. Akash, what can you tell us?
Right. So Rahul, first of all, Anand was asking about loitering munitions. So it is something that has got the capability of a drone and a missile. And, India at this point in time has many indigenous loitering munition. In fact, we have Nagastra, we have LS-50 and many others, though we still have no confirmation as to, what were the specifications as far as the platforms and weapons that were used in this particular attack. But we have been given to understand that it was a coordinated effort by, all three forces, Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy. And also we have been learning that these, strikes were deliberated and were decided with the intent of targeting top Jaish and Lashkar leadership for their role in sponsoring terrorist activities here in India. Not just Pahalgam on 22nd of April, but we have seen in the past that how in 2023, they have carried out several sort of attacks south of Peer Panjal, in Rajouri and Punch, 2024 as well, when an Air Force convoy was attacked back in January, and before 2023 and 2024 as well. These two groups have been, involved in the sort of attacks that we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's the reason why this attack was carried out. In fact, it has been categorically mentioned by, the Indian Embassy in Washington that Pakistan was given enough time to take action against those who were behind the, sort of attack that happened in, in India on 22nd of April, but nothing was done. And that's the reason why India, in fact.
How does this compare with what the statement that India put out when Balakot happened? That was a limited operation. It was only the Air Force, Mirage 2000s, I think, that were involved at that time. This time, the statement saying that all tri-services were involved. Yeah. Why that significant underlining?
The international community has, a lot to do with the sort of statement that has come out. Because we have seen, from past so many days, S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, and in fact, other ministers were in touch with, several sort of, foreign affairs ministers from across the globe. And we have been approaching, UNSC, in fact, the members of UNSC, permanent members as well as non-permanent members, and have been telling them as to, what we intend to do and why we intend to do that. And that's the reason why we are seeing this sort of statement where, India has made it very clear that we did not, violate any sort of border treaty or, any sort of international order. But
I think the statement also saying that all of these hits were taken from inside, from the Indian side of the line of control, is I think also underlining to the Pakistanis and to the international community. We're not violating the line of control.
Will these restore deterrence in Pakistan's mind? These strikes are significant, Anand. They are in proper Pakistan. Balakot also happened, but remember, Balakot happened off-grid in a sense.
See, common sense would say, given the nature of the enemy and the mindset from where they come, and Group Captain M.J. Vinod and General Kulkarni can weigh in on it, our armed forces or the Indian armed forces have actually targeted terror installations. It is a response and a war on terror that Bharat is waging. But for the Pakistanis, and especially their army general and the ISI, this is a hit at their ego. It is a hit at their entire whole bluster and braggadocio.
And that's why you're hearing these manic statements coming from their leadership.
Enemy is vicious to the extent of singling out Hindus, unarmed Hindu civilians, and targeting them and trying to say, and then say, oh, we have not done it, some other person has done it, and to try and call it false flag, etc. But Operation Sindur will now, is there going to be a retaliation? And now we've got more information coming through that the Prime Minister was personally monitoring the entire administration. Now, Akash is further saying locations of the strikes were deliberated and decided with the intent of targeting top Jaish and Lashkar leadership for their role in sponsoring terrorist activities in India. So, Group Captain Vinod, our focus as a nation is a war on terror. The government's focus is a war on terror. The armed forces have targeted terror strikes. But Pakistan has been waging a proxy war against us for a long time. So will there be two levels of responses, and is Bharat ready?
Good question, Anand. Just coming back to Zaka's original point of loitering munition, I thought let me put a little bit of light on that for the sake of our viewers. Loitering munition is much more than what you and I hear or read about.
Right.
Loitering munition goes without a target.
Just 1 second, Captain.
It goes up in the air.
1 second, sir. We've just got confirmation that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was personally monitoring Operation Sindur. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindur. So he was there, aware of what was going on, and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindur was being monitored, it's been planned, and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Great point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering. And once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time that we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, Prime Minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, in the US operations, you've seen many times Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time I think I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzzafarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzzafarabad must have gone. Same is in
Just give me a moment. I also want to go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. The Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development, actually, in the larger scheme of things. Not just optically, but this just tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved. And, people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he's standing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence within an hour or two. He was already conferring with the inner core and the inner team. And by the evening, he was chairing important meetings with the entire defense establishment.
Aman is also joining us. Aman, what more can you tell us? PM Modi was monitoring this live at 7 LKM.
Yes, Zaka, we can confirm that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring Operation Sindur. He was very much in the thick of the things as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force have conducted a joint coordinated strike inside 9 sites in Pakistan, especially targeting the terror headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This strike is much, much bigger than Balakot. When one terror camp was targeted, now we have 9 sites, including the terror headquarters of the Jaish and the Lashkar. What we can confirm through top-level sources is that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. He had a busy day. Yesterday he was also at a media event later in the evening at 8 o'clock, but he was monitoring the operation and he has had multiple meetings yesterday also where the entire operation was fine-tuned. Over the last 2 to 3 days, we saw him having separate meetings with the Air Force Chief, the Army Chief and the Navy Chief. He also had multiple meetings with the NSA Ajit Doval, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and the Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. All this seems to be a very, very planned, coordinated
Do you know
operation.
who else was with him while this operation was underway and while he was monitoring it? Any idea?
Well, Rahul, those details we don't have yet, but we can confirm this much that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. This has been the case earlier in the big surgical strikes carried out earlier also. But this time, I think because the strikes size and the strikes...
There's more. Payal Mehta has just now got more information. Aman, at this point, Payal Mehta has got more information where she's saying that 9 targets, all successful. Top sources have now confirmed this. Payal is with us on the phone line. Yes, Payal. So the government confirming that there were 9 targets and all have been successfully hit.
Anand, a very, very important development coming to the 4 top offices in the government have told us the Prime Minister was constantly monitoring the operation throughout the night. And the information that we have is that 9 targets were targeted by our armed forces and all are successful. That's a big official confirmation coming in from the highest offices in the government of India. In fact, even though Pakistan is trying to peddle in some lies and some, false information saying 5 targets, etc. But, undeniable sources have confirmed this to us. So big, relief coming in for all those people who are waiting for India to see when will they avenge their revenge. 14 days into that attack on the innocent civilians, India has avenged their revenge for Pahalgam.
There's
Right,
also
thank you.
information coming in that Marco Rubio, the US NSA,
He's
has
spoken
spoken
with
with
Asim
with Asim Malik, who is
Asim
the
Malik,
DG
yeah, the
ISI
NSA.
and currently the NSA of Pakistan as well. I guess, look,
Who
the
is just
Americans have
newly
always
appointed.
intervened
Yeah.
to try and, calm down tempers. They did that in 2019 as well. Mike Pompeo has mentioned this in his book.
And in 1999,
Yeah, and
when
of
it
course
came
in
to
Kargil when
in a very big
but
way.
gents,
when
also
the
weighing on
regime-
this, how much will the fact that at 10:22 p.m. last evening, Bharat or America confirmed that Bharat has withdrawn all tariffs on US goods. Now that move happens, and 3 hours later, the armed forces make these precision strikes at 9 important targets. So is this a whole of government approach, strategic maneuver, which says, all right, I'm going to take action. I'm also going to work with you economically. I'm signing an FTA with the UK, with UK. So in a true sense, this is a whole of government approach where all allies, all nations who need to be on the Bharat side, if I were to say that, when we conduct a strike like this and we need global support, because that's how the work, the world of geopolitics works, Zaka.
Absolutely. And I think it's important
should we be confident
to
that
say
Marco Rubio
that-
will be telling Pakistan to actually back off?
Oh,
rather than-
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. That's what they've done, which is what I was trying to say in 2019. And Mike Pompeo had that conversation with Sushma Swaraj. He also spoke to his Pakistani counterpart at that time. The exact same thing is happening now. Marco Rubio is the acting NSA. He has spoken with NSA Dowell, who spoke to him, and then the Indian embassy in Washington put out that detailed statement. Immediately after that, he has now spoken to his Pakistani counterpart. And the message to both sides will be no further. And of course, the ball is really now in Pakistan's court, which is why the Indian statements, the army statement, the MOD statement, everything says no military targets hit, no escalation, and of course, that it was only terror launch pads that were hit.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, look, India is on firm legal footing here. It has done what it has done in a very precise manner. We have said that 9 targets were hit. All the attacks were successful. These are precision strikes, non-escalatory, not against the Pakistani establishment or the Pakistani state. So Pakistan can't complain about the fact that any of their Pakistani state interests or state targets or assets have been in any way affected in this strike. So it takes away an important trigger from Pakistan to retaliate.
But Zaka and Rahul, and along with Group Captain Vinod and General Kulkarni, one would appreciate that Pakistan has also a lot of non-state actors in the play, in the theater of action. And if there are any state action, calibrated action by the Pakistan army or the Pakistan state is reined in by the powers, global powers, there is a possibility that they can activate their non-state actors, their cadre who have perhaps already on Bharatiya soil. And that means that there is an internal security challenge.
Just one intervention. This is from Destefra, which is a very highly respected, highly followed military Twitter handle. And he has given out all 9 locations now. Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Sialkot, Muridke, and Chak Amru. These were the 9 locations that were hit. This is from Destefra, very, very popular, very credible military.
Let's get general. Let's get general in on these locations. Chak Amru, what do you make of this location? I think we've got the group captain here. Any idea, group captain, about why we would strike Chak Amru, for example? Muridke, of course, well known. Sialkot also
We'll try to
well
call
known.
up that map here. Yeah.
But some of the other targets, Bhimber and Gulpur.
See, Gulpur and Bimber has been the launch pads for not now, for many years. The famous Bimber Gully, where we hold position, and the Bimber Gully Fauj have come under attack many times. In fact, Bimber Gully is where during winters these guys try to push. So Bimber Gully is the spear, tip of the spear. And I'm sure we have hit Bimber Gully. That means there were many who were just waiting to get pushed. That is one. And Chak Amru is a very underestimated target, a very important target. But Chak Amru, gentlemen, has been occupied very sparsely. As in,
that
sometimes
as we speak about this, I just want to qualify that he's quoting Indian media sources. When he's putting out these locations, he's actually quoting Indian media sources, this person, but 9 locations. Please go ahead, please. But in that 5 of the locations that we have confirmation and we are putting out at CNN News 18 already is largely Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzzafarabad.
And very important, government sources have said Pakistan is putting out disinformation suggesting that civilian targets or civilians have been targeted. So the Indian side very, very clear that
these are terror infrastructure.
This is all terror infrastructure. Only terror infrastructure has been hit. Terror headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar hit successfully. Much bigger in impact than earlier strikes.
Yeah, Aman Sharma is there, Payal Mehta is there, Ishan Wani is joining us from Srinagar, Akash Sharma is also joining us. Aman, so the Prime Minister monitoring this closely, also once again emphasizing that, look, all the hits were on non-military targets, on terror launch pads. India does not intend to escalate this any further, provided there is no retaliation from Pakistan.
Absolutely, Zaka. It's a very clear messaging from the government head. One, the Prime Minister was personally monitoring this entire operation throughout the night. He has seen every aspect of it. The 9 targets that have been chosen after very careful consideration that that they're all terror headquarters. So that is much bigger an impact than the the Balakot strike, for example, which was on one terror camp in Balakot. Here we have attacked the terror headquarters of Lashkar, of Jaish, and that is why it's a much bigger strike in impact. Also, government making it very, very clear that we have attacked terror. We have not attacked civilians of Pakistan. We have attacked terrorists, terror camps. Why was Pakistan allowing these terror camps to function from its soil in the first place? Why haven't they taken steps to dismantle these organizations? These are globally proscribed organizations, both the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. How can their headquarters function so liberally inside Pakistan? India has impressed many a time on Pakistan. India had no choice because to avenge Pahalgam, we have direct evidence, we have proof that the planning and the direction of these terror attacks have happened from the headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar, and that is why India has targeted them. So very clear messaging, Pakistan should not spread misinformation that India has attacked civilians of Pakistan. India has attacked terrorists and the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan.
So Ishan Wani is also there, Akash Sharma is also there on the ground for us in Srinagar. Ishan, Akash, let me start with you guys. What are you hearing? What are you seeing around you? We know multiple ceasefire violations are happening along the line of control. But other than that, are you seeing anything? All right, we'll try and go back to our reporters. But I think so far from the ground, our reporters are saying CFV violations. But beyond that,
because
in
there's
Srinagar
been a lot
city,
of talk that things have been struck in Kashmir, etc., that the Pakistanis have retaliated there. But I think there's a
lot of propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda that's happening, and I don't think
they're trying to talk themselves up here. So there's a lot of fake news out there. Viewers, stick to CNN News 18 because we're going to give you verified news. Don't fall. Already we've had an instance in the morning, early hours of the morning, the wee hours of the morning, where a particular claim was made by Pakistan about striking an Indian Air Force plane. That has turned out to be absolute fake news. A lot of Pakistani media channels were putting out photographs, etc. But all of that has now been traced back to an event that took place years ago. So please don't fall for all this clickbait nonsense.
The Pakistani Air Force was called up for putting out SpaceX and other video handles from their official video handles. So that's the level to which they can stoop down as well as for propaganda. But Group Captain Vinod, I'm coming back to the same thing. There is no level for them. They can stoop down to perhaps abysmal levels. And that's the reason why do we need to be all the more alert, not just for a military response from the Pakistan state, but perhaps something more sinister.
Absolutely. In fact, absolutely. Anand, I mean, very well said. In fact, I was just before joining your channel, I was on the Tamil channel of CNN News 18, where they probably fell for this ruse. And they were asking me a question, and I was trying to clarify to them, do not ever fall for Pakistan's rules. Because Pakistan is very good at creating video games and, claiming that they shot down 100 aeroplanes from a video game movie or a video game shot. The fact of the matter still remains is that the response of Pakistan, actually speaking, Anand, Zaka, is zero. They cannot respond against anything because we have not struck Pakistan, we have not struck their civilian targets, we have not struck their military, we have struck their terrorist place, which they themselves wanted to take out anyway, and they were not able to take out. I mean, that is what they were telling the world, isn't it? So we probably helped them in, taking out the targets. So why should they should probably
That's
be
the point I was
thankful.
making
We
a
should come
little
out of
earlier
of
when
the
I said
national.
that this is a India is very, very, very solid and on legal footing. So this is really about India striking so-called non-state actors in Pakistan, and that's the paradigm in which we have to look at this constant, strike, and therefore it's Pakistan's complete call now. If they want to escalate and hit Indian state targets, well, they're asking for it.
I also want to, just one second, play out some of the sound bites in the last 14 days. We've heard from different, political leaders. We've heard from the Prime Minister, heard from Amit Shah, all of them who were saying that, yes, Pahalgam will be avenged. And I can report to you this morning, 7th of May, 2025, Pahalgam has been avenged. Let's listen into what they've been saying over these last couple of weeks.
जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. इंडिया विल आइडेंटिफाई, ट्रैक and punish every terrorist and their backer.
मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है. हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, उनकी कार्यशैली से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं, उनकी दृढ़ता से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित. मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जैसा आप चाहते हैं वैसा होकर रहेगा.
Well, there's lots happening here in the studio. It's a live studio, so viewers just be with us in this live coverage. Let's quickly understand. Now, there are reports which are not yet confirmed, but 9 targets spread between Muzzafarabad and Bahawalpur. So, right from POJK regions till Bahawalpur, this is where the strikes have happened. You can add targets around these regions. So, there is Mirpur, there is Bimbar, there is also Muridke, Faisalabad, and Bahawalpur. Now, these are all regions where there were targets. 9 targets were selected, of which these are the biggest hubs, Bahawalpur and Muridke. Why? Bahawalpur is the hub of the Jaish and Mohammed. The Jaish and Mohammed has 18 acres of its headquarters that has seminaries, training camps, madrasas, etc. in the heart of Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is also where the Pakistan Air Force has its biggest base, air base, and also a strong military establishment, which is just about 5 kilometers from this entire Jaish headquarters. The Jaish headquarters has been destroyed totally. That's the word that we've got. So this is the biggest one. The Jaish headquarters, Jaish-e-Mohammed, is one that has perpetrated the 2001 parliament attacks. There have been multiple attacks on Bharatiya soil, including the Pathankot air base. The Jaish cadre have been involved. Now, this is Muridke, where Lashkar, 2611, Hafiz Saeed, Zakir Rahman, Lakhvi, their headquarters is in Muridke. Ajmal Kasab comes from Muridke. So this is the place where the Lashkar has its biggest operations, and this is where they collect not just donations but also start recruiting individuals and starting to brainwash them. So Muridke has been targeted. So these are the 4 strikes that we have got pictures of, 4 different locations. But if you would notice, these are pinpointed strikes that have happened. Now we've got confirmation that loitering munitions have been used so that they can not just float, they can wait, they can precisely target, and then they will go ahead and fall only at those areas. They will not just, once they are fired, they'll land wherever they land. No, they can actually float, loiter, hang, and then precisely fix the target and then shoot, fire, and and land exactly where it has been planned. So as per the geo coordinates that have been identified. A lot of targets were seen, and then finally 9 targets have been identified and they have been targeted. Yes, Zaka.
Back to you, Anand. So 2 things. One, the DG ISPR, which is the publicity wing of the Pakistan Army, They will be having a press conference soon. Also, separately, Pakistani military has told CNN International, our international partners, that they have reportedly shot down 2 Indian Air Force aircraft. Like I said, CNN News 18.
And they're also saying that India carried out 24 attacks at 6 locations in Pakistan.
Yeah.
This is what they are suggesting.
So that PC will happen soon as well. But like I said, no independent confirmation of that. This is the claim that's being made by the Pakistani military. Let's go across to
Ishan Vani is there.
Ishan
So
and
reports
Akash,
coming through of ceasefire violations by Pakistan in Akhnur, in Poonch, and also in Uri. Yes, Ishan.
The entire line of control is lit right now. What we have been given to understand through multiple sources, both in Uri, Kupwara, in Jammu, you name it, on the line of control, it's right now lit. We have been told that there is heavy artillery shelling that is taking place. People have started taking shelters in the underground bunkers that have been made there. The Indian Army is telling us that they are giving a defeating response to all the provocation that has been done on the line of control, particularly towards Kashmir side. And one woman has lost actually a life in Mainder area of Poonch district. Remember, there was a complete ceasefire on the line of control. But now it's once again Pakistan's unprovoked fighting that is causing trouble for the civilians living near the line of control. It's still dark. So people are now in Kashmir learning about the strikes that have been carried out. And
all those claims about
the
Srinagar
valley-
airport being targeted and certain installations being targeted, is there any truth to any of that, Ishan?
Well, absolutely not. We have been confirmed this by the administration, as well as we personally have gone to those locations to check if there have been any damage that has been inflicted or there have been any hits at the Srinagar airport. There was none. There was silence at the airport. We came back from there. We have reported from there. But there is no report of any damage to any infrastructure of the army.
But the Srinagar and Jammu airports now closed?
Yes, both of them
Wednesday.
have been closed. We have been told by the officials that no civilian traffic will be done today at both Jammu as well as Srinagar airport. This is just a precautionary measure so that the IAF, because it operates a base from the Srinagar airport, so that they get a clearance and they can fly at will.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ishan, for your inputs. We'll try and go across to our other reporters also. But Zaka and Rahul, somewhere it is important not to fall to this Pakistani propaganda. Yeah. You know, suddenly the seminaries and madrasas will turn into mosques. Then they will try to claim civilian targets and civilian deaths, etc. They will try and escalate the number of targets that have been hit. So a lot of false propaganda.
Basis to try and hit back, to legitimize something that they might intend to do or might even do, and also go crying to the international community, talking about how India has violated international law and attacked them in civilian areas and dragged people who are not in any way related to this entire episode.
The DG-ISPR is having that press conference right now. Clearly, the attempt is twofold. One is to try and ratchet up the tension so that they can justify any kind of retaliatory action. And two, to try and go with a begging bowl to the international community. Let me go across to Akash Sharma. Akash, I don't know if you're getting a chance to listen to what the DG-ISPR is saying, but they are also admitting that India has hit multiple targets.
Oh, yes. And Zaka, one important thing that I've noticed, starting from their official confirmation that they have got an attack from Indian side, they are saying that India attacked us, remaining within their boundaries. So they have confirmed that, no jets who are there in the Pakistani airspace, which they, later claimed that we have down to, jets of Indian Air Force. Also, Zaka, there is no attack, at Srinagar. We have confirmed it. And in fact, I personally visit several spots. In fact, I'm moving towards LC. There are several sort of violations that, in fact, Ishan has been reporting in Uri, in fact, Baramulla specifically, in Kupwara as well, and in Rajouri and Jammu of the Rajouri and Poonch of Jammu as well. We have got several sort of violations, but Indian Army at this point in time is retaliating in the similar fashion. They have been using artillery, as Pakistan has been using artillery. And in fact, earlier we have seen that how from last 11, 12 days, they were violating ceasefire. Also, Zaka, importantly, there are some sort of claims that they have downed, Indian Air Force jets or drones or, other assets. Till now, all assets are there with Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force sources are telling us that all their platforms are very much intact and are, on their operational duties. Also, air defense system is very much active, for not just for, the Jammu and Kashmir area, but for the entire India. And in fact, we know that how in the western borders, Indian Air Force has already started its exercise. We had NOTAM for 7th and 8th of May. Right. And Indian Air Force, as of now, is conducting exercise in the area that is Longewala, Jaisalmer and the area above.
Oh, that's very interesting. So just tell us, Akash, how widespread are the CF violations, the ceasefire violations along the LOC there?
Oh, it is all across the LC, Rahul. You see, we have more than 700 kilometers, 776 kilometers of LC. And all across the LC, we have been seeing these violations starting from Uri, Kupwara, Baramulla, in Kashmir specifically. And then when we talk about Jammu, so we are seeing it in Madhuba, in Mendar, in Rajouri, and in Poonch. And in fact, in Kathua as well, we have reports that there are violations, though we have no confirmation for Kathua. But yes, a violation has been happening throughout the LC, Rahul.
Now, very quickly, just a second, I just want to bring in Akash on this point. How has the nature of the ceasefire violations from Pakistan changed after India's strike?
Right. So, Anand, Rahul, you see, back in 2021, when this DGMO level understanding happened, before that, we used to have, heavy shell, in fact, mortars, coming from Pakistan. But since then, since the understanding, we did not have any sort of violation. And even when violations were happening, these were small arm fires, small rifles, AKs, or light machine guns. But this time around, after this sort of attack, we have been learning that, they are using heavy weapons, heavy machine guns, mortar, and in fact, artillery is being used. When we use artillery, Rahul, there are higher chances of civilian casualties because you have that CEP factor in artillery where there is no specific target and your shell can go anywhere within the proximity of a few meters.
Is it being done in anger? Is it being done in anger, retaliation, or is there something far more sinister in terms of a reprisal that's being planned?
All of these.
Yeah,
or
could it be all of these? We'll have to see. Since you quote Flight Radar 24 very often, Rahul Shankar, there is a flight that's taken off from Istanbul to Karachi, and Group Captain MJ Vinod is tracking it, and he's asking why is it, and this is taken off soon after the strikes have happened. So why is this suddenly happening, and what is happening there is a question that
this
he
is
is
from
asking.
Karachi to
Istanbul to Karachi.
Maybe I don't know.
You said that entire airspace is vacant, but that's the only flight that is currently flying over the Pakistani airspace and is taken
What
off
is coming from Istanbul?
What is that? That's the question that Group Captain MJ Vinod is asking. So that's what I'm saying. So there will be certain aspects that we will also have to be careful of. But 9 targets, precision targets, they've all been targeted. The Pakistanis are claiming 24. Well, 24, so be it. If there are 24 terror bases, the Pakistanis have to turn around and answer what are these terror bases, because we are very clear. The Indian Armed Forces very clear, the government very clear that only terror installations have been targeted.
No, the other interesting thing is if they're saying 24 strikes in 6 locations, which are the locations that they're hiding? Are they hiding Bahawalpur and Muridke because the Lashkar and the Jaish happen to be assets of the Pakistani state? Will they not reveal that Muridke and Bahawalpur were hit? Or because Bahawalpur happens to be outside of POK, it's in proper Punjab, will they actually reveal that and use that as a justification for
Zaka, this is the one where they cannot, na ugle banta na nigle banta, Bahawalpur, because their biggest airbase is in Bahawalpur. The aircrafts after Balakot took off from Bahawalpur. Their F-16 fleet, their entire squadron is in Bahawalpur, 5 kilometers from the Jaish headquarters.
Anand, that's the point I want to raise
if that's been destroyed.
The group captain here, because Group Captain, the Pakistanis have been claiming, and India hasn't made a secret of the fact that we are going to be taking reprisal action for Pahalgam. So we made it very clear. The Prime Minister spoke almost 24 hours after the attack, the carnage. Are you seeing that the Pakistanis were caught flat-footed? We've struck, and we've struck in Punjab proper. I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Again, if you look at the Balakot strike, we keep talking about Balakot. Balakot is across the IB, though. The target that we struck in Balakot was not across IB. That people need to know. So this is for the first time that we have stuck across international border, which in itself is a very, very big message, not only to Pakistan, but to the entire world as one. If we need to, and if we are focused, and if you hit us, we have today the capability and the resolve to come at you, to come and take you out even across the international border. As simple as that. Now they have nowhere to run. See, in Bahawalpur, they have been, Hindi mein kehte hain na, ye panap rahe the. And they were thinking that we will never strike across international boundary, but we did so, and that to Bahawalpur, like you correctly said, that is a place which is very, very close to, like Amitabad, Zaka was saying, is very, very close to a big Air Force base,
Rawalpindi.
and that Air Force base had no answer for our strike, which we carried out without even crossing the international boundary or embassy or LAC.
Right.
So that is a capability we possess, which we did not possess during
2019.
Kargil,
Yes.
we did not have that kind of vector.
We
The
were
longest
even
vector we
told that
had was
even in
a laser-guided
2019,
bomb.
we didn't have the kind of craft that we are deploying today. In 2019, we didn't have it. General Pannu is also here with us. General Pannu, first of all, Jai Hind to you, sir. And India must take a lot of confidence from this. We've conducted a surgical precision strike, non-escalatory in nature, against targets in Pakistan that are restricted to terror camps and to terrorists. General Pannu.
Jai Hind, it's a very appropriate thing that India has done, befitting. I am not saying that this is the only thing that India would have done and would stay content with. When the first step is taken, second, third, and escalatory steps are already kept in place. And it is expected that Pakistan would retaliate in whichever manner they are prepared. And I am very sure that when Pahalgam happened, they would have thought through. And today, technology enables every country to make sure that they have information about where all Indian preparations are being done. A lot of preparations, of course, will be done for deception, and no army in the modern day will ever show its hand fully. And I can assure you that the 9 areas where we have stuck the terrorist camps, these have been named, and these have been named on purpose for the simple reason that there are leaders there, Hafiz Syed and Masood Azhar. These are the ones who've had the camps in Bahawalpur, of course, JEM and Muridke Kotli. Now, these are the camps actually which we should have stuck earlier also, but I think we had contented with striking across the line of control. But now we have stuck the targets in Punjab and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Kashmir areas. It means India is fully prepared to not only continue with this, but respond in any manner that Pakistan might deserve even harder strikes.
Okay.
And therefore, I think the preparation done by India in making sure that the civil defense is ready for any external
General Pannu,
prepared.
General Pannu, good morning, sir. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Glenn Carl is also with us. Good early morning to you, Glenn. Just quickly showing the 9 targets, and if you can explain to our viewers the significance of these 9 camps, starting from POK, right from the top, Muzzafarabad, downward into POK, and then Kotli, and then getting into Gulpur, Bimbar. And Bimbar Gali has been often talked about in defense parlance for incursions, LOC violations, etc. Sialkot, Muridke, Bahawalpur, and then there is Chak Amru. There is significance of all these regions, but this is into deep into Pakistan space, into Pak Punjab, Muridke and Bahawalpur. Like General Pannu was saying, Muridke is the hub of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Hafiz Saeed, Zakir Rahman Lakhvi. Bahawalpur is where the Pakistanis have their biggest air base, but not far away from there. The Jaish and Mohammed has its biggest headquarters and its biggest camp. It was about 2 acres earlier. It's grown up to 18 acres in the last 6-7 years. And that's where the Jaish was training its cadre and housing them. So these are the 9 targets. General Pannu, if you could explain these and the significance of these camps and the reason why the Indian authorities are very openly claiming these are the places that have been struck.
If you look at how these targets have been placed on the map, and you realize that this is all along the LOC and the international border. Most of the targets obviously are in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
And you on the screen, please. Yeah, so that you can explain it. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Most of these targets are across the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But Bahawalpur, Muridke, and Sialkot Chak Amru are actually sitting on the border where the line of control starts further north, like Bimber, Kotli, Muzzafarabad. Muzzafarabad actually is the capital of the Kashmir, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir from their side. If you go from Srinagar to Uri, you cross over, and 60 kilometers from our line of control is Muzzafarabad. Then Kotli is very close from where Punjab starts, south of that. Kotli is the area where many terrorist camps have always remained active. So these are the areas which are hubs of ISI. These are the hubs where the headquarters of and training areas of the terrorists have remained. Most of the terrorists are actually brought from wherever, and these are also not only the launch pads, but these are training areas and headquarters. These are not launch pads. Launch pads are much closer. Launch pads are sort of 5 to 6 kilometers. Last time when surgical strikes happened, they were in the launch pads. But these are in the larger hubs where more terrorists are actually not only staying there for training, but also staying with family. They've got their cottage industry where they make their IEDs. Weapons are kept there. Arms and ammunition is there. And that is where the Pakistan Army and ISI are also co-opted with them.
What I want to know from you, three things that were emphasized in the Indian government statement. One, that the LOC was not crossed. These hits were happening from the Indian side of the LOC. Number two, that these are not escalatory in nature. India does not want to escalate this any further, provided there is no retaliation from Pakistan. And third, of course, that no military installations were targeted. My question is, if you were on the other side, and if you were watching this from Pakistan, the fact that Bahawalpur, which is in the heart of Punjab, has been hit, Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has been hit, how may the enemy and the enemy's generals choose to respond to this?
As far as Pakistan Army is concerned, I think they were all expecting this kind of attack to happen. In fact, this was triggered as far as the chief of Pakistan Army is concerned. He wanted some amount of action to happen to save him from drowning in the situation that he was in. Firstly, he might declare himself to be in control of the situation because it is beyond the political masters. Actually, there are no political masters in Pakistan anymore. They're political puppets. So the entire control from today onwards would go into the hands of the Pakistani chief. And that is exactly what he wanted. He might even go a step ahead and declare himself as the chief martial law administrator, because I think he wanted, for his own personal survival and survival of his own army, which was losing credibility.
Correct.
Their own generals were being hit by their own people. I think the economic side of it and the side where you control the waters, I think people are going to be impacted, and I think Pakistan Army is going to make sure that they are not attacked by the people, and they would build a consensus within their own people that
General Banu, just give me a moment, because Mr. Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official and senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, is also joining us. So there have been multiple conversations. The National Security Advisor of India, Mr. Dowell, has spoken to the acting NSA of the United States, Marco Rubio. I believe Secretary Rubio has also spoken with the acting NSA in Pakistan, General Asim Malik. What would be the nature of conversations that they would have had or that are happening right now? What is America's sort of primary interest right now that India has confirmed that these strikes have happened? Pakistan has also confirmed that these strikes have happened. What should America, the rest of the world, be looking out for, bracing for?
Look, what now acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio would have said was, first of all, how far do you plan to go? He's probably conveying messages to the Pakistani acting National Security Advisor in order to de-escalate. Right now, from an American point of view, President Trump doesn't want this to go further. Frankly, if I'm looking at this from an Indian point of view, or a point of view seeking truly to disincentivize further terror, I don't think this goes far enough.
Why do you say that?
Because if the reaction that...
All right, I think his frame has...
Proportional.
All right, go ahead.
Then that is simply going to convince the Pakistanis that they can get away with murder. This is the same pattern which the Israelis fell into, in which Hamas would attack, the Israelis would respond symbolically, things might be quiet for a few months, and then we would see the cycle again. Fundamentally, however, the problem is Pakistan's reliance on terrorism as a tool of state policy. So you have the military aspect, but with Pakistan going before the International Monetary Fund on May 9th, if Pakistan was also denied the $1 billion they're seeking, that would send a further message. I'd even go further. While India is right in order to let the Pakistanis know that they are responsible for this retaliation, if Hudaydah can go boom in the night, and if Bandar Abbas can explode in the night, I see no reason why the port of Karachi or even the port of Gwadar should be so immune. The important thing in such a case is to continue strategic deniability and not claim responsibility in that situation. But trust me, the Pakistanis will get the message.
But Mr. Rubin, the big concern right now, and I'm sure this is a concern in Washington as much as it is here in Delhi, in Islamabad, is that this doesn't escalate into a full-blown war. And I'm interested and curious to know something that you said a moment ago about Pakistan has to go to the IMF in a couple of days from now. Does that disincentivize the Pakistan army from retaliating against what India has just done?
Well, let me put it this way. It disincentivizes the Pakistanis until May 9th, but if they get that money in their banks, then they're simply not going to care anymore. The question I have is, does the network of Pakistani terror, does the network of the ISI cost more than $1 billion? If it does, and if money is fungible, what we're seeing is the unintentional subsidization of Pakistani terror, and that must end. Now, you're absolutely right that the major concern of Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, as well as Indian and Pakistani leaders, is going to be not escalating to the point of a full-scale war.
Well,
first of all,
Mr. Rubin, how far will the American administration go to help India achieve this deterrence? Because, look, it's all very well to say that the IMF, this, that, the other, bailing out Pakistan, but if the international community doesn't act in concert, you're not going to have enough pressure built on some of these organizations which do fund Pakistan, give them an economic lifeline.
Look, I agree with you completely there. The good news here is Prime Minister Modi has a deep personal relationship with President Donald Trump. Now, what Donald Trump said when this terror attack occurred, and he made this ridiculous and ahistorical moral equivalency about how this has been going on across the border for 1,500 years, that was ignorant. The parallel I would draw is when Saddam Hussein in 1990 invaded Iraq. President George H.W. Bush didn't quite know what to do, and he was hand-wringing. And Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, got up to him and said, "Don't go wobbly on me now, George. What we need Prime Minister Modi to do is not just in a single phone call, but in repeated phone calls, say, don't go wobbly on me now, Don, and trust me." President Trump listens to Prime Minister Modi more than he listens to Pakistan. It's an easy case to make, but it's got to be made repeatedly. Marco Rubio is going to understand. We need to make Donald Trump understand, and we need to understand that this can't continue to be an endless cycle.
So very quickly, Zach, some more information coming in. Top government sources speaking to CNN News 18 saying that these places that have been selected carefully, and terror training was given to them by top commanders under the guidance of Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed. So these were really active terror hubs. These were not sites that have fallen into disuse, etc. They were involved in recruiting new cadre and chosen ones sent to the LOC for infiltration. So there was an ongoing infiltration, Anand, going on. We have information that Jaish has non-Afghani foreign terrorists also brought from Afghanistan after Taliban threw them out. Jaish is equipped with leftover weapons and they wanted to attack in a big way. So this is a preemptive strike on terror targets in Pakistan.
But not just preemptive strikes, the numbers will be far greater if this is how if these are the targets and this is the hub, and in terms of the seminaries that have been targeted and the terror hubs that have been targeted, the number of people who would have been neutralized. We have to see if there are some top terror akas who have also been neutralized as part of Operation Sindur. A big one at that. General Narasimhan is also with us. Namaste, Jai Hind. Good early morning. Your thoughts on this calibrated response by Bharat?
Good morning, and thanks for having me on this show. The 9 places that have been targeted have been very carefully chosen. They are actually the terrorist hubs and terrorist bases. And these are ranging from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to rest of the Pakistan. So it is a widespread kind of a thing that has been done. That is number one. Number two, it has been very clearly made that there is no Pakistan army installation that has been targeted. The third, there has been no civilian targets that have been targeted. These are the main things that we need to keep in mind. And this is basically a retaliation to what happened in Pahalgam, and that cannot go unavenged. It has to be avenged, and this is part of the thing that has been happening. And notwithstanding that, you would, yeah.
Will this restore deterrence? Because that's really what we were after, weren't we?
Absolutely. And this is actually a punitive kind of an action that has been taken on. I have been in other shows where I've been advocating this, that one such probably attack cannot actually give the deterrence. It may give a deterrence for some time. Like, for example, in 2016 and 19, when we did the surgical strikes in Balakot, it gave us some kind of a reprieve for a particular period of time. But what we need to do probably is to keep the pressure on all fronts. Like, for example, diplomacy, economy, military, on all fronts. We need to continue to keep this pressure on Pakistan so that they do not venture into this kind of a terrorist action again. So this is something that we need to continuously do.
General, one quick question. The concern right now, and I'm sure everyone is worried about this, is what is going to be Pakistan's response to this? Will there be retaliation? Will there be counter strikes against India? How prepared is India for this? Because India also does not want to escalate this, because the statements from the Ministry of Defense, from the army is very clear. Non-escalatory, LOC has not been crossed, no military installations have been targeted. So how does India prepare for what could be a Pakistani retaliation?
The retaliations already we can see on the line of control, where the artillery bombardments have already started. The small arms firing has been going on for some time now. So the retaliation in some form is already starting. So we need to be prepared for any kind of retaliation that comes from Pakistan. That is number one. As part of that, when we are doing these mock-up drills for civil defense, it was actually a preparation for even the civil administration to be prepared for any eventuality that could happen. So we need to be prepared for all kinds of eventualities. And not only the military part of it, even the civilian part of it need to be prepared for everything. And that is the way I think our government has gone about preparing everybody. I think we are well on the way to be defending any kind of action that could come from Pakistan.
You made a very interesting point there. You said that, even the civilians need to be prepared, well prepared. Are you surprised that this has happened before, in fact, the nationwide drill was to be conducted, which was actually to happen today?
Well, I was not so well surprised, because when this thing was announced, I knew something is going to happen. Because this is generally the way things happen. We don't go and announce that I'm going to attack today. But then if you follow the preparations that are going on, you can well actually imagine as to when this is going to happen. I was not actually surprised. In fact, I was mentioning to people here at my home that something could happen today or tomorrow. So that has happened. So this is something I'm sure even any professional guy would actually look into it and analyze this in some form or the other. So what we need to do now is actually to be prepared for anything that could happen from the other side as a retaliatory measure.
All right, Glenn Carl is also with us. Wing Commander Sahai is also there. Glenn Carl, just in terms of what the international ramifications of this could likely be, we know already that Secretary of State Rubio has been spoken to by the Indian National Security Advisor. He's also spoken to his Pakistani counterpart. Clearly, the US and other Western countries would want to ratchet down tensions between India and Pakistan. And we've seen this in the past as well. We saw in 2019 how Mr. Pompeo spoke with Sushma Swaraj at that time, also his Pakistani counterpart. We saw this in the Kargil war when Nawaz Sharif went and met Bill Clinton, and eventually Bill Clinton intervened to stop the war, to finally bring it to a conclusion. The point is, what are the conversations that are happening right now? And also put into context for us that in 2 days' time, Pakistan has that all-important meeting at the IMF where it's expecting $1 billion bailout.
Well, I think the circumstances are different now for Pakistan in particular. Pakistan, I perceive as being more isolated than even 5 years ago. With the American departure from Afghanistan, Pakistan is, and the decline in the quote war on terror as a focus of American policy and global issues, Pakistan is no longer as needed, frankly, and so it will not. America is not caught in two contradictory needs of support from Pakistan and wishing to press. Therefore, I think Pakistan is more isolated than before. Also, the Trump administration is, I think, clearly viscerally inclined to understand or support actions against Islamic terrorist groups by anyone with less concern than previous administrations. So what I suspect is happening, if the Indians do what I think is standard, really, you make the strike, you issue the warnings, you say, as we know has been said in public, listen, this is a retaliation, this is limited, we have not struck the following kinds of targets, and that's the end of it. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, India should be saying to Pakistan, understand the following. Of course, we will strike you if you continue to support the kind of action that occurred in Kashmir, but it's in your interest not to raise the tensions by an unnecessary response. We have been restrained, and you should understand that. And if Pakistan is intelligent, or wise, I would argue, they would probably they should take that on board for their policy. That doesn't mean that they will at all, because a lot of this is not kabuki, but demonstrative for diplomatic reasons and public reasons, both by India and Pakistan. None of this will really affect Pakistan's long-term sustained support through the ISI of terrorist groups creating problems for India and Kashmir. Sustained pressure of the sort that you touched upon, if possible, and that's if is always a big word, of causing sustained financial pressure, diplomatic pressure, and very aggressive but quiet intelligence operations by Indian intelligence services against
Mr. Kal, more information coming through. I just need to update our viewers who are tuning in. This morning, of course, viewers, very early in the morning, India struck certain targets in Pakistan. Indian government has put out information to suggest there were 9 targets. This is a non-escalatory strike. These were targets that were selected purposefully away from civilian areas, but very, very targeted at terror infrastructure in Pakistan. And now we're getting more information about what some of these targets are. And this information has been changing. So viewers, clearly we have to await official releases by the government. But as of now, what we are being told is Bahawalpur 2 spaces have been hit. Muridke, Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Chak, Amru and Sialkot. These are 9 spots that have been sort of confirmed as the ones that were targeted. And I think Anand just showed them on the map, and we've also been running them through our experts.
Now, interestingly, what happens is there is also a further travel advisory. We'll go back to the map and explain that a lot of people who have air travel planned at least till late half of the day in this region surrounding perhaps the western borders with Pakistan and those regions. Please be careful. Please check your flights, because some of the airports are shut. Air India has just now said that they have suspended all flight operations in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot till about 12 noon.
So all of these are close to the border.
And this is all precautionary because we don't know what the Pakistanis may end up doing. Anything foolhardy, and perhaps that's why airlines are backing their airspaces. Let's try and look at the maps and the recalibration of, and it's just addition of more locations. Total 9 targets. Now we're getting some more new names that have come in. 9 targets. They were breeding ground for Afghan terrorists and also by being trained by certain terror tanzeems. There are 9. Overall, 9 targets. We had earlier got 4 locations. That was Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Muridke and Bahawalpur. Now let's add Chak Amru there. Sialkot has now found mention. Bhimber has found mention. Gulpur has found mention. So now we have about 9 locations which have been targeted. These are all terror bases. Bahawalpur particularly, why there are 2 sites. 2 sites in Bahawalpur. The reason being for them is because Bahawalpur, the Jaish has a huge spread. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur, we are given to understand, and we've broken this here on CNN News 18, that it spreads over 18 acres. So to target that kind of an area and specifically target the key seminary madrasas where the Jaish cadre was being trained in those 18 precise locations. There are two locations here in Bahawalpur. Muridke is a smaller group or a smaller Lashkar headquarters which is spread over about 2.5 to 3 acres. So Muridke has been targeted. There is Sialkot, Chakamru. These are all terror camps and there are multiple terror tanzeem. Muzzafarabad, which also acts as the capital of Pak-occupied Kashmir, has a huge hub where the annual jihadi conference also happens. About 300 jihadi tanzeems.
Yeah. On this name of the Operation Sindur.
So Operation Sindur, yeah.
Deep meaning. We're getting sources telling CNN News 18 that it was approved by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, who's of course been monitoring this entire strike. Sources said that the way terrorists had wiped off the sindoor of multiple Hindu women in Pahalgam by killing their husbands mercilessly and by targeting them for being Hindu, India has taken revenge for them and got justice for the Pahalgam victims, women and children. An image was tweeted by the Indian Army depicting Operation Sindur. So that's really
this is the sentiment, if I could say in Hindi, and this is very core to it, कि जिन्होंने तुम्हारी मांग का सिंदूर उजाड़ा, उनके establishments को ही हम पूरी तरह से तबाह कर देंगे. We are going to destroy from where those perpetrators originated, who widowed you, who robbed you of your sindoor, and this is to claim back and to bring back the honor. So to the widows of those who perished, who were singled out and gunned down, this is an ode from the Bharatiya government and from the forces. So that's why it is Operation Sindur. That's the raw emotion behind or the thought behind Operation
to the
Sindur.
map, and I want to get Wing Commander Sahai if he's there with us. Out of these 9 locations, 2 happen to be in Pakistan, Punjab proper. One is Bahawalpur, of course, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The other is Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, they have the big thing called the Markaz-e-Taiba, which is their big headquarters. It's barely, both of these places are barely 30, 40, 50 kilometers from Lahore, the heart of Punjab. How may this be viewed again in Pakistan? Because Punjab is the very heartbeat of Pakistan. How may this be viewed in general headquarters in Rawalpindi by General Munir? Because he's the one who really ratcheted up with those comments about Kashmir being the jugular vein and Hindus and Muslims are essentially 2 different people and 2 different nations, etc.
Yeah, certainly, because the very fact that this time we have decided to enter deep into Pakistan and especially close to Punjab, it's a clear-cut message from India to Pakistani establishment that your doctrine of bleeding India through thousands cuts will not work now. We know, we have decided that we will not only hit the terrorists, we will hit the people who have been supporting it. The establishments, generals from Pakistani Punjab regions are responsible for this, and Indian armed forces is well aware unless we inflict damage to their establishment deep inside Pakistan, this will not work as a deterrence. So this time India has put a strong message across that if you hit us, we will not only hit the terrorists, we will not hesitate going deep into your territory and hitting the targets of our choice.
Wing Commander Sahib, what do you make of this attack? The precision, what do you think are the munitions that were used, etc.?
As far as the informations received now during the early stage, we have used a scalp and hammer missiles. We have also taken the help of the drones, the sophisticated drones which India has developed. We have been tracking down the movements of shifting of these terrorists from their camps to different locations. We have been monitoring the changing location of Hafid Saeed, and we have selected our target after careful monitoring.
Wing Commander, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm very sorry to interrupt. The first tweet coming in from a US official, Secretary of State and Acting NSA, Marco Rubio, has just tweeted, and I quote, "I'm monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan closely. I echo POTUS, President of the United States, his comments earlier today that this hopefully ends quickly and will continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership towards a peaceful resolution. So this is the first statement explicitly from a US official saying that they want a peaceful resolution and that hopefully this ends quickly and will continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership. But I think, India is also echoing what the US is saying, that India does not want to escalate this either. The only party that may have an interest in escalating this is Pakistan, if they choose to respond.
And Zach, look, I mean, this is by the playbook. We were expecting visible action against Pakistan on Pakistani soil. We've done it. But we also made it very clear. The Prime Minister has been extremely responsible from day one. In fact, many people were quite disappointed that he didn't name Pakistan, this, that, the other. But he was very focused in his messaging. He said that there are individuals who are a threat to India's territorial integrity. We are going to strike those. There will be unimaginable punishment for those. And obviously, there was hype and hoopla in the Indian media suggesting that this would be an attack on the Pakistani
I can quickly just
state,
ask
but
Glenn
that's not
Karl
happened.
for his thoughts on what Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, has put out. Is it also a message to Pakistan that, look, don't escalate this further. Let's leave it at this. Let's resolve this peacefully and let's hopefully end this quickly.
I think I agree. Yes, I think that's the primary message that one should take from the Secretary of State's comment. There's no criticism whatsoever, which is actually tacit acceptance, or if not approval, of India's action. And there is a statement, as you just said, okay, enough now, let's not have this escalate. And clearly the initiative or the response, the next step needs to come from Pakistan, and they have a decision to make. Do they want to escalate matters or not? And the U.S. there was saying, well, don't do that. It's not in anyone's interest to do so. So de facto support for India's action and a caution for everyone, but in particular for Lahore, don't take any escalatory
But
step.
Glenn,
Yeah.
what's your reading? What's your reading? Do you think the Pakistanis are going to back off, or should Bharat be ready for some kind of a counter? And does that then mean there will be a step up on the escalation ladder?
I would anticipate that Pakistan will take some sort of a step because honor and image and self-regard with respect to one's public tend to drive policy more than reason. So if someone's been hit.
There's just this one thing that we should all note, and to our viewers, that this is what my net takeout of that Pakistani press conference is. They have tried to make it about mosques and Islam. Bharat has very clearly said that we have targeted terror. It's a war on terror. It's not a war against Pakistan or Pakistan's military or people, civilians. I think we continue to underline that. But their messaging has been, they're trying to drag it towards the religion aspect. They're trying to highlight mosque was targeted. This is an attack on Islam, not on Pakistan. That's the effort at the narrative. And General Narasimhan, if you're there with us, what does that then mean? Because we have named this operation as Operation Sindur. So clearly there is, because Hindus were targeted out, there were women who were widowed, their loved ones, men were singled out, they were gunned down. There's a deep meaning to Sindur as per as our culture. And that Sindur ki laaj rakhi hai, that's the message that's come from the Prime Minister when he's himself approved this name. The armed forces back that sentiment. A nation, the world backs this sentiment. But the Pakistanis, if you read their messaging, are trying to drag it away from terror towards Islam and mosques and Islam, etc. Now, how will that mean Asim Munir and his ilk will respond?
You see, this is not again new. When we were doing things against terror, they were always dragging us towards religion and other issues. This is not new. So basically what they would do, like I agree with Carl when he said that, there'll be, I think the Pakistani Prime Minister's called for a meeting at 10:30 today morning. So he will probably try and do something to save his own reputation and the army's reputation, something he has to do. So we need to expect some kind of a reaction. They may divert it towards Islam and people, etc.
I request your thoughts on this. Manoj Kumar Gupta, our group editor, Security Affairs and Investigation, is getting us these details that NSA Ajit Doval, along with a special team, actually spearheaded this entire operation, and he was present. That's why the multiple meetings, perhaps on hindsight, we can understand, with the Prime Minister. There were no missiles used. There was loitering munition used, but no missiles that were used. The story behind Operation Sindur, I think we can all understand where it comes from. The sentiment was Manka Sindur Ujada, and Operation Sindur is to take the badla or the revenge. It was an intelligence-led operation is what they're saying. NTRO played important role with initial targets. All the targets that were chosen were selected, very carefully selected. Each one was monitored for a second round. Then it was decided to hit only the terror targets. So the 9 targets have been specifically chosen after multiple iterations. Final call taken by the NSA. Prime Minister was briefed after the final work, and the NSA got the go-ahead to do it. Small group was aware of the task, and there was a small control task and control group that was set up.
Anand, just give me one moment. Shri Thanedar is a US congressman. He's joining us. I want to get a quick reaction from him. Mr. Thanedar, your first reactions are also Marco Rubio has just tweeted saying he's carefully watching what's happening between India and Pakistan and urge both sides not to escalate further. Your thoughts?
Well, look, India has done what it needed to do. India needed to respond. Those were barbaric terrorist attacks. Terrorism must never be tolerated. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has done the right thing. He has done this with a lot of restraint. They have chosen the sites, infrastructure that these terrorists used. So I applaud Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for having a very measured response, a very calculated response, and a just response. It is time for the United States government to stand with India, support India in this India's hour of need, just like we have been supporting Israel, our friend Israel, our ally Israel. We must also support India as India fights terrorism. These terrorists chose to murder Hindus. Hindu men specifically. That needs to be addressed. I think Narendra Modi and India has done the right thing to take action.
Congressman Thanedar, how concerned would America be, and the Trump administration in specific be, if this were to spiral out of control, if Pakistan were to retaliate? And what may be the nature of conversations that are happening right now between Washington, Delhi, Washington, Islamabad to try and, rein things back?
Look, I have asked the U.S. State Department to give us a briefing on this. The U.S. must ensure that there is an independent investigation. Early indications are that this is a Pakistan state government supported terroristic act. If that comes to be true, then the United States must use its power, use its relationship with Pakistan, use its economic relationship, use its military sales relationship to bring pressure on Pakistan, demand that Pakistan stops this kind of support of terrorism. And U.S., if necessary, must use economic sanctions, stoppage of military sales, whatever it takes to stop Pakistan from participating and supporting terrorist activities against India or anywhere else in the world.
Shri Thanedar, that's a very important sentiment you have reflected. But I just want to ask you a couple of things. Over the last few years, obviously, Pakistan has drifted closer into the China sphere, and I wanted to also bring that to Glenn Carl in just a few moments. How much real leverage does Washington have over Pakistan right now? Number one. Number two, as perhaps an Indian origin legislator in the United States, how much pressure are people like you and those part of the Indo-US caucus willing to bring upon Trump to intercede in a manner that stills Pakistan's hand and intentions?
Well, look, there is a lot of military cooperation between the United States and Pakistan. There's a lot of economic activity between the United States and Pakistan. So United States have a lot of leverage, a lot of power over Pakistan. It must exercise that because it must finally see it that Pakistan is the one that is harboring terrorism. Pakistan is the one that has been supporting terrorist activities. And there has been atrocities against the Hindus in Pakistan. And now these terrorists have come.
And in the past, you have moved
attacked.
resolutions to this effect. Will you be moving a resolution against Pakistan, perhaps in the House of Representatives or even other bodies where you can bring pressure to mount on the American administration right now?
Yes, I would use everything in my power because, I strongly believe that terrorism must be defeated across the world. What happened in Israel was atrocious. what's happening in India here. India has suffered at the hands of terrorism, and it is important that Pakistan be questioned, Pakistan be punished if Pakistan is really involved in this terrorist attack.
All right, Mr. Tanida, thank you very much for joining us at this early morning hour here in India. Thank you for joining us with your thoughts and perspectives. So once again, bringing you up to speed, if our viewers are joining us early this morning, India has had precision strikes at 9 different locations across Pakistan. Some of the exclusive details of what has been codenamed as Operation Sindur. The National Security Advisor and his special team was shepherding the entire operation. This was an intelligence-led operation. All 9 targets were chosen carefully, deliberately. These were terror launch pads and terror headquarters of certainly the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke and the Jaish and Lashkar in Bahawalpur, both of which these organizations have carried out multiple terrorist strikes in India over the last 20, 30 years. And this was carefully chosen. The Prime Minister was given the operational details and he gave the final go-ahead. And it happened on the intervening night of the 6th and the 7th of May, early morning, 7th of May, at 1:44 a.m. is when the Indian Army tweeted that it had hit these multiple locations. I want to go back to General Narasimhan, Mr. Karl, and also Group Captain Vinod, who are all still with us. General Narasimhan, now the ball has to be set rolling. You're already seeing Marco Rubio's reaction. You're seeing reactions from the US. Presumably now we will see reactions from the other Western countries as well. What is going to be the number one priority now for the rest of the world, for India certainly, and how may we view what is going on, the thinking in Pakistan right now?
First thing is, I think we have taken all our friends on board. I mean, I'm sure you all would have noticed in the last about a week or so, there's been a lot of efforts to get our friends on board to what we are thinking and what we're about to do. I'm sure many of them would have known what we are doing, and I think they were on board with us on this particular thing. And the reaction from US is an indication of what has been happening and the kind of contact that has been established. That is number one. Number two, we need to look at the kind of reaction that will come from Pakistan, and that is, I think, we are mentally and physically both prepared. Not only the armed forces, as I mentioned, even the civilian administrations all over is also well prepared for that. So that is the second thing. Third thing is, we need to keep this on for some time. We don't know when Pakistan will react, when, if at all they react, and what time they will. We took 14 days. They can take even more. That is the third point. I'm sure you mentioned that the NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval and his team was working together. You all have actually put those photographs on the media. NSA, CDS, all the 3 chiefs meeting the Prime Minister, and number of meetings have been taking place. CCS met, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs met, CCPA met after a very long time. So all these preparatory measures have been going on one after the other to cater for all eventualities that could come after this strike. So I think we are both mentally and physically well prepared.
What do you make of the timing? So in the first 2 instances, Uri, Balakot, 10 days, 12 days. Now, on the 16th morning, so to speak, of the Pahalgam tragedy, we've had this. So clearly some time has been taken. What do you make of this and all the individual meetings that took place between the Prime Minister and the chiefs of the various wings of the military, as well as the NSA? If you remember, just 2 days ago, many people sort of mocked the Prime Minister for holding these meetings, saying that this is all just optics and all of that. But we were not expecting a strike so soon. A lot of military experts had said that we should take our time, should plan it, because we need to keep this pressure on Pakistan.
So the thing is, all those people who are mocking at those meetings that actually don't know how systems work. So this is typically how you plan. Step by step, you have to close all the loopholes that you may have for a plan is something that we need to do. I think the Prime Minister, as well as the NSA, as well as the EAM and others, everybody who was involved in this, are actually doing a proper kind of planning. The timing, I think I was on your channel some time ago to say that, we should not act, we should not react, we should act. Reaction is something which Pakistan would have expected immediately after that incident. I think we took our time to plan correctly. I think we closed all the loopholes that could happen in those planning. And I think we went in at the right time. The timing of 12 days, 14 days, 16 days doesn't matter. I think we need to deliver the message correctly at the right time with the correct scope and the correct measure. That is extremely important. I think that is what we have been doing in the last 15, 16 days.
Okay, let me quickly, yes.
Out one aspect, there has been a called out at some of the fake news that's being spread by the Pakistani propaganda machinery, led by the DG ISPR, has been called out by army sources itself. They are saying one of the claims that they are putting out is 15 locations have been hit inside India by missiles as retaliatory strike by Pakistan. That is fake. Srinagar airbase struck by Pakistan Air Force, again fake. Brigade headquarters of the Indian Army has been destroyed. That is also fake. So these are all claims that are being pushed around, that are being peddled. Viewers, please exercise discretion. Trust CNN News 18. Trust us here. We're putting out the actual correct information. If you see any of such claims being floated around, please remember that this is all fake. This is all propaganda from a rattled enemy who did not know what struck them in the dead of the night. 9 targets deep inside Pakistan have been targeted, and with precision strikes, and that's what perhaps surprised them, and this will happen.
They've been sort of indulging
It's been happening. A MiG-29 that crashed 2-3 years ago has been peddled as a Rafale being struck down, etc., etc.
Not only that, they have been mentioning that, some Su-30 has been, 2 Rafales have been shot down. This
Sir, it was a MiG-29 picture, sir. It was a MiG-29 picture.
I think
this is a Pak Army Air Force handle, which was peddling video game footage sometime 3 days back, 4 days back, and they got called out by the likes of these video game manufacturers and also by X for saying you're pushing out fake videos.
If I can just bring in Mr. Glenn Carl for just about a minute or so. Glenn Carl, we're all looking at Washington and what Washington can do to still perhaps Pakistan's hand. How much influence does the Trump administration actually have on Islamabad, given the fact that Pakistan has veered very firmly into the Chinese sphere of influence? And we haven't heard from China. We've heard from the Global Times, the mouthpiece. We haven't heard officially from China even now.
That's a significant point. And the United States has less influence than it did before. It's easier to support India, but because the U.S. is less intimately involved with Pakistan because of our involvement in Afghanistan, we have less leverage than we did before. On top of that, the Trump administration is clearly more isolationist than previous administrations, so relatively little. And the objective of isolating Pakistan will always run up against the problem that China is a significant part of the global economy and geostrategic equation, and is an ally of Pakistan. So we all cannot really succeed completely in isolating Pakistan. I think there's a significant point in the somewhat farcical announcements of the Pakistani military blowing up half of India in retaliation successfully and stealthily. All of the statements that are false news. But that actually is significant because the primary objective for Pakistan is to appear to be strong and defending its honor against the enemy India for Pakistani's population. The domestic audience is the key one here. So if Pakistan were wise, what is their primary objective? It should be to avoid escalation, because what benefit do they have from that? They'll have zero, even if they have relative success militarily. So the way to do that would be to take a page out of Iran in the last 2 years, which when it was going to retaliate, so they said, against American forces in Syria, told the Americans offline and in public, we will retaliate and we're going to attack this specific area at this time. And then they blew up a bomb essentially in a field hours after the Americans had a chance to take shelter and to avoid the attack. The Iranians did the same thing twice with Israel.
All right,
Now,
Mr. Kal, I'm
Pakistan
sorry to
feels
interrupt. I'm really sorry to interrupt. We're joined by one of the family members of one of the victims who was killed in Pahalgam, Aarti Menon. She's spoken to us before as well. Ms. Menon, thank you very much for speaking to us. Your first thoughts, your first reactions to what India has done now in Pakistan in retaliation for what happened to your father and to 25 others in Pahalgam.
Yeah, actually, I was watching the news right now, and whatever loss happened to our family or any family of the victim, it's like it's a loss. Like we are trying to overcome, and I don't know whether we will overcome it. But this is a very comforting news, that what I can see, very comforting at this moment of grief. It's a very comforting news, and I was thinking, like, when we went to our own country to enjoy our nature, to enjoy India, and the innocent tourist, innocent fathers, innocent brothers, innocent son was killed brutally in front of the daughters, mothers, wives, and therefore the Operation Sindur, the name itself says it, isn't it? And India attacking only the terrorist camp right now, focusing on it without attacking the civilians or the innocent tourist or anybody there. I'm being very proud, and I'm very moved at this moment. And I think all Indians who are watching this should be proud and will be proud of it. That's it. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, Aarti, amazing sentiment that you have expressed, and thank you for putting it into words. One cannot even express or feel the kind of pain and loss that you would have felt. I know your entire case study, but were you also waiting for this response? And do you believe?
We were like, we had the trust in the government, and we knew, like, everybody as an Indian would knew something is gonna come up, right? And waiting for the right moment. So we were closely watching the news, and we knew something would happen, and this is a very comforting news, as I said before.
You mentioned Operation Sindur.
Yeah,
there is a
of
reason
course.
why this name was chosen. You understand the reason why?
The reason, who can more understand the reason? As a daughter who saw the encounter or killing of my father in front of my eyes, in front of me, when I was holding his hands, who can more? And then covering it up from my mother, because I didn't want to make her realize she's a widow, and I have to come from all the way from the north of Kashmir to south to the Kerala to Kochi. So I can understand the pain. A big salute.
Would you want to say something to our Prime Minister, to the Prime Minister of our country, and also to the Indian Armed
Of course,
Forces?
I just want to fold my both hands and say thank you to our Prime Minister Modi ji. A big thank you and big salute. And the trust we have always been built, like, it's more stronger than ever.
Aarti ji, I would like you to stay on with us, because we also have RKS Bhaduria, former Chief of Air Staff, who's also joining us at this point. RKS Bhaduria ji, Jai Hind, can you hear me, sir?
Jai Hind, I can hear you.
And I hope you heard Aarti. Aarti is the daughter of
Yes,
Mr.
very much
Menon, who was one of the 26 who was gunned down in Pahalgam. She was rare. Her father was more than 80 years old. And you heard her sentiment. What would you like to say?
It was just a matter of time. Prime Minister's directions were very, very clear. We have to inflict unimaginable punishment to these terrorists and their network. And I think Aarti should be very happy and proud that what happened was absolutely heinous, absolutely barbaric and shameful from the terrorist side. But they must get a clear message that they cannot now ever get away with even the smallest of such acts. Zero terrorism policy of the government would be followed totally. And as per Prime Minister's directions, 9 targets striking 9 simultaneously, and all terrorist sites or their infrastructure, all as per reports emanating from Pakistan itself, indicate heavy damage, terrorist casualties. So it's a great achievement.
How would you evaluate the action, Air Chief? How would you evaluate this action that was taken by the forces today?
No, overall, looking at the situation, I think firstly, choice of targets, all terrorist targets, sites itself or their infrastructure. No, there was no military target. So in itself, it is a very clear message to Pakistan, to terrorists, and to the world as such that one, we are striking the terrorists and their network, and it was said upfront by Honorable Prime Minister. This is what we are going to do, and that is exactly what has been done. Then the magnitude of the operation undertaken, the kind of spread, the kind of weapons and used overall, the attack itself has taken a lot of precaution. It's very effective, measured. Collateral damage is likely to be absolute minimum when you use such precision weapons.
Chief, just one more question to Aarti Zaka.
Aarti, I just hope that you feel today a sense of justice. There'll never be a closure, like you said. no one can replace a father who's been killed in the manner in which your father was. But I hope there is a sense of justice that at least the wheels of justice have turned in your case.
Yeah.
I want a final comment
Yeah.
and then I'll thank you.
Yeah, obviously there is a spark of justice there, and I wish and I pray that likewise any terrorist attack or any terrorist camp anywhere should be attacked in the same way. The reply is very much comforting, and this is what India is.
All right. Thank you very much, Aarti, for joining
Not
us.
being
Thanks.
very being covered and attacking the civilians who cannot defend them back. So this is what India is.
All right.
We
Thank
are
you,
more
ma'am.
courageous.
Thank
You're very
Jai Hind.
brave.
Thank you.
Aarti, you're very brave.
Thank you.
This is
Jai
just the
Hind.
beginning.
And
We will always support.
Yeah, and I think Aarti
thoughts must also go out to our civilian brothers and sisters along the LOC tonight and this morning.
Yeah,
because there has been cowardly shelling of the homes of some of the residents there by the Pakistanis. We've got visuals coming in of that. So three homes have been demolished and a couple of people have been injured.
This is happening after about 4 or 5 years in that region, largely peaceful. But I think people would understand, and let's hope, we pray for the safety and well-being of everybody. And a lot of them have already been moved to bunkers and safety shelters. Lieutenant General Devendra Pratap Pandey is with us. General Pandey, namaste, former GOC 15 Corps. This is Anand Narsimhan with me, Rahul Shivshankar and Zakir Jacob. Jai Hind, your thoughts on this calibrated strike, 9 targets selected and with pinpoint precision demolished, damaged. Bahawalpur, we are given to understand the Jaish headquarters is totally smothered, totally damaged, destroyed.
Yeah, so
Operation
firstly,
Sindur.
Once the Air Chief has said, I got hardly much to say. But let me point out one thing. I've been in somewhere opposite Bahawalpur for a couple of tenures besides my Kashmir 7 sojourns. And I used to always imagine, when are we going to hit this? Because essentially with POK, POGK, trans-border, trans-LC engagements were very, very norm. But in my mind, I always thought when this thing will be the heart and soul of the Lashkar and in Muridke, both Bahawalpur and Muridke is going to be hit, because essentially this is the place where the largest training camp, rest, relief, coordination happened for both these things. And Muridke being very close to Lahore. Lahore is actually, Jine Lahore nahi dekhya, wo Jamia nahi or something, those kind of stories are there. Was always very, very difficult to mind how the forces are going to actually wrap around this challenge and hit very, very precise targets, because they are very close to also the habitation. They are very smart. Pakistan is very smart. They will build up the infrastructure, terrorist infrastructure, military infrastructure, surrounded by built up areas and this thing. So it becomes, they know we follow ethics. And it is great that we, over a period of time, especially the Air Force, Army and Navy, have developed instruments to apply in which we can actually pinpoint targets. And we were actually hoping, and yesterday, in fact, I was very fortunate that I had shaken hands with the Prime Minister. We are actually hoping that he is going to announce something. And the way the whole thing has been reached out in the sense that today was a day when we are supposed to have carried out practice and rehearsals. So anybody would have thought that tonight, 7th night is night, or maybe here and after. But this whole packaging, if you look at it, is that even the Pakistan Army was fully aware that movements were taking place. They were fully cognizant that we are going to come in with some sort of a form to punish them.
But General, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Everyone's concern right now is what happens next. Let's war game this out. Do you expect a retaliation from Pakistan? B, what may be the nature of that retaliation, and then what happens? How does India respond?
I feel, look, the nature, firstly, the nature of retaliation should be symbolic. There are a number of tools from zero to the ultimate use of systems. We have an escalatory ladder, which is always applied in a control, because we are a responsible nation. We will always tell not only the world, even the Pakistani public, that look, this is the punishment for your leadership to have done something wrong. And herein we are willing to stop. Now it is up to your leadership to take it on. So this happened in Uri surgical strike. It happened in Balakot, where symbolism of touching beyond the IB was done. So, every time you do something, we are not getting after the public, which you will unfortunately see what will happen. When they will fire, they will attack our built-up areas, they attack our civilian areas, and they will avoid hitting our military targets. So that's the difference between the two of us. The street letter will be controlled by us and not with this thing.
But General Saab, how does the attack in your book, how does it sort of, what do you make of it? Given the fact that we've been able to attack in Pakistan proper, not just in POK, and the Pakistani army, and the forces are supposed to have been on extreme alert, etc., etc. So it's very strange that they completely have been caught napping. And can you explain that? How did that happen?
It is not exactly they have been caught napping. I guess they were quite aware. Their all AD systems were up. They have been flying sorties over sorties to protect. But this packaging by the Air Force has been done to suppress. Their systems have been suppressed. This is a standoff attack from within our own the weapon systems, which Air Force, and thanks to Air Chief Marshal Baduria and his team, that over a period of time they have got the packaging done so right that we can strike anywhere in the depth of the Pakistan. Pakistan is a state or a nation or wherever we want. We can fire at will.
I'll take a question with the Air Chief. This time, one is the statement is that it's a collective work of the entire armed forces. The other thing is no missile has been used, Air Chief. Loitering munitions is what's been indicated too. So is this a new the tool in the arsenal for the armed forces? Can you explain the loitering munitions, please, Air Chief?
Yeah, we've had loitering munitions sometime where we have inducted the advanced versions now. But to my mind, it will be some combination of loitering munitions and standoff precision weapons. So I don't have the details myself, but I would expect if 9 targets are chosen, it will be some combination. Some standoff weapons would have been used, and looking at some pictures that are emanating, that are coming up from Pakistan side in the social media, to me it is an indication that
General Pandey, are you surprised by the choice of tactics that were employed?
I think having been there while I just retired, we had all these systems in place, but the manner in which we have been also talking of the year of immersion of technology has been going on. So it's also an indication of technological superiority in terms of application of force this time. So this is something very new which has come about, and without having crossed the line, technically we have been able to hit range of targets, but mix of weapon systems or systems which have been applied. So it's something very unique, and while the Americans have done, the Israelis have done, possibly in our subcontinent is the first time such an event has been carried out, and great action.
General Saab, and also Air Chief, request your indulgence, please, another 5 minutes with us, because we're going to now list out, Brajesh Kumar Singh is with us to list out the 9 targets and why they have been chosen. So we've put this out, Brajesh: Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Sialkot, Muridke, Bahawalpur and Chakamru. Please. Why?
Let me explain that all these 9 locations, were selected after very careful planning and based upon the very precise intelligence input. Okay. So one by one, I will explain the details about all these 9. For example, we all know that the Bahawalpur facility of the Jaish Mohammed, that is known as the global headquarters of Masood Azhar, Maulana Masood Azhar. It is also known as Markaz Subhanallah. This facility got created in 2015. It has been attacked. Right. Then the second facility, Markaz Taiba. It is part of the Muridke. It's very close to Lahore. It is known as the Lashkar-e-Taiba global headquarters. Mufti Shaheed, Hafiz Shaheed, he operates from this place only. Right. The third place, that is very interesting. The third place is Sarjal. And Sarjal, it's a very unique facility because it runs into a PHC, the primary health center. So how the terrorist organization backed by the ISI and the government of Pakistan, the Pakistan army, they use the health facility, the typical civilian facility. So this facility in Sarjal is a primary health center. It is part of the Tehra Kalan village, and this is again a major training launch pad plus camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This one is the third facility. The fourth is Mahmuna Joya facility. It is in Sialkot. We have already discussed the role of LET and Jaish-e-Mohammed. But this facility, this belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen.
So this is HM. So this is Hizbul Mujahideen.
Exactly. So the fourth facility, it belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen. The fifth facility, that is known as Markaz-e Ahle Hadith Barnala in Bhimber. This facility is again a Lashkar-e-Taiba facility. It is in the POJK and it's a launch pad for all the terrorist activities in Punch, Rajouri, Riyasi sector.
Yeah, because Bimber is right on the other side of Punch.
As you know, in last 3 years, there have been several attacks in this area. So this facility is very, very important from the terror angle. So this has been also attacked. The sixth facility is known as Markaz Abbas. It is in Kotli. This facility belongs to Jaish-e-Mohammed. One of the prominent operator of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hafiz Abdul Sakur. This is the this facility is the base of Sakur. The seventh facility, Maskar Rahil Saeed, it is again in Kotli. This facility belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen. So all three terror organizations, Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So also we talk about last two facilities. The Sawal Nala camp, it is in Muzzafarabad. It is precisely on the Muzzafarabad Neelam Road in POJK. It is very important. And why it is so important? If you remember the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, you know the Azmal Kasab. Azmal Kasab, he got his training from this center. So it is very, very important.
He's from Muridke, but he trained here in this
exactly
camp
in Sawal Nala camp, Muzzafarabad. The last facility, that is known as Markaz Sayyidina Bilal. Again, it is in POJK, just bang opposite the Red Fort in Muzzafarabad. Again, this facility belongs to JEM, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Basically, his operational commander, the agency operational commander, Mufti Asghar Khan, he operates from this facility. So basically, this is attacks the precise 9 location that is attacked by the Indian Armed Forces. It is based upon the precise inputs given by the Indian.
Now, here is the question: when these targets were selected, Brajesh, the viewers would want to know: were the terror akas? Were they occupied by these operational commanders and their cadre? Are the casualties far greater than what the Pakistanis are accepting?
Yes, because as per the inputs given by our intelligence, you see, all these facilities are very, very major facilities where in any normal time 50 to 5,000 terror operatives as well as the trainings, the guys who are getting trainings, they are normally camped there. So obviously it's a huge devastation for as far as the terror infrastructure.
So there you go. So General Pandey, and also to Air Chief and to our viewers, Zaka and Rahul. So very clearly this has now been explained why these targets were selected, the importance behind these targets, and what in these areas, which precise locations have been targeted, and the reason why they have been targeted. General Pandey.
Yeah. So absolutely, I think the choice or selection of the targets, the mix, but more importantly, they were larger in number. Initially, or even during the surgical strike and this thing, the places where we were hitting were quite close to this thing, which were generally the launch pads. So the numbers were very smaller. They were about at times 4, or in some cases they're about 10 to 12. But these are the places where more than hundreds of people operate. This is the place where the operational commanders or the head of the organizations were operating. And symbolically also, you imagine when they were knowing that some sort of an attack can come, but they could not have vacated it. The moment they would have vacated it, was always a given that they were scared of the retaliation from Indian forces, and possibly they were occupied with the adequate numbers. And I'm not very sure of the intel on whether commanders were in these locations. But
what would you think, General Saab, right after the attack in Pahalgam, would some of the top leadership had been moved out? There was talk that there was movement there. What do you think has happened?
The leadership of the Pakistan military and the terrorist leadership, they're quite akin. So when the time comes of trouble, they will always move out from the respective headquarters and location they'll hide. And the others, the lower rung, are expendables for them. They don't care how many trainees have been hit or how many the lower rung terrorist cadre have been, hit or destroyed.
Yeah, but the only difference being, General Saab, that being a visible strike, and this time in Pak Punjab, which is really the epicenter of the military terror network, this would have a salutary effect on Pakistan.
I am actually really salute to the political dispensation and of course the military leadership to have taken the call to hit where it mattered. So I'm actually telling you, I've been there a couple of tenures opposite the same area, somewhere in Rajasthan and all. And I used to always wonder, how are we going to hit? It is so suitably located within the township of Bahawalpur. And by the way, Bahawalpur is actually one of the southernmost area where even the people are not very happy with the camp, because those are Saraiki people. They are very different people. They speak a different language. And certain degree of unhappiness was always there. This hit is going to actually play out on the psychological mindset as well, to divide the local population, that you don't keep these guys here with us.
All right, General Pandey, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you joining us early on in the morning. It's 6 a.m., a little past 6 a.m. Good morning to all our viewers. In case you're just tuning in to CNN News 18, India has launched Operation Sindur, in which 9 different terrorist locations and headquarters and launch pads were hit from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan proper, deep inside Punjab, including the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed in Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, and of course the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. Good time to welcome Captain D.K. Sharma, his former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Mr. Stephen Golub, international affairs expert, is also joining us. We'll also be joined in a moment by Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Captain Sharma, let me ask you, the statement that was put out by the Ministry of Defense saying that all 3 tri-services were used, Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy. There were loitering munitions that were used. These were all hits from this side of the LOC, from Indian territory. We didn't cross the LOC. What are your thoughts, firstly, this morning on the 7th of May, 2025, when India has successfully executed what is now being called Operation Sindur?
Very good morning, Zaka, and very good morning to all my fellow Indians. A great news is trickling out that India did what we all were waiting for. So, very precisely, our actions, though very patient, have been very focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. I'm repeating this word, non-escalatory in nature, because as you listed out, all these attacks, the simultaneous attacks which have been carried out presumably by all the 3 services with various kind of ammunition from various axes and various fronts, have only targeted where the terror infrastructure was there, established and targeted now. So, and what I understand, that none of the Pakistan military facilities have been targeted, because that would have caused escalation. Today, right now, as we are speaking, as the news is coming out, it is all on pointed targets which were, doing all these activities which were hitting us, bleeding us by 1,000 cuts. So, and as the leadership of the country had said, कि चुन चुन के मारेंगे, ये चुन चुन के मारने का एक बहुत बहुत clear जवाब है, that it has not been pointed towards the civil population, towards anybody else, but to the people who have been, doing all these nefarious activities. And the latest of the thing which happened on the 22nd April, that is the Pahalgam attack. So a great step taken by us. And let's see now how it pans out. But as it seems now, a simultaneous, saturated, multi-pronged, multi-directional attack has been carried out, and that has been given out by our government also.
All right, Stephen Golub is also there with us. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is also joining us on the broadcast. Stephen Golub, the international ramifications of this. Secretary Marco Rubio has spoken with National Security Advisor Doval. He's also spoken to his Pakistani counterpart. He's put out a tweet about half an hour back saying that he's watching the situation in India and Pakistan very closely and would urge both sides to resolve this quickly and peacefully. What's the big concern right now in Washington?
Oh, the big concern is that this could escalate when you have 2 nuclear powers, I believe, with 170 or more nuclear weapons between them, going at each other, there's a very great concern that things can spin out of control. And sometimes things spin out of control, literally in the sense that neither side wants a major escalation, but things happen anyway. Mistakes are made, intentions are misinterpreted, someone lower down in the command chain does something they're not supposed to. So there's a great concern regarding that. What I might add as an additional concern is that as opposed to India's civilian government, you have in Pakistan a military government that not only is military, but that's led by quite an ideological religious zealot, or in effect, de facto led by the army chief. And to have that kind of individual who's evinced hostility towards India in recent weeks and months in his statements with his finger on, to be frank, the nuclear trigger, is an additional source of great concern.
All right, Stephen Golub, thank you very much for joining us. Before I come to Abhijit, Arun Danta, my colleague, is joining us live from 7 LKM, right outside the Prime Minister's residence. Arun, what's the mood right now there? The Prime Minister, I believe, was fully briefed and watching the Operation Sindur as it was unfolding. What can you report for us this morning?
Well, that's right, Zaka. Prime Minister Modi was awake for the entire night, and he was monitoring the attack from this place. Right behind me is the 7 LKM, the official residence. That he's still monitoring the situation from inside. In fact, the officials are also inside. He's also in touch with the NSA, Ajit Doval, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Union Home Minister Amit Shah. All of them are in touch with Prime Minister Modi. And in fact, as we've seen in last couple of days, the build-up which was in fact taking place, the rounds of meeting which were taking place here in the country, and also the way, whether it is External Affairs Minister or Prime Minister Modi, they were discussing with the foreign leaders about this. And today, when this thing happened, when few areas in Pakistan and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir which were attacked by our forces, it is something which is very, very significant. And perhaps in some time from now, we'll see some sort of movement here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Cabinet meeting is also plotted to take place today. CCS Cabinet Committee on Security will also take place here at 11 a.m. So very, very significant, a day-to-day, a huge attack that happened in.
Well, this is Operation Sindur. There are many reactions that are coming in from the families, those who lost their loved ones on the 22nd of April, and they are thanking the Indian Armed Forces and Prime Minister Narendra Modi for going ahead and destroying these terror hubs from where this proxy war has been waged against Bharat for many decades by Pakistan, which is a state sponsor of terror. General Sanjay Kulkarni is with us. We also have Abhijit Iyer Mitra. This is precise targeting of all locations that have happened. Captain DK Sharma is also with us, and there is a reason why. So there is not just the Jaish headquarters that has been totally destroyed, reduced to rubble. That's what we are given to understand in Bahawalpur. Muridke, again targeted because it's the Lashkar's Markaz. There is Sialkot, where the Hizbul Mujahideen are headquartered. Even in the name of a medical center, they were running a terror camp that's been targeted to. Muzzafarabad at the Red Fort area and also near the Bilal Mosque area, there are huge terror bases, camps where the likes of Ajmal Kasab were trained. That has been reduced to rubble. 9 precise targets have been taken, and the death toll is far greater. The damage caused is far greater than just infrastructural damage. That's what we are given to understand. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, can it be more precise? Can it be more sharp? And can it be more lethal than this? And the Pakistanis currently, the cowards that they are targeting civilians. There are civilian casualties that are happening on our side along the LOC. They are shelling civilian establishments. This is what they will come down to.
So first of all, Anand, we need to understand, we have images coming out of Bahawalpur and Muridke. First, let's understand the psychological impact. In Balakot, they could claim a victory because it was a very remote location, and they said we shot down crows. Now with the visuals coming in from Bahawalpur hospital, there's no way they can claim that it was only crows or chickens or whatever we shot down, number one. And for Pakistan, a defeat in private doesn't count as a defeat at all. You have to have a public defeat, a public sort of, humiliation in that sense for it to count. Number one. Number two, what has been happening is you're looking at the hospital visuals. These are all fighting age men. Pakistani Twitter is trying to show that some kid died. That image, we don't know where it's from. We don't know what its provenance is. All the videos that we're looking at clearly show fighting age men with long flowing beards having been badly injured in this strike. What is even more curious is, so far we have seen absolutely no visuals for the other 7 targets. Why is that? Because Pakistani Punjab has declared a state of emergency right now. They've cut off all the phone signals and everything. Now, why do you do that? When you do that, it means you clearly have something to hide. Right? Because especially when things have been struck, people need their mobile phones to call ambulances, to coordinate with relatives, to coordinate finances and things like that for treatment and so on and so forth. You don't cut off, this is like cutting off communications after a tornado has hit or after a hurricane has hit. You don't do it. The only reason you do it is to suppress information. So with the other 7 targets, we really don't know what the extent of the damage is. We'll have some satellites flying over there in the next 2-3 hours. When I manage to get a look at those images, I'll be able to tell you. Third, if you remember, on the 5th, my colleague Detresfa, he tweeted out images of the exact Bahawalpur seminary that has been targeted.
Yes.
It had training grounds, it had badminton and tennis courts, it had a swimming pool, which thankfully had been filled in. Have you ever heard of a mosque and a seminary attached to have a swimming pool attached to it? These things don't happen. This was very clearly a training camp of some sort. That is beyond doubt. Now, I'm sure we're going to hear propaganda stories now about how this was some, lots of very pious students. What was the term New York Times used for Osama bin Laden? Pious preacher or something like that. That lots of hundreds of pious preachers have died or whatever. Let's not take that seriously.
Abhijit Mitra, I'm interrupting your flow of thoughts, but we have Sanjay Dwivedi, Shobhan Dwivedi's father, who's joining us. Sanjay ji, namaste, Jai Hind. भारत ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रचा है. 9 टारगेट्स हैं जो ध्वस्त हुए हैं पाकिस्तान में, टेरर बेसिस. आप क्या कहेंगे संजय जी? आप क्या कहेंगे? ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत ने लॉन्च किया है, टेरर एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स को ध्वस्त किया है.
मैं इस कार्रवाई के लिए अपने देश की सशक्त सेना और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं और सैल्यूट करता हूं अपने देश की सेनाओं को, सशक्त सेनाओं को, जिन्होंने इस तरह के दुष्टों का, राक्षसों का विनाश करने का प्रण लिया है और उसको अंजाम देने का कार्य किया है. मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं. देश की 140 करोड़ जनता के दिल की आवाज को सुना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने. निश्चित तौर पे आज मेरे पुत्र ने जो शहादत दी थी, जो बलिदान दिया था 22 अप्रैल को, निश्चित तौर पे आज उसकी आत्मा को शांति मिल रही होगी. आज मेरा पूरा परिवार रात 2 बजे से लगातार उस जो कष्ट को पिछले 15 दिनों से झेल रहा था, उस कष्ट में निश्चित तौर पे मरहम का काम हुआ है. आज मेरे दिल में बेटे के जाने का गम तो है, लेकिन आज गर्व है मेरे देश के, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री पर, मेरे देश की सशक्त सेनाओं पर, जिन्होंने समय पे जाकर के कार्रवाई की, सटीक कार्रवाई की और आतंकवादियों के समूल नाश के विनाश का काम शुरू कर दिया है.
हिंदू बेटियों का सिंदूर छीनने की जुर्रत की थी उन्होंने, और इस ऑपरेशन को सिंदूर कहा गया है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर.
संजय जी, हिंदू बेटियों का सिंदूर छीनने की हिम्मत की थी उन्होंने. 26 पुरुषों को चुन चुनकर मारा था. आज इस ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रखा है. क्या सिंदूर की लाज रखी है हमारी सेना ने?
जो मेरी बहू का सिंदूर, जो माथे का सिंदूर छीना था 22 अप्रैल को, बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय लिया है. इस ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रख करके उन शहीद हुए मेरे पुत्र के साथ शहीद हुए देश के विभिन्न भागों के उन 27 वीरों का, बलिदानियों की, धर्मपत्नियों के, सुहाग की जो कीमत थी उसको सुहाग की रक्षा का जो सुहाग छीना गया था, उसके लिए जो प्रतिशोध लिया है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, माननीय हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, मैं सबको बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं और देश की सशस्त्र सेनाओं के अदम्य साहस और वीरता के लिए मैं उनको बारंबार सैल्यूट करता हूं।
इतना काफी है कि और भी सिखाना, सबक सिखाना जरूरी है संजय जी।
जी 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 जी। अभी आतंकवाद पे जो कार्रवाई शुरू हुई है, ये इसका शुरुआत है। हम ये चाहते हैं और पूरा देश ये चाहता है कि अब आतंकवाद का माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी समूल विनाश करें। अगर अब भी कुछ कमी रही हो तो निश्चित तौर पे उसको इससे भी बड़ी कार्रवाई करके उसका समूल विनाश करें।
संजय जी धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। जय हिंद।
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू।
So that's the sentiment of a father.
Mr. Iyer Mitra, if he's there. Mr. Mitra, first of all, good morning. This is what we were working up to. The fact of the matter is, you were there last night on our show. We weren't expecting perhaps a strike this early in the day, but we hadn't ruled out the possibility. How do you assess what has transpired over the last 7 hours? How do you assess it? Is this going to enforce deterrence? This is something that you've been talking about. And do you think that this is the first of many steps, the first of a phase?
I think this is the beginning of a series of strikes. We have to understand Pakistan has its security cabinet meeting at 10 a.m. They'll decide what course of action they want to go about after that. Depending on how much they want to escalate it, let's see where it goes. I think the reports coming out of Pakistan right now claiming that they've shot down 5 fighter jets may be a face-saving device. They claim that they've shot down 5. Therefore, it's a big hurrah. If you remember in Balakot, they actually did shoot down one of our fighters. And they claimed to have launched missiles just to warn us. They claimed they launched expensive Brazilian missiles, which never exploded on target, as a warning to us. And they claimed victory. And if you go to the Wikipedia page on Balakot, it actually makes it seem that Balakot happened in a vacuum. It had no connection to Pulwama and Pakistan. Nothing was hit at Balakot, and only India suffered casualties. But it gave us a 6-year breathing period, 5 to 6 year breathing period, if you count the Riyasi attack as well last year, of deterrence. Now, deterrence doesn't mean that, small 1-2 people killed. It's the big attacks that it deters, because 1-2 people killed attacks are, they're targets of opportunity decided at a local level. It is the big attacks which the orders come cross-border, and that is what you're out to deter.
Abhijit Iyer Mitra and General Kulkarni and Captain Sharma. Captain, we'll try and go to Captain Sharma.
Wants to make a point.
Yes,
sir. Patience was running out, but a solid, saturated, multi-pronged, coordinated precision strikes have happened over the last 3 hours, and I'm sure they are going to continue.
Well, I'm not sure he's speaking with us right now. I think I don't think he is with us. We'll try and just connect that and see if he's speaking with us directly. He was looking elsewhere, so I'm not sure. So we'll just confirm that. But General Kulkarni, Rahul and Zaka and to Abhijit Iyer Mitra, the fact is, ये पाकिस्तानी है, ये पलट कर आते हैं. They come back. Time लेके आते हैं, but they come back. 6 years is not deterrence enough, because when they come back, they hurt again. And so what is it that we are going to do so that they never dare to do this again?
No, General Kulkarni, I think, the question that everyone wants to ask is twofold. Obviously, look, this is not going to be the end of terrorism. I don't think this as a deterrent thing, which Rahul was talking about. After Pulwama, we thought there will be deterrence. After Balakot, we thought there will be deterrence.
That's what
it happens after a bunch of years. The most pressing and most immediate question is, what is the thinking right now in GHQ in Rawalpindi? What is the thinking of Asim Munir? He has articulated his very vile and visceral thoughts about Hindus and Muslims and jugular vein and so on and so forth. This is a direct hit at his authority, the authority of the Pakistan army. So how does India prepare? A, will there be a retaliation? And B, how does India prepare for that retaliation? How does India respond to that retaliation?
See, Zaka, what really now at this point of time, we have noticed that however much all of this has been war game, we know exactly what we would have done and how Pakistan will retaliate. There is no denying the fact. That is why, to begin with, in the escalation ladder, only the terrorist camps have been hit. There's 9 of them. Of course, most of them are in POK, but one of it in Bahawalpur is in Punjab. That's where the Jaish and Mohammed headquarters are. So indicative. Now another, maybe another half an hour, 1 hour, we'll really exactly know the damage caused. Maybe 24, 30, 40, 50, 100 people would have died. And though it was absolute total secrecy, I think it was beautifully managed, very well executed for a very simple reason, that you had the mock exercises being given to understand in India at this point of time that today, the 7th of May, there'll be mock exercises. You had the Raksha Mantri say...
General Saab, there was secrecy, and one has to hand it to the Indian government that there was secrecy. But I have to ask you, there was anticipation also. We knew because the Prime Minister had laid it down and the parameters he had defined very narrowly. Why was Pakistan caught so flat-footed? Or indeed, have they been caught flat-footed, or it is just our genius that we have been able to penetrate their... I don't know. Maybe their systems are very...
If they're caught flat-footed, frankly, if they're caught flat-footed like this every time, perhaps they should be caught like this every time.
I'm very interested to know, how is it that these people who claim to be such a professional, such a powerful army, have been blown out of the water pretty much in main Punjab?
Yeah, they may be strong, but we are more powerful, we are more stronger, we are better.
What happened, you would have noticed, Pakistan was expecting the retaliation, or otherwise, their chief, the jihadi, I would call him Hafiz Ghani, would not have dispatched his family. Most of the people had over there, the generals have dispatched their families abroad, number one. Number two, aware of what the civil administration might just do, he appointed his DG ISI as the NSA to know exactly what the Prime Minister of theirs is thinking, and they should not, take some decision which might just go against the army. So everyone, he had full control. He knew, and he has prepared himself. I hope some good sense prevails, because he knows. Probably he may have thought India may not retaliate. India might just say something and we don't do. But he knew that India will retaliate. He had seen the leadership in India, and he knows this strong leadership in India is bound to come very, very hard, because that's what we did after Uri, that's what we did after Pulwama. But Pakistan didn't seem to understand that here also it will be done. But definitely,
the symbolism, Anand, the symbolism of targeting close to Lahore in Bahawalpur, Mr. Iyer Mitra, this is important. This is an important visible action that India has taken beyond POK.
Look, it's Balakot was also beyond POK. That precedent was set in Balakot itself that we will not restrict ourselves to POK. The majority of targets are in POK, yes, but there have been significant targets outside POK, because there is this sort of equivalence in the Pakistani mind that in the 1960s war, they only attacked in Kashmir, and India declared the war because we attacked across the international border. Somehow this, they've tried to reinforce this narrative that Kashmir actions should be restricted to Kashmir and should not go outside of Kashmir. Now, this is ludicrous. We have broken that. We had for a long time accepted that principle. We have broken that with Balakot, and this time it's been very, very significantly reinforced, just because of the scale and nature of the attacks that have taken place outside of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
No, but also the fact that Punjab has been hit. I mean, Muridke is barely 30 kilometers from Lahore. And you know this. I mean, hitting Punjab is like hitting at the heart of Pakistan.
No, it's not just hitting at the heart of Pakistan. It's hitting at the heart of the Pakistan army. We all know what headquarters are there in Muridke exactly. So, it's also saying that, we just hit about a kilometer.
If he can hit you, if he can hit these terror headquarters, we can hit the air bases, and we can hit the military installations, and we have chosen not to. That's the message the Indian Armed Forces are giving. Bahawalpur has an air base.
Yeah, it's actually much more than that, because you're hitting the political power center of both the army and the Sharif family.
Yeah,
that is a humiliation that they can't live down.
So 10 a.m. there is going to be a press briefing. So here on CNN News 18, it's continuous coverage. We are live with the coverage, with the updates. 10 a.m. is the official media briefing at the National Media Center. We've just got confirmation. National Media Center, that's where there will be a press briefing on Operation Sindur.
Do we know who's going
We
to be
don't know.
leading that?
We don't know who's going to
it
come
is.
to
So
brief.
if you go back to the surgical strikes,
Yes,
at
it
that
was-
time, I think it was the head of the Northern Command.
Yeah.
Then I think the DGMO.
General Huda, I think.
Yeah, I think General Huda had come out
Yeah,
first.
but it's been sent out by the army. It's been sent out by the army PRO and PRO army. That's
So
where
you'd
they
imagine
are the
it's
ones who sent out. So we'll see if it's a military briefing or not.
It likely would be. Yeah.
And this time around, General Kulkarni, it said it's a collective armed forces. It's not said that it was only the Air Force that did it, or the Army that did it, or the Navy that did it. It's a collective Air Force, collective armed forces strike. My question is also, if the Pakistanis decide to respond, they may immediately respond, or they may respond in a different manner, in a non-state act manner also. So how do we measure our calibration? Is this message very clear that any act of terror on our soil now will be a punitive cost on Pakistanis? Secondly, if you escalate, we will go escalate further.
Pakistan will retaliate, but Pakistan knows the after effect of retaliation, and that is what is most important. Pakistan realizes it, that attack on the Indian soil, because Indians don't have any terrorist camp. Since we have no terrorist camp, the attack is going to be in the Indian soil, whereas we have only hit the terrorist target. So Pakistan knows what India is doing. Now, should Pakistan retaliate in a haphazard manner, knowing fully well, let's see what happens. We are going, we'll do. But at this point of time, I don't think, because Pakistan knows fully well that India is prepared. For the last 12, 13 days, India was preparing for it. India has now retaliated, and any further, I would say, retaliation by Pakistan might lead to Pakistan getting into trouble. Because Baluchistan ex-chief minister has been talking rather ill about Pakistan and very clearly stated that, look, and he has also told them, don't forget, you've had 93,000 PWs in 71
But that was in 71, sir. After that, the messaging has not cost them. The messaging from the Indian response or the Bharatiya response has not cost them. It's not cost Pakistan acreage, nor has it cost them personnel, loss of face. Captain Sharma, agree, disagree? And is this messaging enough, or has this got to be harder?
Just, Zakar, this is just the starting. Oh, sorry. Anand,
yeah,
this is just the starting of the whole thing, which was waiting for something like this to happen, and it has happened at the right time, as decided by all the three chiefs and the top leadership of the nation. Very precise attacks, very potent attacks, and let's see now what is the next step of Pakistan. As General Kulkarni is saying, there will be some retaliation, but we are prepared for it. It is a multi-pronged attack. Everybody is at standby. So there is nothing to worry, because anything now coming out from there will have
But Captain,
kind of...
when you say that there is going to be a retaliation, I'm sure people in the Indian military establishment have done a bit of a game theoretical analysis.
Rahul, every action of theirs has already been, I'm very sure about it. It has been simulated, and we know what is our reaction to it. So just don't worry about it. Every step of the escalation ladder has been well thought out, and who will address it? Which part of the Indian Armed Forces will address it? In what manner and with what kind of might? All this has been done.
They don't deter Abhijit Iyer Mitra and Captain Sharma and General Kulkarni. They don't deter from attacking civilians. If you look at the pounding around the LOC, it shows that they are capable of the most vile act. And if we look at Pahalgam, they're okay with that. That was also celebrated somewhere. So if they end up doing something foolhardy like that, that they target a civilian establishment or a military establishment, then the graded response, how does it change? And does that give us a toehold or a reason to perhaps charge them acreage? I hope you understand what I'm saying.
We are now going towards the routes from where the launch pads are. You are talking about they will attack on the civilian areas. They can do whatever foolish activities they want to do. But here our focus is very clear. We are going, as the Prime Minister said, we will go to the root of the problem. So now we are attacking from where the artillery is kept, or where the missile launching pads are kept, and where all this activity was taking, it was starting from there. It was finally looking for a target across the border this side. But now when all our forces have got all the targets and coordinates in position, and we have decided that we are ready, and and the kind of attack which has been carried out within a matter of seconds and minutes from various directions, this is going to baffle them. This is going to, really.
One other factor which I think is important in whatever response Pakistan may choose is in 2 days' time, on Friday, they have this all-important meeting with the IMF in Washington, where I think it's $1 billion tranche of the $7.5 billion that was approved as the bailout package. That is due. So if they choose to attack or retaliate in the next 48 hours, that will have down the line implications as well for Pakistan. But I do want to say a couple of things. I don't think the Pakistan army, if it chooses to retaliate, and I think the messaging from the Indian armed forces, even from the very first statement that was put out by the ADGPI, was that, look, we're not targeting military installations. This is non-escalatory in nature, and we're only targeting the terror infrastructure. So basically, a signaling has gone to the Pakistan military that, look, we're not hitting your military installations, and we do not want you to escalate. Of course, Pakistan and the Pakistan army will have to decide what they have to and how they have to respond. The second thing, and the important thing, is the conversations. The first set of conversations that have happened are between the National Security Advisor of India and his counterpart, the acting counterpart now, Mr. Rubio, who's also the Secretary of State. And immediately after that, Mr. Rubio has spoken to the NSA of Pakistan, the NSA who also happens to be the DGISI. And he has clearly said, we don't wish both parties to escalate. We want a quick resolution to this. So really, the stakes are very, very high for Pakistan if they choose to respond to this.
I agree with you. Obviously, this is something that the Pakistani leadership will have to balance. But I want to bring in Ayyar Mitra on this. There'll be expectations now, and we're already seeing a large number of videos coming out of Pakistan where people are asking, "Tum kya so rahe the?" And they were asking the Pakistani army. So there's a meltdown happening in Pakistan. The Pakistani army wants to save face. There are a couple of things now that I want to bring to your attention. Number one, given that the political imperatives, can Munir, who has talked himself into, jihadi A+, can he now sit quiet? One. Two, how much leverage does Washington actually have on Pakistan, given the fact that Pakistan has moved very closely and quickly into the Chinese arc, and the Chinese actually haven't responded?
Yeah.
And this I find quite strange. Something is happening in their backyard. Chinese are completely silent.
So to answer the first part of the question, remember, we've had reports since Pahalgam happened. We've had a lot of indications that there is discontent among the corps commanders. Some of the things Pakistani broadcasters and major personalities have been saying against Asim Munir, they won't have the guts to say that unless they had the protection of some corps commander happening out there.
Right.
The most common refrain I'm hearing right now is, where has Asim Munir been for the last 10 days? He was actively promoting that ludicrous speech of his on Twitter, where everybody was saying Asim Munir hits it out of the park, whatnot, etc., etc. Where has he been? He's been completely missing in action, no photos of him or anything. And again, we see there is a very systematic attempt from Pakistani Twitter to ask those questions. How far it will go, I don't know. How far will the corps commanders take it? I don't know. To answer the second part of your question, Rahul, sorry, if you can just remind me again, I lost.
China.
The second part is the China angle and the lack of, or perhaps, I don't know, Washington's influence.
This is actually, something we've seen for the last 3 years. Chinese support to Pakistan. First, China doesn't do allies. America does allies. China does free radicals. They use North Korea to bog down East Asia. They use Laos, even though it doesn't have nuclear weapons or any military really. They use Laos to, sow discontent within ASEAN. They use Pakistan to bog down India. These are the kind of, malignant free radicals they like. Now, what ends up happening out here is, the deal is always based on the fact that you can actually hold down the regional competitor. Pakistan used to get very good deals as long as it was running a two-track insurgency, one in Punjab, one in Kashmir. Once the Punjab insurgency ended, it could still get discounts claiming a Kashmir insurgency. Now we know the Kashmir insurgency is over. And if you notice, for the last 9 years, Rahul, since I've been appearing on your programs, you remember I've been talking about Chinese internal documents, actually local publications, which keep saying, how Pakistan's military and feudal system has gone out of its way to sabotage the Pakistan-China economic corridor. They were still willing to tolerate it. They were still willing to tolerate Uyghur terrorists being found in Pakistani terror camps and things like that. What they are not willing to tolerate now is all the same things happening when Pakistan is not bringing any insurgency on the table that's able to keep India off balance. That is the main reason China is not really being as supportive, because Pakistan is no longer an asset. As for Washington, Washington can wield influence. The question is, do they want to wield influence? It's the same way we can wield a lot of influence on Russia. Do we really want to use that influence for something like Ukraine, which is pretty peripheral to us?
But has Bharat been very smart about it again this time? Because 10:22 p.m. last evening, President Trump confirms that India has removed all tariffs on US goods. So there has been a big offtake there. So there is a whole of government strategic maneuver with key parties who are integral to whatever Bharat was planning. And that's happened.
No,
but
I just want to add to the US
yeah.
question. I mean, look, Trump, I think to be fair to him, has been very, very clear. He is an anti-war president. He has never, in fact, he's said very proudly on the campaign trail that in his first term, not a single war started. And he also made it a big campaign agenda point that he wants to end the Russia-Ukraine war. He said, famously, he'll end it in 24 hours and so on, but that hasn't happened. He also wants to put an end to the Israel-Gaza war as well. But here's the thing. The incentive or the leverage that Washington had 5 or 6 years ago, let's say, for example, when Balakot happened, because Washington was very much invested in Afghanistan, very much invested in this region, they had leverage over Pakistan. Today, that is significantly decreased. So it really boils down to what the Pakistani military
Trump's
leadership
point of view
wants to do.
Even in Trump 1.1, Trump 1.2, Trump was very clear about what he thought about Pakistan.
Yeah,
and the billions of dollars that had been given by the US to Pakistan. So clearly those monies were not coming. They only have 40% of operational capacity of their fleet, which is all US airplanes.
Yeah.
A lot of their guns and machinery they need servicing, and that all spare parts have to come from. So there are different ways that Pakistani response, military response can be choked by a friendly ally or a friendly nation, and in this case the US.
In February, Trump had actually lifted the sanctions and had said that we're going to give you parts, etc., as well as monies to maintain your F-16s, as long as you don't use them against India.
Correct. So the condition itself, see, now the Saudis have parked $9 billion in their reserves, but you can't touch that money.
I mean, did you see the president's statement?
Yeah, the Americans.
He's talking about some historic fight that goes back 2,000 years and centuries.
He's talked about the time of invasion and all of that. They're clearly not involved. And here they said, see, Bangladesh and Pakistan, he's left it to Modi to handle. So if the Americans are given that. But I'm just going to go back to what Abhijit Iyer Mitra very interestingly pointed out has immediately happened post these strikes by Bharat in Pakistan. All of Punjab has gone into a blackout area.
It's
in the Pak-occupied Punjab. The Pak region, the Punjab region in Pakistan has been blanked out in terms of communication services, airspace band, sab kuch band. Why is it? And there is only visuals, details that have come from Bahawalpur and also Muridke. The rest of the regions, what has happened is been totally blacked out. Even in Pakistani media, they don't have enough of information except for the claims made by the DG ISPR as far as their press conference was concerned. Now, would you attach reason behind that there is a deliberate attempt to try and blank out because the damage is so heavy? And if those details were to surface, it will be far more embarrassing for the Pakistanis, because these are all the terror hideouts, the terror tanzeems, and perhaps there is a huge loss.
So this is a very interesting visual. By the way, I'd heard this visual as I was coming in tonight, this morning. And these are individuals sitting in a car and they're having a chat and they're talking some...
And there you go, right in front of them on the camera.
Some lurid stuff, and suddenly they say, oh beta, ye kya ho gaya? Oh boy.
We can hear the audio.
Yeah, the audio is a bit risky.
Risky.
It's a bit risky.
Cool. That's what they said. Cool, and the video catch away. So, and then they don't even know what's happened. But look at that precise moment when the strike has happened. They don't even realize what's happened, but there is a huge strike and there is an explosion and this is somewhere in Bahawalpur. See, they are saying video catch away.
I mean, they think it's actually, I think it's now dawning on Pakistan, because I'm seeing a lot of reactions on Pakistani social media handles where they're abusing their leadership, and that's the reason I asked that question. Because they're all saying, "Tum to soye hoye ho." When are you going to wake up?
This pressure can
India has walked straight into Punjab.
Can push them into doing something quite foolhardy. push them into doing something very foolhardy. I just want to go back and try and let's revisit where all they have targeted. And there is some very specific information that we've got. I'm just going to read that out as we're getting it. Why these regions have been targeted, these locations have been targeted. Let's try and understand this, viewers. So there are 9 locations in all, starting with Muzzafarabad. This is in POK. Now, in Muzzafarabad, there are 2 locations that have been targeted. In Muzzafarabad, the 2 locations that have been targeted is the Shawai Nala. If I can write this, let me just do this. So it is the Shawai Nala. So this is Shawai Nala here in Muzzafarabad. And there is also the Red Fort area. So that is Markaz Sayyidna Bilal. So Markaz Bilal. So Markaz Bilal is another area which has been targeted. Markaz Bilal. So which the Pakistani media or Pakistani ISI claimed that it is the Bilal Mosque. No, this is the Markaz Bilal, this region, which are 2 terror training camps in Muzzafarabad that have been targeted. Let's understand Markaz-e-Taiba. So Zaka was saying this is the Lashkar's headquarters. So Markaz Taiba. So this is what LET's headquarters. This has been targeted. This is the LET HQ.
Wow.
So this has been targeted in Muridke very clearly. This is the Muridke one. Bahawalpur, there are two locations. So Bahawalpur, there is Markaz Subhanallah. So this is Markaz Subhanallah is again the Jaish HQ. So this is JEM HQ. Totally destroyed. So this has been targeted. And then there is Markaz, and then in there is in Chakamru. This is this area called Serjal. So in Serjal, there is actually a health center, which is a training camp. So that's been targeted. Then in Sialkot, this is Sialkot. In Sialkot, you have Mehmoon Joya. Now, Mehmoon Joya is the HM, Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters. So
you're saying
Mehmoon Joya
Jaish and
Hizbul, all three have been targeted. Then you have in Bhimbar. Now this Bhimbar Gali, remember we always talked about this Bhimbar Gali and this area.
Yeah.
So here in Bhimbar, you have this area which is called Markaz Ahle-Hadith. So Markaz Ahle-Hadith, again Jaish.
Yes.
So Markaz Ahle-Hadith is again, so you have the JEM being targeted, JEM operations here. Then there is Markaz Abbas in Kotli. So this is Markaz Abbas in Kotli.
So you're saying that the
all
backbone
of these are terror camps. Now
of the jihadi infrastructure has been hit out of the water today.
Correct. And here, this one, the Muzzafarabad Shahi Nalla camp. Now, the Shawai Nalla camp, this is where this guy, Ajmal Kasab, had trained.
I see.
Ajmal Kasab had trained here. This camp in Muzzafarabad, he hails from Muridke and he trained in Muzzafarabad. So there is also the Markaz Rahil Sharif. So there are 2 locations here in Kotli. There is one more. This is Markaz Rahil. This is Markaz Rahil Shahid. This is also in Kotli. So this is how these locations have been targeted. All have significance. There is the Jaish operations in Bahawalpur and in Kotli. Gulpur also. This is one of these is being clubbed with Kotli, but this one of these camps is in Gulpur. Chakamru comes with the Sherjal. So
from Lahore.
All these camps.
Muridke, 30 kilometers from
Muridke is
Lahore,
30 kilometers from Lahore.
which is really the citadel of Punjab.
Absolutely.
Pakistan, Punjab, that is.
I mean, the last time there was a direct hit in Punjab was actually in the 1965 war.
Exactly.
So this is something that hasn't happened in the last 50 years.
It has
if you drive from Lahore downwards towards Faisalabad and then you go down, in this region is where Muridke comes.
Right.
And when we passed, in my previous avatar as a sports journalist, I've gone to Pakistan. And when we passed that, we were actually pointed out and said, "Ye Lashkar ka headquarter hai." So at that time in 2007, they used to openly flaunt that this is the Lashkar headquarters. Bahawalpur, where these 2 camps are, 5 kilometers from here is the airbase.
But just think of this.
So just 5
Anand,
kilometers from here is the
I have to
Bahawalpur
ask you this
airbase.
question. Just think of this. Today, Hafiz Saeed is sitting in his little launch pad, having his chai this morning. And he knows that he's in the crosshair too. Imagine the psychological impact of the Dawood Ibrahim, who has been probably eating his biscuit this morning, will also be saying that, okay, I'm probably next. I hope we behave ourselves. This is what the message is.
But my point is, frankly, I'm moving across here. But Zaka and Rahul, as we go across back to our guests, Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim are no longer the operational heads. They are just figureheads. What we need as a nation and our armed forces need to target are the operational commanders.
True.
Hafiz's brother Talha Saeed,
but
Asghar, some of the others who we have named here on the channel. These are the people who are present at these training camps, who are radicalizing minds and training.
No, but
along with them are these mullahs who are so radicalized.
No, but even
who are the
Osama
ones who are
bin Laden,
brainwashing
but
them.
hang on, even Osama bin Laden, by 2010, 2011, 2010, had become a completely sort of, disconnected, discombobulated figure from the
Zawahiri
Al-Qaeda.
was leading the Al-Qaeda.
But the symbolism
of course
of nailing him is very, very important. So let's not forget that.
I think these are very, very targeted precision strikes.
Yeah.
The message is very clear from the Indian military establishment and the political establishment. The three terrorist organizations that have been a thorn in India's flesh for the last 30 years, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish and Mohammed, and the Hizbul Mujahideen, their headquarters has today been hit. And I think it's an unambiguous message from the Indian establishment that these are the three organizations that have really been responsible for a majority, more than 90% of the terror acts that have happened in India, whether it's in Kashmir, whether it's in mainland India from 26/11 to Uri, Pulwama, and the latest, of course, in Pahalgam. But at the same time, if you were to look at the statement put out by every official in the government of India, from the army, PRO to the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, it's very clear three things. Number one, this is non-escalatory in nature. India does not wish to pursue the escalation ladder if Pakistan does not retaliate. Number two, all of these hits happen from inside Indian territory. The LOC was not crossed. The international border was not crossed. And the third and most important thing, these were simply terror launch pads or terror infrastructure. No military installation has been hit.
This
and that's a
puts
signal.
Pakistan in a huge bind because, look, we've targeted legitimate targets that are non-state actors, and I'm not using Indian government language, I'm using Pakistani government language. They say these are non-state actors, they're out of our control, etc., etc. Where does Pakistan hit?
Well, look,
I mean, it can't.
If
it hits the military establishment in India, that's a declaration of war. I'm talking very legalistically speaking now. It's a declaration of war. Defense minister, I think the defense minister has put out a statement, or maybe he's speaking to all the three chiefs, perhaps congratulating them on the success of this. Big breaking news coming in. Rajnath Singh, who had said just a few days ago that our action will be what you desire. That is, the public of India desires. Today, speaking to all the three service chiefs, he has also been extremely, extremely involved in all the planning that has gone on. I'm not just saying it because, obviously, that would be because he is a defense minister. But in the past, we have seen a large number of people, Anand, saying that everything is dictated by one part of the establishment and not the others, etc. But this time, it's been a very concerted
the 10 a.m.
effort.
presser, Rahul, is going to be forces and the MEA.
There you go.
So it's a whole of government approach that we are seeing. Payal Mehta is with us. Yes, Payal. So Rajnath Singh ji has spoken to the three service chiefs. The press conference will be a combined press conference with all the forces and also the MEA together. So a whole of government approach on Operation Sindur is being witnessed.
It has been a whole of government approach from day one, hasn't it, Anand? The way in which the Prime Minister met the leadership, first at the CCS, that's where the ball really started rolling, after which his individual meeting with service chiefs, his meeting with all of them, with Rajnath Singh, that message coming in clear and loud that, you decide which is the place you want to target, what is the time you want to really target. And I'm currently at the official residence of the Prime Minister. All action from 10 o'clock onwards will be moving here because 11 o'clock we'll have the all-important CCS meeting which will take place, followed by the Union Cabinet. And of course, it's going to be a very, very confident cabinet, especially the alliance partners who are in the Modi government for the first time. And they would have seen his decisive leadership from very, very close quarters now. So obviously, all the development will be here. But yes, a whole of government approach. What is India's, story behind the strikes that we've really done? The fact that we're only targeting...
Has anybody?
Just one very quick question. In the run-up to this particular event this morning, the Prime Minister has never named Pakistan. Now, that was obviously a deliberate, very clearly deliberate choice of words that he has used in the last 14 days. Can you build on that a little bit? Because it assumes significance. Because whatever the Pakistanis are going to respond to now will, from India's point of view, be, if they're going to strike on India in any capacity, they will be breaking international law, because the Prime Minister was extremely measured.
Well, that's typical Narendra Modi style. You know, Rahul, in the past also, when he's spoken about China, he has never named China. He's never named Pakistan in any of his, comments as well. In fact, last night when he was speaking at a private channel summit, even then he said, हमारा पानी किसी और देश में जाता था, अब हमारा पानी सिर्फ हमारे देश में रहेगा और हमारे लोगों के लिए रहेगा. He has chosen not to name these enemy nations at all. And I don't remember, in the distinct memory that I have covered his government for the last decade plus, has he ever named any nation, which also includes the likes of China. It's a typical Narendra Modi style of telling people where they really belong, to give them the kind of respect that in terms of where they really belong. That's been Modi's trademark style, if I'm not wrong.
But are we expecting any of the netas to come before the CCS? Any reaction, any movement at the PMO right now at 7 LKM?
Well, it's just lesser than 7 o'clock right now. No movement as such that we can witness over outside the local and marked residence. But the whole of government will be here at 11 o'clock, Anand.
Right.
All the cabinet ministers will be here as well. The CCS leaders will be there. We have to just wait and see if the service chiefs are called to the CCS meeting to brief the Prime Minister in person. Those visuals are going to be extremely significant. Those are going to be extremely important. Those are going to be extremely satisfactory for the people of the country to see what our service chiefs have really been able to achieve, what our forces have been able to achieve.
And very important, Anand, there is a PIB fact check that has been put out.
That has already been.
If I can just hold this up to the camera, and it says the claim that Indian brigade headquarters have been attacked by Pakistan is a complete fake news. So a large number of Pakistani handles have been putting out this kind of rot since the morning. In fact, since about 2 in the morning, they've been talking about how an Indian aircraft was downed, a fighter aircraft. It turned out to be some very old incident. And there have been other claims by Pakistan about attacks in Srinagar, etc., etc. All of this is fake news. Yeah. So please make sure, and I'm appealing to all our fellow Indian citizens, our patriotic Indians, please make sure that you don't fall to this Pakistani propaganda. This is absolute Pakistani propaganda, unmitigated propaganda.
We should have more of this, because there are three pieces of fake news that have already been called out. One is that Pakistan is claiming 15 locations hit inside Bharat by missiles as retaliatory strikes by Pakistan. It's fake news. A Rafale jet or 2 Rafales were brought down, again fake news. Srinagar Air Base has been struck, again fake news. And right now, like the PIB has also confirmed this, brigade headquarters of the Indian Army again destroyed or attacked or bombed by the Pakistani forces, again fake news.
In fact, the news was spread by Pakistan Information Minister Ataullah Tarar.
They are actually masters at misinformation. So
disinformation, actually.
Disinformation.
It's not just misinformation.
Yeah.
This is disinformation.
Let's just quickly go to Akash. Akash, the Raksha Mantri has spoken with the 3 service chiefs.
Yes, Anand, we are learning that 3 service chiefs have briefed Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh about the operation as to how it was conducted and, what was the kind of success that they have received. In fact, Raksha Mantri Singh was briefed about the sort of, platforms, in fact, all of what was used. And in fact, the assessment that they are going to come up with at 10 a.m. today in the press conference, Raksha Mantri has been briefed about it. And also, Anand, as far as you were discussing about the brigade headquarters. Yeah. I have checked all the brigade headquarters, and I have got several inputs, credible inputs. None of the brigade headquarters has been attacked by Pakistan, and it is confirmed all the structures of Indian Army are safe. All the structures of Indian Air Force here in Jammu and Kashmir are safe, Anand.
Right. So no military establishments, installments have been affected or touched by the Pakistani military or the Pakistani forces, nor have anything material been done, damaged been done to any of our resources or arsenal. So clearly all fake news, fake propaganda in perhaps a certain level of retaliation because they were caught napping. Aman Sharma now joining us with how it was the Pakistanis were caught napping with Operation Sindur. Many would have thought कि mock drills आज हो रहा है तो 7 तारीख की रात या 8 तारीख को कुछ करेंगे. and it all happened on 6 Tarikh ki raat and 7th morning, and that's where the Pakistanis got caught unawares, Aman. And the significance of this operation being called Operation Sindur and it being approved at the highest level.
Absolutely, Anand. The Pakistanis have been completely blindsided, and this again speaks of the Modi-led government acting with complete precision, stealth, and the element of surprise. This whole announcement about the mock drill, which was to happen today, it came yesterday. In fact, the day before night, and entire media was full of mock drill stories. Yesterday. And it seems that Pakistan also assumed that India is preparing for this mock drill, which will happen today, and the strike will only happen later. One of their ambassadors, in fact, former ambassador Abdul Basit, had tweeted that maybe this will happen after the Russia Victory Day parade. India surprising everybody. And now it's very, very clear that India had always planned today morning to be the time, because PM Modi had given the operational freedom to all the three forces. And when the three chiefs had met the PM separately last week, we are told now by reliable sources that the options were already put on the table, that how these strikes are going to be done. So completely blindsiding Pakistan. The defenses were low. It was casual. It thought India is going to come only after 2-3 days, but no, India has struck when it wanted to strike. Also, this information that we're getting, that Operation Sindur, this particular name was approved at the top level. There is a lot of emotional, messaging also behind this name, because the Prime Minister and the other senior ministers in the government were very, very clear that this was a deliberate, targeted attack. The women victims who were left, unharmed in a way, but they were told that, go and tell Modi. It was a thing that, Sindur of Hindu women had been wiped off by these terrorists, by specifically targeting the men, the husbands, the fathers. This is what India, and that's why the code name of the operation was named like that. There was a message behind that as well, Anand. But India taking Pakistan completely by surprise. And some voices in Pakistan, Anand, are now asking the Pakistan government that how could this happen? And how could this strike happen? What were our defenses doing? Pakistan had made tall claims of mobilizing forces on its borders in the last 10 days. But when the strike ultimately happened, India has acted with complete stealth and caught Pakistan completely unawares. Anand.
Important points that you're making, and I appreciate the facts that you are putting out here, because yes, there is a deep symbolism behind the name of the Operation Sindur. But I just wanted to ask you, because we've just had statements come out of Ajay Rai, a person who was taunting, Congress leader who was taunting our forces for not doing very much, and the Modi government also for sort of sitting on their hands. That's what he implied. Now he's come out to say, I congratulate the Modi government, I congratulate our forces, etc., etc. How many of the opposition leaders have actually spoken up? Because they were bitter critics of the Prime Minister, even putting out posters like Gaib. I don't want to make this political, but it's an interesting thing that I wanted to understand from you, since you follow politics so very closely.
Well, Rahul, yes, if there was one egg on the face moment, it is Ajay Rai's moment. Just 2 days back, he was mocking our Air Force, mocking our Rafale jets, saying that there is still Nimbu Mirchi on those jets, and when are we going to use them against Pakistan? Well, Mr. Modi has shown, such operations, Rahul, are tactical operations, as I said, with stealth and the element of surprise. Sometimes the planning takes time. After Uri, we had acted within 11 days. After Pulwama, we acted on Balakot within 12 days. Now we've struck within 14 days. So within a fortnight, this big strike has happened. And we have to also understand that the nature of the strike, the scale of the strike is much larger than Uri and Balakot.
Yeah.
You look at how multiple 9 targets, the headquarters of Jaish and LET being targeted. Imagine, had anybody thought that such a big strike can be carried out in Balakot? We had only bombed one camp of Jaish. Still there was a massive casualty there, but now you are actually
my mind goes back to Chandrababu Naidu's statement. If you remember, just a few days back, when the Prime Minister went south, and he said, I saw the pain in the Prime Minister's eyes. And you've been mentioning that the Prime Minister was monitoring this all night, this operation, perhaps has not slept. It was a very long day for him, wasn't it, yesterday, in any case?
Yes, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, Prime Minister had a series of meetings yesterday also. That's what I'm told. He was at a media event till about 10 in the night yesterday. And, after that, shortly after midnight, we see this operation happening. I think the Prime Minister, was very clearly monitoring this operation. And he was tracking every part of Pahalgam since day one. From the point he was in Jeddah, when this operation happened, he immediately called up Home Minister Amit Shah to rush to
Aman,
Jammu.
I have to interrupt you there, because it's also deja vu. 2019 Rising Bharat, and Balakot happens, and again it was a private media event that Prime Minister addressed, and the night then Pakistan was punished. Aishanya Dwivedi is with us. Aishanya ji, namaste. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर आप क्या कहेंगी? 9 टारगेट्स पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो टेरर हब्स हैं उसको ध्वस्त किया है भारतीय सेना ने।
सर, मैंने ये न्यूज जब से देखी है, मैं तब से यही बोल रही हूँ कि आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए।
इसको ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम दिया गया है शन्या जी।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ, आपका सिंदूर गया था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सब का सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल, एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे।
आपके मन में थोड़ा सा इम्पेशंस या डाउट था कि इतना समय क्यों ले रहे हैं, कब जवाब देंगे, कब बदला लेंगे, या फिर आप वेट कर रही थी कि जब होगा तब होगा, पर होगा जरूर?
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं ऐश्वर्या जी, क्या आप थोड़ा व्याकुल हो रही थी कि बदला प्रॉमिस किया था, कब करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशन कब होगा, या फिर आपको भरोसा था कि इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन?
Can you repeat the question? I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now, Aishanya ji? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you have any doubts about retribution, बदला, और या ये ऑपरेशन, या आप थोड़ा सा व्याकुल हो रही थी? Were you getting impatient कि क्यों कुछ नहीं कर रही है सरकार?
तो मैंने ये कई बार इंटरव्यू में बोला था कि मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो होगा, मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो करेंगे। वो शायद मैं इम्पेशेंट अगर थोड़ी बहुत हो रही थी वो इस रीजन से क्योंकि मुझे डायरेक्टली ऑब्वियसली इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन है वो मुझे क्यों बताएंगे, और मुझे इस चीज का इल्म नहीं था कि ये 14 दिन में 15 दिन में ये ऑपरेशन होगा, ऐसा कुछ होगा, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत इम्पेशेंट हम सब हो रहे थे। पर मोदी जी ने सबको शांत कर दिया है, हम सबको उन्होंने दिखा दिया है कि हम एक एक का बदला लेके दिखाया है उन्होंने। I'm really thankful to him. I'm really thankful to all the armed forces.
What the loss that you have suffered, the family has suffered, can never be replaced. But somewhere, do you feel there is some solace?
I think she's. I think the line has gone.
Well, I'm just going to check if she's still there. But I think that sentiment, Zaka, that's coming from all the families, is that calling it Operation Sindur, the Prime Minister, the government, the forces have made it personal. They've said, when you've lost someone, it's as good as us losing someone and we losing someone, and that's how we're going to seek retribution.
I think
somewhere that messaging is very clear. Very
Let's also play out the map, and this is the first picture that we're getting of the damage. This was in the early morning hours, about 3 a.m. or so. This is in Bahawalpur, is what I've been told. So the biggest hit, the 2 hits that have happened in one location, that's in Bahawalpur, which of course is the seminary and the big headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed, Masood Azhar and gang, as it were. And then the second big hit was in Muridke, the Markaz-e-Taiba, which is the big seminary of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So these are the 2 terrorist organizations. And of course, there is the Hizbul Mujahideen's seminary that's been attacked as well. So the 3 terror organizations that have wreaked havoc here in India for the last 20, 30 years, their headquarters, their fountainhead has been hit. But at the same time, and I want to keep going back to this, India has put out a very responsible statement, whether it's the ADGPR, whether it is the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, that look, India is not escalating this. No military targets have been hit. And the idea was that this is avenging what happened in Pahalgam. Now, if Pakistan so chooses to respond, then of course, India will also be forced to go up the escalation ladder. But here are the moving pieces that are happening now. In case you're just joining us at 7 a.m., 4 minutes past 7 a.m. on the 7th of May this morning, this Wednesday morning, India has carried out Operation Sindur at 9 different locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as well as in Pakistani Punjab. 2 major headquarters, one in Bahawalpur, that of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and 2 in Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Both have been pummeled to the ground. And India has clearly said that it's non-escalatory in nature, the LOC has not been crossed, and most importantly, this was in response to what happened in Pahalgam. Let's go across to some more.
We got
breaking
more news coming
Yeah.
through as far as Pakistan is concerned. Some details that are coming out on Operation Sindur. Pakistan has grounded all its aircraft after Operation Sindur. After Operation Sindur, Pakistan seems to be in complete panic and disarray. They are having closed door meetings on what they should do. But right now, they have grounded all their aircraft. There are no aircraft that are in the air as far as the Pakistanis are concerned. Punjab is actually, the Pak province of Punjab is on a blackout. There is a communications blackout altogether. There is no information coming through. Only pictures of Muridke and Bahawalpur are out. The rest of the 7-8 targets that have also been struck by the Bharatiya Armed Forces, there is no information that's coming through at all except for claims. And
What this
there-
also means,
yeah.
if they're grounding their aircraft, it also means that if any retaliation happens, it's not going to be via air, at least not in the immediate term. Akash is there with us. So Akash, what's the import of this breaking news that we're running? That Pakistan, in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, has grounded all its fighter jets. We know at the same time there is stepped up activity, ceasefire violations along the LOC. There is now heavy machine gun fire. There is artillery fire that is happening. So for the moment, the risk of any retaliatory airstrikes, are we ruling that out, at least for the moment? Akash, what's your reading?
Right. So, Zaka, initially we were learning that they had scrambled their fighter jets, after the strike. And in fact, there were some sort of claims that were coming from Pakistan. But Manoj Gupta is now suggesting that they have grounded all their aircraft. In fact, after the sort of, developments where there were claims that they have downed several aircraft of India. Now, it is possible that they want to send a message that they are not going to escalate it further because they are now back in their bases
Or is it a smoke screen? Is it a smoke screen? Is it a
So let's
smoke
not-
screen?
Yeah,
Are
completely.
the Indian
Yes.
authorities, are the Indian forces going to lower their guard because Pakistan has grounded its aircraft, or will they look at it as a smoke screen? Because that's a big
No,
possibility.
of course not, Anand. Of course not. We are not going to lower our guard because of the fact that air defense system is always active. We have got S-400 very much active, catering to the western borders and also the northern borders. And as far as the Indian forces are concerned, so, before the operation, in fact, it was planned that after operation, how they are going to deal with the situation. So, of course not. They are not going to, let their preparations go in vain. And of course, they are waiting for some sort of action that Pakistan may take now. But yes, they have grounded their aircraft, especially after scrambling their jets and, after claiming that they have downed several fighter aircraft of Indian Air Force.
Well, all news,
Right.
of course, coming from Pakistan and, being put out by Pakistani sources. We need to add caveats here because,
I
who
don't-
knows?
frankly,
who knows what they're trying to quote and pitch.
Frankly, would not want
Yeah.
to believe a single word coming out even from the
Absolutely.
Pakistan official medium or from their media, because it's all last. A lot of it is bluster, and the other part is all blatant lies. Let's just go across to Anshul joining us from right outside Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's residence. The Raksha Mantri has spoken to the 3 service chiefs. Is he still at his residence? What's going to happen next in the next 1 or 2 hours? What is scheduled? And will he be there in that press briefing? Is it expected?
So it is unlikely at this point in time that Rajnath Singh himself will be a part of that press briefing, but I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you the visuals over here. There is absolute calm outside the residence of Rajnath Singh at this point in time. He has spoken to all the three heads of our armed forces, and in fact has congratulated them on this successful operation. In fact, the first tweet that came in from Rajnath Singh, in which Operation Sindur was mentioned, he said Jai Hind, and this one Jai Hind was something that the entire country was waiting for. So definitely in the next few hours, we can expect that Rajnath Singh would leave from here and then eventually could go ahead and carry on with his meetings. But he will not be a part of the press conference that will happen. And that will happen around 10
There is
10
a
a.m. But
CCS
yes,
plan.
Rajnath
General
Singh is
Pannu,
definitely
General
in touch.
Shukla are joining us. But Zaka, when the netas in the previous, in the build-up, last 12 to 14 days, when the leaders of the country, including the Prime Minister, the Raksha Mantri, were saying that the way you want retribution, we will get it for you.
Yeah.
It was not just to calm the nerves or to calm down, temper down the expectations. They actually were playing the bluff right out in the open.
No, and I want to go back to what the Prime Minister said in Bihar. He said 2 things. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. And he said there will be unimaginable consequences. I don't think...
Punishment.
Yeah, unimaginable punishment. For what they carried out. The fact that 9 different locations have been hit simultaneously it'll go down in the annals of military history as a huge, not just a success, but there will be, I mean, people will now start talking about pre-Operation Sindur and post-Operation Sindur. We've not undertaken this kind of precision strikes from this side of the LOC at 9 different locations.
This is a very important point that Zaka has made, because I'll tell you one thing, Pakistan is a nuclear weapons power. So there's a threshold. You see, every time the Pakistani establishment has turned around and said, hey, don't you dare, we're a nuclear weapon power. This will go down also as a textbook example, a template globally of how to actually second guess, outflank, outsmart a nuclear weapon power. So all global militaries, especially the top ones, America, Russia, this is not insignificant. This is not Israel going into, the Gaza Strip and taking out Hamas, or even taking on, the Iranians. This is a massive strike against a nuclear power that is quite high up in the echelons.
Agree, but
military professionalism,
Pakistan's
so to
nuclear
speak,
bluster
and capacity.
has already been called out, not just with
that's
Balakot,
true,
but many nations today, and in a position where Pakistan is, if it even touches or moves, takes 3 steps towards that nuclear button, it may be called a rogue state, etc. There is the world around which is going to smother it. The world around is going to turn out against it. It needs at least 1 or 2 people in its corner. The Chinese and the Turks will not be in their corner at all.
No, but the Cold War was between nuclear powers, right, fighting proxy battles.
But Russia, he makes a fantastic point, Zaka, that Operation Sindur, pre-Operation Sindur, post-Operation Sindur, the Indian Armed Forces and Bharat's whole of government approach, there will be a different outlook altogether. The worldview will perhaps change, General Banu.
Yes, the way we have taken action against Pakistan, it is in response to a terror attack which came with much announcement and forewarning by the Pakistan Army Chief. The Pakistan Army Chief has been the DG ISI, of course, who was sacked after Balakot. He has also been the DG MI. He was also trained in a madrasa in his initial days in schooling. His father was an imam in a mosque. So during the time when Islamization of Pakistan was happening, during General Ziaul Haq's tenure, he is the one who got recruited under that scheme that you must get some radicals into the Pakistan army. Now he's risen to the point that he's become the chief. Now, over a period of time, if you've been hearing the statements from various ministers and generals, that they have always maintained that terrorists are a strategic asset of Pakistan. Over a period of time, it is not only that they have stated, they have also proved that they are the global hub of terrorism. They were also involved in the bombing of World Trade Center. If you really ask me, 9/11, it is the ISI's funding which had caused concern in USA. And it is on 2nd of May 2001 that we saw 2nd of May 2011, that we saw in Ahmedabad, the Americans went and killed the global terrorist who was being harbored by Pakistan. So many times Pakistan has been proven as a rogue state, as a terrorist state. Now the next escalation happens is that they go in for a big psychological disinformation campaign by the ISPR. And the third thing is that they will start saber-rattling about the nuclear weapon. The Indian nuclear doctrine says that no first use, but it does not mean that India is not prepared for a nuclear strike. No nation ever strikes the way India has done now without preparing for war. While we are saying that there would be no escalation, we are saying that we have not hit any military cantonment or installation. These are only terrorist camps. But it does not mean that India is not prepared fully for all the escalations in one go.
In fact, General Saab, there is talk that this particular military operation, you also had the downing of a Pakistani JF-17. Now, in what scenario could this have taken place, if at all true? This is what we're learning. Unofficially, all of this will be confirmed.
I think we should caveat
so
that.
We should caveat it.
We should wait till
if it is indeed true, under what circumstance would that have happened?
See, the point is that, again, going back to the Pahalgam episode, Before that, the Pakistan army has been preparing, and they actually wanted this kind of a scenario where Pakistan army, which was actually being attacked over a period of time. Even I'm told that Imran Khan has been attacked inside the jail. Imran Khan was the only politician who had challenged the army. The supporters of Imran Khan and largely population of Pakistan has been so fed up of the army that they started attacking the military cantonments. They also, while Pakistan can keep talking about their own internal problems of terrorism and all that, but Pakistan Awam is absolutely fed up of the Pakistan military. So only to save himself from the wrath of the politicians who are in jail and their supporters who are outside, and prevent them from attacking the military cantonments, the military had to declare an emergency like this. How would the Pakistan army chief prevent or protect his own self, because he is going to retire very soon? And I think this is what he wanted, that he would now escalate. If you really go back to Kargil war happened when Nawaz Sharif had no idea what was going on. So today it is again the same party, Nawaz Sharif and Shahbaz Sharif.
And they had no idea what is going on.
No, they have no idea, or even if they have an idea, they have parrots of the Pakistan army.
But you would also admit that they are deliberately trying to cover up the damage that's been inflicted upon them, because they have put out a total blackout in the Pak province of Punjab, and also there is very little information that's being allowed out of POK and POJK. Now we have to wait and see, because the damage inflicted is severe. Brigadier Datta, would you concur with Zaka that post Operation Sindur, the worldview about Bharat's capability and its entire political position itself will change, because we now have said not only are we capable, but we also have the political will to go ahead deep inside enemy territory and destroy terror bases and terror camps, and we'll call out bluff from the enemy and bluster from the enemy.
Yeah, Anand, I would like to compliment you for the kind of reporting which is being done. And secondly, yes, the very important and the underlying statement which you made is that the political will. India has really gone about in a very systematic and a very, in a 360-degree manner while tackling this terror attack. Initially we garnered the international support, then we struck some economic sanctions, and now it is a kinetic operation which has been, these strikes which have been, heavily inflicted on Pakistan. If you see that the kind of free hand which has been given to the army, and I wish it continues, because the real impact is when you strike back within 24 hours. The moment the TRF had taken the responsibility, we should have retaliated. Because having served in that area, I know there are so many other places like Bagh, Domel, Chakoti, and various other camps which are there. The markers, the centers which have been attacked, like markers like Taiba, markers Subhanallah, which can train about 600 cadres in Bahawalpur, LET markers. So this is really a death blow to the terrorism in Pakistan. It is also a tight slap on the Pakistan army that you have been sponsoring this. And General Parvez Musharraf used to always say that ye hamare jabaz hain. It is there on the YouTube. He has been always considering them.
Look at the number of markazes or centers that have been targeted. Out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers. There is Markaz Subhanallah, Markaz Taiba and Muridke, Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur, Jaish, Muridke Lashkar. Then Markaz Ahle Hadish in Bimbar, Barnala. There is Markaz Abbas in Kotli, Markaz Rail Shahid in Kotli, and there is Markaz Sayyidna Bilal in Muzzafarabad. So out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers of big centers of training
or training grounds for breeding these terrorists.
Each I also has more than 600 to 700 capacity.
To Payal Mehta, who's joining us from 7LKM, and Pallavi Ghosh is joining us from the National Media Center, where there will be a joint briefing, I'm told, Pallavi, of both officials from the Defense Forces as well as officials from the Ministry of External Affairs. Do we know who these people are going to be who will brief and give us an idea of the contours of Operation Sindur?
Well, yes, absolutely. But most importantly, something which the PIB and the government sources are telling us very categorically is that please just go by the official version. There's going to be a lot of fake news which is going to be peddled by Pakistan, and lots of PIB fact check units have now been activated consistently that all the real news goes out. So that's the most important thing. And I think the focus of the Operation Sindur press conference is going to be precisely that. What we are being told, of course, is that both the Army and the Air Force chiefs are actually going to be there at the press conference, awaiting that final official word right over here at the National Media Center. 10 a.m. is where all the nitty-gritty and details. The reason why it's been kept at 10 a.m. also, what we have been told, Saka, and the reason is that these are security concerns. These are security details. We also wanted to ensure that all those involved in Operation Sindur are back to base safely and there is no casualty at all. That is exactly what government sources have been telling us consistently. So at 10 a.m. when the press conference begins right over here at the NMC, are going to be given about the planning which went behind it, but none of this is going to compromise our security concerns. But apart from that, how the Operation Sindur was worked out, but most importantly, the kind of fake news which Pakistan is now going to be peddling and already has been peddling will be busted very, very categorically.
In fact, I just want to bring our viewers some information. Pakistan's Defense Minister, Khwaja Asif, has rolled back from his earlier statement. He had come out and claimed that Indian soldiers were taken prisoners of war. And he had said this, and it was widely quoted, and established nice come out and said none have been captured or taken prisoners. And he said this, he clarified this to Ari News. The Defense Minister of Pakistan has been fact-checked live on Sky News by the Sky News anchor. So a lot of that is happening.
So I'm just saying, I think collectively, it's only fair that we don't try and give too much of, consideration to what the Pakistani media and the Pakistanis are claiming, because a lot of it will be bluster and braggadocio. So I don't think we should focus. We should focus on what Bharat is saying, what the official word is, and what confirmations we are getting at our end, and that's what we are going to responsibly try and put out here on the network and on the channel. Payal Mehta is also with us. Payal, what's the latest that you're hearing? This briefing, is it going to be the MEA plus the forces, and also are the fact-checking wings of the government going to be now on overdrive, given what's being disseminated on social media? There's a lot of fake news doing the rounds.
Well, of course, the whole idea is to make sure that no fake news trickles in, because even yesterday when India was preparing to do the mock drills, all kind of fake news was circulating, whether India would go into war or not. That is something which India certainly doesn't want. It wants to educate its people, and therefore all wings of the government are active currently. The fake news department has been working. The anti fake news department has been working from the wee hours of the morning. They've been pressed into service. In fact, Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is monitoring all the details himself, is also what we are given to understand. And of course, like I said, all attention will soon shift to the 10 a.m. press conference, where we'll officially not just tell Indians, but we'll tell the world what our forces have been able to do, what have we achieved, what was the target. And like it was reported by government sources early in the morning, Anand, that 9 out of 9 targets have been successful. So all the details will come out as well. There is nobody whatsoever, even if you're an opposition leader right now, even an Assaduddin Owaisi believes that the Indian forces have been able to do what they've really done. So, of course, it's time for us to not just tell India, but tell the world what exactly the details really are.
I think the Department of State has also put out an official tweet now. This is part of their official communication. Earlier this afternoon, which is the middle of the night for us, Secretary Rubio, who happens to be both Secretary of State as well as the acting National Security Advisor of the United States, he has spoken to the National Security Advisors of both India and Pakistan, Mr. Doval and General Malik. He's urged both to keep the lines of communication open and to avoid escalation. So all of this will be pressure that will be brought to bear on Pakistan, not to retaliate, not to escalate.
And right now, their aircrafts are all in their hangars, and they're all being kept on ground. They've been grounded for now. I'm just going to read out some comments. India's commitment to eliminating all sources of terrorism in Pakistan and POK is necessarily to be uncompromising and always be anchored in supreme national interest. This is a time for unity and solidarity. Right from the night of the 22nd of April, the Indian National Congress has been categorically stating that the government will have our fullest support in the nation's response to the Pahalgam terror attack. The INC is standing firmly with our armed forces. So that's the official position of the Congress party. There is also, I welcome the targeted strikes by our defense forces on terrorist hideouts in Pakistan. The Pakistani deep state should be taught a lesson that it never takes another step again. Pakistan's terror infrastructure should be destroyed. Jai Hind and hashtag Operation Sindur. This is Asaduddin Owaisi. And now we are given to understand that the Shiv Sena has also congratulated. They have also come out. They have said that this is the NDA. This is the Shiv Sena coming through. AICC is going to do a press conference at 9 a.m. But more importantly, I think it's a whole of Bharat approach in terms of saluting the armed forces for what they've been able to effect on the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May. Meanwhile, Asawari Jagdale has hailed the Prime Minister for naming the Operation Sindur.
आसावरी जी, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने देखा है, भारत ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया है 9 जगह पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके।
मुझे लगता है ये भारत सरकार ने जो लोग वीर मरण जिन लोगों को वीर मरण प्राप्त हुआ 22 अप्रैल की तारीख को, उन लोगों के लिए ये आज श्रद्धांजलि के रूप में मुझे लगता है समर्पित किया गया है ये आज का एयर स्ट्राइक। और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि टेररिज्म को आप फ्रॉम द बॉटम खत्म कर दो, पूरी तरह से खत्म कर दो, जहां से वो शुरुआत होती है वही खत्म कर दो। मुझे लगता है शायद ये एयर स्ट्राइक उसी का जवाब।
हम नाम पहली बार जब आपने सुना इस ऑपरेशन का, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जब आपको ये पता चला, क्या पहली रिएक्शन थी आपकी, और ये नाम कितना ऐप्ट लगता है आपको, कितना सही लगता है इस ऑपरेशन के लिए? काफी सोच समझकर ये नाम दिया गया है। और
मुझे लगता है नाम बहुत सही है। जब हमने ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर है और वो पूरा देखा तो उसमें हमने देखा कि वो लाल रंग के इससे वो लिखा गया है, और सिंदूर इसलिए ही लिखा गया है कि जितने भी स्त्रियां वहां पे थी उस दिन, उन सबके पतियों को मारा था, क्योंकि हम लोग भारत की बहनें हैं ऐसा वो कहते। तो जिन भी औरतों के पतियों को मारा उनके लिए ही शायद वो नाम रखा गया था कि तुम लोगों ने उन लोगों के सिंदूर ले लिए, वो औरतों के, हमारे औरतों के, तो हम उससे वही नाम लेके तुम लोगों को मारेंगे।
I think that significance of the name Operation Sindur is not lost on anyone, not least on the victims, the daughters, the wives, the sisters who ended up losing their male family members, who were singled out, identified by religion, and then shot dead at point blank range. I also want to go across back to our reporters. Payal and Pallavi are joining us from 7LKM. Payal is there. And from the National Media Center, Pallavi is there. One good thing we've also seen is a degree of political unity, Pallavi. The Congress has put out a statement welcoming the strike. I believe Mr. Owaisi has also put out something similar. Most opposition parties also seem to be on the same page that we are with the government in this hour and our full political support with the action that the government has chosen to take.
Well, Zaka, I guess today is not the day to talk about all those multiple occasions on which Congress leaders have not saying one thing and doing completely different. But yes, today I think that message needs to go out not just to Pakistan, but to the world, that they may have the political differences ideologically, but at the same page, on the same page. At 9 a.m., Pawan Khera is going to give the first official reaction coming in from the Congress party. But you just have to scroll through the social media to see that almost every political party, and I would say all of them, have really been supporting the government on this. But to talk from the point of view of the government also, Zaka, I think they have been going step by step, from holding up all-party meeting in which the voice was put forward by the defense minister himself, and consistently the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister himself, and all the senior leaders. In fact, what we picked up yesterday also was that the Prime Minister, the defense minister were the only ones who were being authorized to make any kind of comment as far as the Indo-Pak issue is concerned. So no off-the-cuff remarks, nothing out of line. That was something which the BJP and the government was very categorical about. Look at the first big press conference which we are going to be looking at today at 10 a.m. It's not coming in from anyone from the government. It is coming at the National Media Center, but it is going to come in from the representatives of the Air Force and the Army. So giving the credit to the Army is the first big, our armed forces is the first big step which the government wants to send out a message. The Prime Minister, after the closed door meeting, had made it very clear that the scale feel the timing will be left to our armed forces because they know the best. So I think all those nitty-gritty, all those details will be put out at the 10 a.m. press conference. And today, of course, I think we are going to also put forward this whole issue about that entire country being one and the entire political class also being one. So this is a messaging which goes to the world, to Pakistan, that we are a vibrant democracy, and over here all stakeholders, all political stakeholders cutting across party lines have been taken on board by the government at every step. Of course, there are security details, there are security concerns which are never shared publicly beyond 2 or 3 of those people. Apart from keeping those factors in mind, by and large, I think the government has shared all the information, and also the political parties today will be defending the government.
All right. Now the question is how to manage the fallout. The fallout of the military operation, whether there will be a military retaliation by Pakistan. How do you manage that? Number one. Number two, the diplomatic fallout. It's not just the United States, but also the Indian External Affairs Ministry officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia and UAE, and I think that is extremely important. These are very, very important Islamic countries, influential members in the Gulf region, have influence and leverage over Pakistan as well. So representatives of Saudi Arabia and UAE have been spoken to. I believe they've also spoken to the UK authorities, as well as the important sort of diplomatic power capitals in the world, which have some degree of influence on Islamabad. I think the idea right now, even from India's point of view, and it's very clear in the army statement, that India does not seek any further escalation, that India is not wanting to take this into the military realm. Whatever has been hit, and Anand will walk us through the various markazes and the various terror infrastructures and the launch pads that have been hit in these 9 different occasions, the Indian authorities, the government and the political establishment and the military establishment are really drawing a line in the sand saying, this has nothing to do with the Pakistani state, nothing to do with the Pakistani army. These are purely out and out terror establishments, and they're hitting those terror establishments.
Targets, and allow me to please get back up and take our viewers through this. Let's talk about one of the biggest targets. The biggest targets for us has been Bahawalpur. So Bahawalpur is the JEM's HQ. So this is the JEM HQ, and what has been targeted here is the Markaz Subhanallah. So Markaz Subhanallah, what is the Markaz Subhanallah? Let's try and understand that in detail. Markaz Subhanallah is spread over an acreage of about 15 acres. This is the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. It is located around the NH5 Karachi Torkham highway on the outskirts of Bahawalpur in Karachi, and it is the main center of Jaish, and it is spread over. It is spread over 15 acres of land. It is spread over 15 acres of land. This Markaz serves as the operational headquarters of the Jaish, and it was associated with the Pulwama terrorist attack that happened on the 14th of February 2019. The Markaz also consists of residences of Maulana Masood Azhar, the de facto chief, and also Mufti Abdul Rauf Asgar, Maulana Anwar, and other family members. Masood Azhar remains the de jure chief of the JEM. In 2022, he was seen at this area, in this place, during the festival time. The Jaish conducts regular arms, physical and religious training for its cadre at Markaz Subhanallah. Senior JEM functionaries like Rauf Asgar, who's the de facto head of JEM, Masood Azhar, his brother-in-law Yusuf Azhar, Ustad Gauri, they are all people who reside here. The Pulwama perpetrators were trained here. The complex houses more than 600 cadre. Maulana Rafiqullah, former religious trainer of Markaz Usmanu Ali, is the chief instructor of this Markaz since 2022. Markaz Subhanallah was built with the help of provincial and federal governments of Pakistan. Apart from funds raised by JEM from Gulf and some African nations and also the UK, it is operational since 2015. Also, Markaz in 2018, a gymnasium was established inside the Markaz. It has a swimming pool in July 2018 for imparting rigorous swimming and deep water training. JEM imparts 6 days archery training to its cadre and Shura members. In 2019, the new Al-Hijama Center was also established here. It was established inside this Markaz. Horse stables and riding grounds were built in May 2022. On November 30th, 2024, Masood Azhar addressed the JEM cadre at Markaz Subhanallah after a gap of 2 years. Anti-India rhetoric was raised, including taking revenge for Babri Masjid demolition, etc., etc. The event was attended by Talha Saif, younger brother of Masood Azhar, Mohammad Abdullah bin Masood, and other JEM operatives. And before this, the last reported appearance of Masood Azhar at this camp was in February 2022. So 2 साल बाद वो दिखा था. It's located at an aerial distance of about 100 kilometers from the IB, that is in Rajasthan, Bikaner, Rajasthan. So this is a 100-kilometer distance from Bikaner, Rajasthan, Bahawalpur. So that's the reason why this target was very, very important. The huge terror tanzim, Jaish, the entire family, its operational commanders were all found here. And Jaish has been proscribed as a terrorist organization under UAPA 1967 in October 2001. The organization has also been designated a terrorist organization by various nations, including the US, UK, Australia, Canada, UAE. This organization also banned by Pakistan in January 2022 under international pressure by the FATF, but they continue to get state backing. They continue to be hosted and taken care of by the Pakistani state. The Bahawalpur airbase is not so far away. Ishan is with us.
So I'll go to Ishan. I think one important thing that needs to be underlined is, so Jaish had no operational role in the Pahalgam attack. So I think what is important is Operation Sindur is actually avenging a lot of attacks, not just what happened in Pahalgam. The 2019 Pulwama attack, of course, was carried out by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Balakot was in response to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. But now to hit the very nerve center, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, where their seminaries are based, where their training centers are based, where Masood Azhar used to live for a large part of his life. Let me go across to the father of the Kashmiri pony rider who had been killed. Namaste, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. आपका पहला प्रतिक्रिया ये सईद आदिल हुसैन जो मर गए थे पहलगाम के जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ था, आप बताइए उनके पिताजी होने के नाते आपका क्या पहला प्रतिक्रिया है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें पाकिस्तानी दहशतगर्दी जो साइट्स हैं वहां पे इंडियन आर्मी ने ऑपरेशन कैरी आउट किया है?
जी, मैं तो इससे ये बता रहा हूँ कि जो वो 26 लाशें वहां पर गई, जिनकी जाने गई, तो इसका बदला फौज और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और गवर्नमेंट ने जो किया, हमारी हुकूमत ने, तो इस पे मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि उन लाशों को भी, उन शहीदों को भी शांति मिली, इसमें मैं बहुत खुश हूँ।
सैयद हैदर साहब, जिस तरह से दहशतगर्दों के इन ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स को ध्वस्त किया गया, आपको लगता है दहशतगर्दी को पूरी तरह खत्म कर देना चाहिए?
जी, दहशतगर्दी को तो पूरी तरह खत्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो हमारे मुल्क को तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरा खत्म कर दिया जाना चाहिए। ये मेरी गवर्नमेंट से अपील है।
और जो आदिल के साथ इन्होंने किया, आपको लगता है कि इस कार्रवाई से थोड़ा सा आपको सांत्वना मिली है?
जी हाँ, इससे तो हमें शांति मिली है कि इनका बदला भी हुआ है, तो इससे हमें शांति मिली है।
आपको क्या लगता है आगे और क्या करना चाहिए मोदी साहब को?
मोदी जी को जो है आगे भी ऐसा मतलब करना चाहिए, कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए ऐसा। ये जो मतलब दहशतगर्दी है, इसको पूरा जड़ से जो है खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
ये पाकिस्तानी ये कहते हैं कि ये सब दहशतगर्दी वो इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो कश्मीर के लिए कर रहे हैं और कश्मीरियों के लिए कर रहे हैं। आप उन लोगों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये गलत बात है, वो किसी के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं। अगर वो ऐसा कर रहे होते फिर कश्मीरियों को नहीं मारते। हर बार जो है कश्मीरी जो है मरता है, मासूम कश्मीरियों की या मासूम लोगों की हर बार जो है जान जाती है। सर, ये दहशतगर्द को जो है, दहशतगर्दी को जड़ से ही जो है उखाड़ देना चाहिए, इसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
आप आदिल के भाई हैं, मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा इस वक्त आपको क्या लगता है कि यहीं तक कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए कि और भी ज्यादा करने की जरूरत है, पूरी तरह इसको खत्म करना चाहिए?
नहीं, इसको जो है पूरी कार्रवाई करके इसको जो है पूरा खत्म कर देना चाहिए, ताकि आइंदा मतलब कभी ऐसा ना हो। हमारे जो है निहत्थे लोग, हमारे मासूम लोग जो है आइंदा कभी, मतलब हमारे टूरिस्ट लोग आए थे यहाँ पे, हमारे मेहमान लोग आते हैं या हमारे लोकल लोग या मेरे भाई, आइंदा कभी ऐसा किसी बाप का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी भाई का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी माँ का बेटा उससे ना छीने, इसको जो है जड़ से उखाड़ देना चाहिए सर।
ये सब वो इस्लाम के नाम पे करते हैं, ये कह रहे हैं। क्या इस्लाम ऐसी
नहीं,
चीजों की
ये
इजाजत देता है?
इस्लाम, ये किसी कोई भी धर्म हो, कोई भी धर्म ये जो है इस चीज की इजाजत नहीं देता है कि आप निहत्थे मासूम लोगों का कत्ल करो या मासूम इंसानियत का कत्ल करो। ये कोई भी धर्म जो है, इस्लाम धर्म को छोड़ के आप कोई भी धर्म देखो या इस्लाम धर्म देखो, कोई भी धर्म इसकी जो है इजाजत नहीं देता।
मैं आप दोनों का शुक्रिया करता हूं हमसे बात करने के लिए और इस सपोर्ट के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
जय हिंद।
All right, we've got some experts also joining us now. Rajiv Dogra is former diplomat. He's been Consul General in Karachi. Brigadier Vinod Datta, retired. He's a Kargil War veteran. He's also there with us. We're also joined by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, defense expert. Rajiv Dogra, let me ask you. I mean, this was something that had been talked about for the last 2 weeks. In fact, for a number of years now, how Pakistan needs to be taught that there is a cost, there is a pain for these repeated terror attacks. Now that the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen has also been struck. What are your first thoughts on Operation Sindur? Der aaya, durust aaya?
Well, the first thoughts are as are the thoughts of every Indian. You had an extensive interview with the father and the brother of the Kashmiri victim, and I think he expressed it very well, that please do not think that anyone from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is not one. I think that's a brilliant message, and that needs to be reinforced. The second important thing which I want to emphasize is the way government has gone about in consulting everyone nationally and in consulting everyone, keeping them in confidence, taking their views into the picture outside the country. Otherwise, Trump would not have spoken immediately after the strikes. There are two other things. Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Putin just a day or two before the strikes. He spoke to the Qatari Amir just a day before the strike, yesterday. Qatari was important because Qatar, as you know, has been host to Taliban, has been host to Hamas leadership. So it has a certain sort of nuance in the terror world, and also an attachment to...
But Dogra sir, how do you see China's role now? It hasn't spoken officially. No reaction has come from China at all. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, you brought in the big question into the picture. I hope China has no role to play, period. But China, being China, would want to, have a role, definitely. And it depends on how the situation develops.
Dogra sir, give me one moment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got the first reaction from Israel as well, one of the first countries to come out and openly support India, saying that India is fully within its right to defend itself. There is no place for terrorists to hide. There should be no excuses that anyone makes for terrorists. So I think just like India was one of the first countries after the October 7th attacks, came out unequivocally supported Israel. Now Israel is returning the favor in that sense.
But the interesting thing is that they mentioned again terrorists.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Israel stands with India. One of the first reactions that came.
Action has been extremely focused because the Indian side and the Indian establishment has made this very clear.
This is a war on terror, and terror establishments have been attacked. One more thing.
A little bit about the Chinese matrix.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the Qatar endorsement that Ambassador Rajiv Dogra was talking about came on a day when the OIC statement had come. So it was a timely counter to the propaganda that was trying to be pushed by the Pakistanis, that the Qataris came out and openly endorsed Bharat's right to respond to any act of terrorism. Air Marshal Kapoor is with us in the studio. I'm going to request our team at the back end to also get the audio up on the foldback so everybody in the studio can hear what our guests who are joining us from outside are saying. Yes, Ambassador Dogra, the China angle. Yeah.
Well, China, as I said, has made statements even before the strike, which were clearly pro-Pakistan. And in fact, they were provocative in a way. Provocative, perhaps preventive also of Indian anticipated action. So China, I think, will initially watch the situation, see how it develops, and then decide on its action, whether it is kinetic action or supportive action in international fora. That remains to be seen. But China, let's not forget, has already supplied Pakistan with a lot of equipment, both air equipment and the land means and so on. So China is not going to be a well-wisher of India. Point number one. China would also be watching its flanks because it knows that America is watching China's action and China's reaction in case it comes about. So let's assume that China is not on our side and proceed from there.
All right. I also want to go to Siddhant, who's joining us on the Israel story. So the Israeli ambassador has just put this up on Twitter, saying that Israel supports India's right to defend itself. Siddhant, what more has Ambassador Azhar said? And I think, you can also capture for us how India and Prime Minister Modi were the first to react to Israel's attack on 7th of October 2023. And now Israel is sort of complimenting India for what it has done, Operation Sindur.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, Israel has always supported India, perhaps stood with India when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. In fact, as you rightly said, 7th October happened. Prime Minister Modi perhaps was the first world leader to in fact speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu and express the condolences and support of India to Israel. And perhaps the same is being reciprocated at this point in time. And in fact, Zaka, also since last 2 weeks, Israeli ambassador has given multiple interviews, in fact, to our networks also, confirming the support of Israel. And perhaps, there were a lot of similarities also, the way 7th October happened and the way Pahalgam happened. Perhaps, on the basis of religion, the civilians were targeted. And that perhaps gave a kind of a personal touch to the Israeli government. And in fact, I have been speaking to Israeli friends in the Israeli government. And, each day they were keeping very close eyes on the developments, perhaps from Prime Minister Netanyahu to their senior ministers, to the ambassador, all have, extended full support. And now Israel is the first few country to react or rather give full support to what India has done by doing Operation
Sindur. He has hashtagged it as Operation Sindur. So Operation Sindur is something that resonates with a lot of people. I'm just going to quote what one of the viewers has sent me. It's a small poem that they've written saying, सिंदूर बना है लहू दुश्मन का, अब गरजे हैं वीर अंबर से, ना चेतावनी ना माफी, अब नापाकी कापेंगे इस मंजर से, जय हिंद. And Payal Mehta is just sending us some more inputs. We're going to check if she's there. That the reason why this operation was termed Operation Sindur, extremely pained by the death of the civilians, especially men of the house. During one of the meetings, the Prime Minister came up with this name, suggested this name as Operation Sindur. So this had the ratification or suggestion and imprint at the highest levels of the government. It once again highlights the significance of Sindur and what it means to Indian women. That's how the image or the entire shape of this operation actually took the contours of this operation took shape. That's what they are saying. And if we look at the map that's drawn, this is also somewhere symbolic that this is a vermilion mark or there is a sindur. So there is a shape of this. Payal Mehta joining us with more. Yes, Payal. So the Prime Minister himself endorsed Operation Sindur, the name itself.
Anand, if you observe Prime Minister Narendra Modi's career as a Prime Minister, you will know that any scheme or any project that he names is not without a reason as well. We are given to understand, I've been able to speak to multiple sources, both in the establishment, in the government, as well as, people in the military establishment as well. They're basically saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was extremely pained by what had really happened, especially the fact that, you will understand what the Sindur means to Indian women in particular as well. For them, Sindur mit gaya, Sindur chala gaya, that's a very, very deeply emotional state as well. So depending on, what really the sentiment was, in one of the meetings that the Prime Minister had possibly with the military establishment, he came up with this.
Payal, yeah, the Minister of external. Yeah, and he's put out the
Terrorism.
image of Operation Sindur.
Again,
So,
again, the word is terrorism. Must show zero tolerance for terrorism, because that's what India has struck. We have struck the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. We haven't struck the Pakistani state.
So, Payal, just a quick word on Dr. Jaishankar. So, you have the Raksha Mantri who has tweeted. He has simply said Bharat Mata ki Jai, nothing else. Now, the External Affairs Minister has tweeted saying Operation Sindur. Also, walk us through the various conversations that have been happening, both in North Bloc and in South Bloc, because ultimately India also has to manage the diplomatic fallout of this. So, conversations have happened with the Americans, with the Saudis, with the Emiratis. Just walk us through, what has been going on in the wee hours of this morning after Operation Sindur was concluded.
Well, we do know that there were a small team of people who were actually up all night monitoring the situation. One of those people who would actually be watching this very closely would be Dr. Jaishankar, because, Anand and Zaka, he would have to work around a lot of phone lines. That's what he's been doing, for the last 2 weeks, essentially reaching out to all the leaders that we can, all the leaders who have expressed support to India in this fight against terrorism as well. That is something which has been happening as well. All arms of the government have been working. Dr. Jaishankar has also not just been working on this, but also have been helping the Home Minister and the Jal Shakti Minister on, fine-tuning the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty as well. So obviously he's had his hands full as well. But India will have a lot of response to give. What we're given to understand, and I can say this now, to our viewers, I've been interacting with a lot of ministers who have been part of these meetings with the Prime Minister, Anand and Zaka. The thing is that the Prime Minister has always been of the opinion that our enemy are not the people of Pakistan. We need to teach the terrorists a lesson. We're not here to teach a lesson, to the people of Pakistan. The normal people of Pakistan have no fault of their own to deserve a leaders or to deserve a set of leaders like this. That is something which has been communicated in as many words to all the departments that have been, working on these economic, war against Pakistan.
Right. Interestingly, everybody in the government is tweeting. The cabinet ministers are all tweeting. Prime Minister has not tweeted yet. The Prime Minister's handle is silent right now, because I think everybody else and the actions are speaking much louder than words. To those who are taking jibes at the Prime Minister a few days ago, saying he's Gayab, where it is, and those who are trying to show, toy planes here and there with Nimbu Mircha and all of that, I'm sure they've all been put in place. The Congress party officially is saying that they back Mallikarjun Kharge. Is also the Congress president has also now tweeted saying that we unequivocally back the Indian armed forces and national unity, take supremacy and war on terror.
We are all together on this.
Yeah.
Well, in the past, the Prime Minister also sort of held in abeyance his commentary till the army actually came out and made the statement.
Yeah,
so I
post
think
Balakot also till the briefing happened and
he's
till
being very correct,
that's
right
when
to the T.
he spoke about it. But the Prime Minister was there in the war room right through the night. Marshal, your reaction on Operation Sindur, the name itself, how significant it is, and is it a strong message?
Yes, of course. It is an unprecedented kind of an operation that has been planned and executed this morning. Surprise is the key element, and it came at a time when the nation was to practice the safety drills today. And of course, those drills would be as applicable now, even more, once we have taken this action. We may expect some retaliation from the other side. And let's not forget, the enemy is a professional armed forces. They would also like to take revenge on the so-called the attack, which we have done to take out their targets. But obviously, they would be planning, and we should be ready in the escalatory ladder to take where this operation goes.
Hey, Marshal, but you look at the statement, and I'll get General Shukla also to weigh in on this. The first statement that was put out by the ADGPR, the publicity wing of the armed forces, the army, clearly said that A, this is non-escalatory, we don't want to escalate. Two, that this was within the line of control on Indian side, the LC or the IB were not crossed. And most importantly, it also specifically said these are targeted at terror launch pads and terror infrastructure. No military installations have been hit or targeted. I mean, what do you make of that? Why have they said that?
See, this is basically what we call in simple language, a rap on the knuckles.
Okay.
You wake up. So this is basically the message from our government to them, that this is just a rap. So we can do much more, but we will now, for the first day, not cross the IB, not escalate it by targeting the military targets. And secondly, the main, the hub centers from where the training is done and the people are launched, those have been targeted, indicating to them that we are aware that this is the place. We are aware how to strike. And from our side, we have used beyond visual range weapons that have taken them out.
Right. Now, defense sources are telling us that Army, Air Force played an important role in the strikes, with both conducting the strikes in a coordinated manner. Loitering munitions were mainly used by the Army and the Indian Air Force. By the Army, the Indian Air Force used standoff weapons. Akash is joining us with more, and then we'll request our guest to elaborate on this and explain this further in context to our viewers. Yes, Akash.
So Anand, defense sources are telling us, that this was a coordinated operation, of course, and Indian Army and Indian Air Force, both played an important role. Indian Army, in fact, engaged with the targets, and we have been given to understand that more than 60 to 70% of the targets were engaged by Indian Army, and remaining 30%, were engaged by Indian Air Force. Also, we have been told the loitering munition, were mainly used by Indian Army, and as far as Indian Air Force is concerned, so this force was basically using standoff weapons. Though, at around 10 a.m. we have this official briefing. We'll be getting details of these sort of platforms and weapons that were used in this particular, operation. But this is one of those operations where we have seen the coordination and, in fact, integrated efforts by the forces.
Right. Thank you for that, General Shukla. Loitering munitions, could you elaborate how this could have been given effect? We have both the Army and the Air Force with us in the panel, so please take this forward. Yes, General Shukla. We try and go across to General Raj Shukla in a bit. Yes, Air Marshal. Yeah.
See, the India has developed in last 6 years, especially after Balakot, our indigenous capability. So the weapons that our DRDO, especially the BrahMos variants, may have been used for the strike. That is my guess. So we have BrahMos, we have Scalp, we have Hammer, and associated weapons which may have been used for this strike. The point to note is that we have different variants. We have certain Russian aeroplanes, we have certain Western aeroplanes, and we have, like LCA, indigenous aeroplanes. The same weapon has to perform in a similar manner in all the three different platforms. So the integration is what is the most time-consuming thing, which has been done. So now we are in a position to use these weapons from any of our strikers.
No, but what does it mean when the Air Force is in a stand-up question? So when Balakot happened, I believe it was 12 Mirage 2000s that were used, I think about a dozen, and it was the Spice munitions that were used. How is this different? You reckon that, for example, the Rafales might have been pressed into service, or the other newer aircraft?
I'm not privy to what was the package. I'm not privy to the operations.
No, but in 9 places being hit simultaneously.
So it would have been a massive package. It would have been a package of large number of aeroplanes, and all possible platforms in our inventory would have been pressed into service. And it would have been planned considering the air defense setup across in mind, because the hostility can immediately escalate at this stage. So they, and in situations like this, their aircrafts are always airborne, protecting their assets. So any of them can engage this side. So how much to stay inside, how much to go across, where is the line you have to do. So this is all split second.
So, Air Marshal, I just wanted to ask you this, because you made an interesting reference. You said, the Pakistani army is a professional army. You expect them to now hit back, etc., etc. So what do you think is the likely scenario that is going to emerge? Do you think they're going to try and cross the LOC? Or because, I'm getting a lot of reports here from different people who are saying that there's quite a bit of shelling going on at the LOC. There's some posts that have been destroyed on that side, not on our side, but that side. So I'm trying to understand what's going on.
The narrative which they have been able to put across to their people for last 70 years is that they are the saviors. They have won all the battles. There is no mention of 93,000 prisoners. There is no mention in their stories about Bangladesh creation. There is no mention about how they lost in 71 and other places. So even the previous Balakot strike, they have emerged victor, and they have been portraying Abhinandan's picture, and they say that we have shot down this thing. Wherein as per the input says that Abhinandan shot through R-73, one of their F-16s. But and the Pakis used an AMRAAM, which as per the contract by the Americans, they were not supposed to use during Balakot strike. Now, the Indians did give the proof after this strike to them, but with time and passage, the usage of F-16 and AMRAAM was never discussed beyond a particular stage. They would not like in any way to portray to the world that a modern aircraft of theirs was engaged in a combat with a 60s aeroplane of Russian make. So that may be one of the reasons. Now, coming to the specific question which you just asked, we must be ready. I'm sure the things would be put in place because their masses, their public, their own countrymen is going to ask that if our targets have been hit, what have you done? So shelling, of course, will continue. Now the size of the shells and the caliber will increase. They'll start going more in depth. And they will start to target some military installations because we don't have any terrorist hideouts at all.
Lieutenant General Satish Dua, retired former GOC, General Officer Commanding of the 15 Corps, is joining us. Good morning to you. Jai Hind to you, General Dua. Your first reactions on Operation Sindur. 9 different terror locations, terror launch pads, and terror infrastructure places have been hit in a simultaneous operation.
Jai Hind, everybody. It fills me with professional pride, first of all, and I'm sure it does the nation, that we have actually managed to, we've actually done what we wanted to do to bring closure to those 26 lives lost and perpetrators of terror. And this time round, we have given a very befitting response because this time, unlike Puri surgical strike, or unlike the Balakot precision airstrike, they were announced after they had been carried out. This time round, the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, they had announced to the country, they had announced to the world that we will go after the terror, not only these terrorists, but also their backers and the terror ecosystem that supports them. And we've done precisely that because these are the those hubs of terror that have been hit, especially the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish and Mohammed. So this is for the first time that we have struck deep, struck precisely, and I'm sure it will have a telling effect both in terms of
will Bharat's military posture
marginalizing the terror and as well as last sentence, as well as a statement.
General Sahab, will Bharat's military posture be redefined or looked at differently pre and post Operation Sindur? Zaka made this point sometime back. I just want to know your views. And in the operation details, we also have got to understand that the army used loitering munitions with the Air Force in a standoff position. So 70% of the targets decimated by the army, 30% by the Air Force. Can you explain this a little bit tactically for our viewers also? Ji, two questions, 2 parts to the question.
So, firstly, as to the details, I don't have full details. What I'm hearing from you and what I'm hearing from media since last few hours is that it is a combination of all 3 services. Like you use precise words of loitering munitions. So, target designation is done as per the suitability of the target and of considering the range, and a precise target to mission allocation is done as per the requirements of the target and capabilities of the munition, of the rockets, of the missiles, or whatever. So that details, I'm afraid, I don't have. But what I can tell you, in answer to your question, is that the right assigning the right target at the right time is the correct thing, and I think that has been done very precisely.
All right.
Because we also have to ensure that there is no collateral damage. We are hitting only the target that we want to, because we want it to be non-escalatory.
All right. Just give me 1 second, General. We also have Mr. Vikram Sood, the former chief of the Research and Analysis Wing. Thank you very much, Mr. Sood, for speaking with us. Jai Hind to you. It must be a good morning. 7th of May, 2025 is a red letter day. It'll be etched in the history of India and the military history of India for sure. 9 different locations, terror launch pads, terror infrastructure, including the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur being hit. As someone who spent a whole career, talking about this, what do you feel on a day like today?
Well, actually, this was something one sort of expected would happen. When it would happen, one wasn't sure, because there are lots of things to be considered by the government before they go into this. But it's happened, and it should have happened many years ago. In fact, it should have happened. Something like this should have happened after 26/11. But that's history now, and I'm glad it has happened, and it's necessary. But we have to be prepared for a counter that will that is their DNA. They want to do it, and unless somebody can put pressure on them and not to do it. I heard in some other channel this morning that, I think some American channel, CNN probably, that the Americans should tell the Pakistanis that that's it. Now you did something wrong in India. Now this is the apt reply. Now keep quiet. I don't know whether they will be able to do it, because the army would have a lot at stake. Will they agree to the American suggestion, well, not officially, but otherwise, that Imran Khan should be released, elections should be held, etc., etc. I don't think Asim Munir has the capacity or the desire to do all that. He's playing a different game for himself. He wants to, probably he's seeking a second term or a third term as chief.
No, but you said there will be a retaliation. What form or nature would that retaliation be? And what might possibly be the off-ramp? Because, at the front and center of all of this is Asim Munir. A week before Pahalgam happened, he made those comments, pretty visceral comments, and then Pahalgam happened. What is the off-ramp for him here?
I don't know. I think he would want to make a strike. I've heard that they're sort of alerted and moved their armored dips. I'm not sure whether that's right or wrong. This is all news that's coming in. So there has to be, there will, as I said, the DNA says we must attack, we must retaliate. Whether that happens or not, if they stand down now, then maybe that's the de-escalation.
But Mr. Sood, what was the calculation then? I mean, why was this done? Pahalgam is clearly an act that was supported by the Pakistani establishment. There's no doubt about that. It wouldn't have happened if there wasn't full backing. So what is the end game? The Pakistanis have done Pahalgam and they're looking poorer for it. So where do they go from here?
My assessment has always been that terror won't stop unless you hit the source. And we haven't hit the source yet, in a manner of speaking, because the source is the Pakistan army. These are the carriers of the instructions, Jaish and Muhammad and Lashkar-e-Taiba and their successors. They are only doing what they've been told to do. They're not independent bodies. So how are we going to hit the Pakistan army, squeezing it, make sure they don't get supplies from elsewhere, or make it unpopular in their country? Make the hold of the army unpopular in the country.
Okay, so you're saying that perhaps could be done non-kinetically. I just wanted to bring in General Dua on a point that he had made. Do you believe, General Dua, that we have crossed a new threshold? This is one nuclear power striking on the land of another nuclear power, albeit on terror targets, terror infrastructure. That I don't think has happened in recent military history at all. Two nuclear powers exercising kinetic options, or at least one.
Absolutely right. You see, for long, Pakistan has used the nuclear card. And in Kargil conflict, we saw how the world, led by USA, especially USA, mediated to make sure that two nuclear powers, it doesn't escalate out of control, and so that leads to bigger things. But then in 2016, because Pathankot terror-based attack happened and the Uri attack happened after that. But I was the corps commander that time. When we went, it was a shallow strike, multiple raids, but we actually called their nuclear bluff, especially in Balakot in 2019, because it was a deep precision airstrike. But again, at terror camps, we were ensured not to, we took care of not to engage with the military targets. So there, I think we found a little space below the nuclear threshold. And this time around, again, like I said, we are trying to make it non-escalatory, striking only at the bases, as I can see, the terror infrastructure. So, like Mr. Sood said, I agree that we would actually have to make sure that these terror camps are not resuscitated again. For that, something else would have to be done. But now we have done a much bigger strike. We have done the strike at the terror base headquarters. So I think that we are trying to keep the escalation matrix under control.
But
there's
Vikram
also a
Sood ji,
requirement for a
one
sustained,
second. One thing with the Pakistanis is, Vikram Sood ji, if you're still there, that they are willing to play the long game with respect to terror. This bleeding, they are somebody who are able to take a nikat ka nuksan for a dur ka fayda. And here they will also have the non-state players in play. They can go back and tell the Jaish, tell the Lashkar, tell these Tanzeems, take your time, go back and bleed again, go back into Bharat and bleed Bharat again. So what should we wait for? Will it be only an immediate military response, or do we now have to be on a heightened alert with respect to internal security?
This is a question too?
Yes, Vikram ji, aapke liye. This is Anand here, sir. Namaste.
Yeah, this is for me.
Yes, sir.
You ask me. Well, if we have to, when you sit down and do these kinds of strikes, you do your SWOT analysis and work out what the enemy is going to do. So I'm sure the government has thought through all this, the possibility of the Pakistanis attacking somewhere else. I wonder if they would be bold enough or stupid or foolish enough to strike a civilian target now.
No, Mr. Sood, sorry, go on. Please finish your point. Sorry.
They will have to look for a military target first, I think, because there are no terror camps here. There is no, similarity with the two positions. So they'll probably look for a military engagement, and that would be escalation also.
If that were to happen, what is India's option, or does India then inevitably have to climb up the escalation ladder? Because there is a view, and there's some credence to this view, that India has much more to lose by climbing the escalation ladder. It's a bigger economy. It's 10 times bigger than Pakistan. We're on the brink of these trade deals with multiple Western countries. We're actually the counterweight to China. So getting dragged in this escalation ladder might be more costly for us than it is for Pakistan.
It will be. It will be more costly for us in the economic sense. That if they hit targets that are economic, then we have more to lose in that sense. But Pakistan has more to lose in the sense that if this war continues, then they barely have means to survive, a fortnight or a week, in terms of money and munitions. So what are they going to do with that situation?
So, Shan Sareen, let me weave you into this conversation. The requirement is also sustained deterrence. Now, we've done what we have. We've put out a statement which is couched in legalese, making a distinction between the Pakistani state and the terror infrastructure that we have struck. So we've been very careful. We've also said we haven't crossed the LOC or the border at any length. How do we ensure sustained deterrence?
All that we have put out in our statement, really, it's okay. It's basically at one level, it's virtue signaling. It really doesn't change the dynamics of what has happened last night. And the message that the Indian state has delivered, that we will be going out and hitting these kind of targets, and the fact that we will not be limiting ourselves only to, as we have done in the past, either the shallow strikes that General Dua spoke about, or even something like the Balakot. Now, we are not going to be shari of targeting a terror camp, whether it's on the outskirts of Lahore in Muridke, or in Bahawalpur, or any of the other places that have been targeted. So I think that is the message that the Pakistanis have also got, and that is the message to which they will react and respond. Now, one possible off-ramp can be that, they have claimed a lot of success of having shot down some aircraft, having bombed brigade headquarters. Much of it is unconfirmed right now. And they can take that as an off-ramp. Or they can do what Mr. Sood says that they are likely to do, that they will go up and want to respond much more. At which point of time, I think we will have no choice but to go up the escalation ladder. Now, I agree that in absolute terms, maybe we will have to pay a higher price than the Pakistanis. But if you look at it in relative terms, given the size of the economies of the two countries and the economic wherewithal of the two countries, I think the cost for the Pakistanis will be just as high. Secondly, I think if the Pakistanis were to target any defense installation, then of course all bets are off. I don't think the government in India will have any choice but to start targeting Pakistani military bases. And if they can target our headquarters, brigade or unit level, or even higher level, division level, then so can we target this. So it's not as though their targets, their bases are invulnerable and ours are vulnerable. No, so I think that's the game two can play. And I'm sure the Pakistanis understand that.
Right.
So the question is, what else are they likely to do? Now, one possibility is that they will drop some bombs in some place where not much damage is caused, and they can claim that, these were so-called terror training camps, as they have been alleging for a fair bit of time, of Baloch or some other militants who are being trained in India. We know that.
And also detailed dossiers, DNA samples of terrorists related to various terror attacks, including 26/11, Pathankot, Pulwama, Nagrota, but Islamabad has chosen to ignore this evidence. So if they cannot offer them, a Sajid Mir was highlighted by Vikram Misri, who was proclaimed to be dead and then arrested 15 years later. Agency sources have told CNN News 18 that these terror masterminds are allowed to operate from a safe haven in Pakistan. There's more. Hafiz Saeed. We need him. 26/11 mastermind. He may be a figurehead now, but we need him. His brother, his son, 26/11 mastermind, Hafiz Saeed, also son of Hafiz Saeed, that is Tala Saeed. He recruits, collects funds for terror. Then Masood Azhar, Jaish-e-Mohammed founder. His family has been accounted for, a lot of the terror commanders, etc. But he still remains. His brother Rauf Asghar too. Uri, Pulwama attacks mastermind. Syed Salahuddin, Hizbul Mujahideen founder, planned the Pathankot attack. Zakiur Rahman Lakhvi, 26/11 plotter. Sajid Mir, I just mentioned him. Vikram Misri mentioned him. Lashkar top commander involved in 26/11 Mumbai attacks. He was claimed dead and then he was arrested recently under FATF when FATF issues happened. Faratullah Ghori, Pak-based terrorist linked to 2002 Akshardham temple attack. Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar founded the D-Gang, 1993 Mumbai blast mastermind. Abdul Rauf Asghar, Jaish-e-Mohammed commander, key conspirator of 2001 parliament attack. These people have continued to exist on Pak soil. So these are people, Group Captain MJ Vinod, who we need. And what's happening now, top government sources are saying, let's look at these pictures. Who's turned out for the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying, if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't, and we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21 we took out only 9.
Yeah,
we have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. Because we stopped the water, the only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And
but that's an open act of war. That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch, Anand. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly in difference. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 and to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindur is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India moved with purpose, pride, and pain. If you look at, look at Delhi and people in Delhi, they all are very happy, but they are also in a heart of heart, they are, pained because so many people were killed. Sindur, like you rightly said, is not only a marriage between a man and a woman, but also a marriage between soldier and the soil. It is the color of the blood, yes, correct, but it is also a color of commitment. And this is not retaliation. This is a retribution with responsibility. So that is what I look at Operation Sindur as.
Right. But General Saab, what happens now? Well, what are Bharat's options? Are both sides, from your understanding, looking for de-escalation, or if anything that the Pakistanis do now, till what level are we let it to look at it as an off-ramp? How many more lives are we ready to lose to look at an off-ramp or a de-escalation, as Sushant Sareen puts it? Or are we going to continue to press on the buttons if Pakistan does any act of retaliation?
So, Anand, once we breached the LOC and the IP together, we should deem it that the ceasefire is dead. Not dragging the ceasefire to our bosoms beyond this is, I think, is incorrect. And it's not Poonch alone. It's about 600 kilometers of villages all along the line of control, right up to Kathua, which are all located there. And they're across the fence also. They're tilling across the fence. Today morning, the LG had ordered all these villages to be vacated and moved backward. Because, obviously, when we are stuck across the line of control, they would be targeted. And, Poonch being a bowl gets targeted first. We would be targeting Kotli also, even as artillery, not as part of the yesterday night. Kotli is normally also targeted, Nikyal, and there are many other hundreds of places that we are targeting ourselves. So either we respond back in equal measure and hit into their townships like they're hitting Poonch as a measure to quieten them, which has been done earlier, to say that you hit our villages, we hit your village back, and then that quietens it. Or we do technology and push the artillery out. The artillery has got finite amount of range, say 30 kilometers. So you have to use those loitering ammunition that we used yesterday night to target those artillery gun positions so that they are pushed out from there and move further backwards away from being hit. So, this Poonch will be hit. And, earlier also, before the ceasefire was called off, these townships and villages were being hit. Surankot, Rajouri, Nashera, Bimbar Gali, or Jordia, all were being hit earlier, and they will be hit. So either we take strong action to hit their villages, Chakoti, in Neelam Valley, etc., or we target their gun positions which are targeting us and push them out. Either way, this problem is going to stand, and it will be. And we have been stating this for the last 12 years, 12 days, that this is an issue. And I'll add one more issue, please allow me. One is choreographed response, as Shushant mentioned. It is always possible that with choreographed response, like what happened after Balakot, they hit close to Naria ammunition point and close to Nashera without hitting them. So we say, okay, all is well, it's done it. And I, end by saying, it's all leadership issue now. We keep naming whole lot of these people, families, leaders. Many of them died, or hundreds have died, but hundreds others come up subsequently and they take their place in no time. And this terror factory continues. So killing a leader matters for, say, 6 months. But after 6 months, the next fellow will wear the same boots and he will be doing the same task across here. It is the factory that needs to be sorted out.
Right, very, very rightly said. It's the factory that needs to be sorted out. Big update coming through. Jammu and Kashmir is all hands on deck. So right now there is an office memorandum of the Civil Secretariat that's just been put out in view of the prevailing situation. The undersigned directed to request all administrative secretaries and heads of departments working under the administrative control not to sanction any kind of leave in favor of any employee except under exceptional circumstances. So after the CAPF, after the BSF, the army, it's also the administrative services that has now been put on all hands on deck. So clearly indications are that there is some counter that is expected, especially along the LC area, not on the IB. That's what, and it could be around the Jammu and Kashmir region in terms of the theatre of action, if there is any retribution or reprisal that the Pakistanis are at this time planning. Thank you very much to all our guests. We are joined by the former Army Chief, General Bikram Singh. Let's go straight across to someone who I have huge admiration for, the former Army Chief, General Bikram Singh. Jai Hind, sir. This is Anand here. Thank you for making the time.
Anand. Jai Hind. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindur and how Bharat has gone about it.
I think it's been launched in a very calculated manner. And right from the beginning, as the Honorable Prime Minister had announced, we have adopted a whole of government approach. We've dealt with Pakistan at the economic level, diplomatic, political, informational level, and now, of course, the military went in last night. And I think this operation definitely has assuaged the sufferings and I would say the emotional trauma that the families were suffering after the Pahalgam incident. As far as the message to the Pakistanis is concerned, I think the message has gone out loud and clear on the political front, on the military front, that of course, the first political, that we shall not tolerate any nonsense. There is zero tolerance to terrorism. And that is the message that has gone across. And Honorable Prime Minister's, old adage right from the beginning, ki ghar mein ghus ke marenge, he's proven that point. That has been done again by the Indian military. And of course, I would like to compliment our intelligence agencies and the military as well. The way they've gone about collecting intelligence, precision, precise intelligence, and the precision weaponry that has been employed by Air Force, by the Army to neutralize these 9 camps. So the message has gone out clear, and now only thing is that we got to wait and watch and see how Pakistan reacts to this now.
Would like to draw your attention to the PMO statement, the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, their official statement. It has made a few claims. One, they have not said anything about terror tanzeems or their headquarters. They have blamed Bharat for targeting civilians, including children and women. Then they have said that they have also gunned down 5 of our aircraft. That's their claim, including aircraft and drones or UAVs. The third thing they've said is that the Pakistan government authorizes its military to take corresponding action.
Right,
and they have quoted Article 51 of the UNSC to say right to protect sovereignty and the right to respond at a time and place of their choosing.
Well, Anand, let's be very clear. After we have struck them, they are going to get into this kind of information campaign where they're going to mislead masses, mislead the international community, mislead their own people, and try and create a narrative that they have the moral ascendancy, whereas everyone knows what has happened, and this is expected of them. I mean, let's be very clear. For very long, they never accepted that they were actually carrying out. It has been the epicenter of terrorism. They never acknowledged it. But having known that, the world knows about it, and therefore I don't think their claims are going to have any traction. People are not going to follow what they are saying. People know, they can see through. Today, there is a lot of transparency, as far as the media is concerned. People can gauge, people can make out. And we got our intelligence agencies to prove it wrong. So that is there. Otherwise, to be very honest with you, whether they claim under Article 51 or whatever it is, of course, they will try and do something. But to my way of thinking, it may not be a very high, I would say, echelon of empowered kind of a reaction. It is going to be there definitely because, after all, they require a face saver. The Pakistani military requires a face saver. They've got a bloody nose again, especially because of the people whom they have trained and nurtured against India. So, to my way of thinking, they will keep talking like this. They'll keep getting into this kind of rhetoric and this kind of narratives they'll try and start off with. But we got to keep our guard up, to be very honest with you. And I think our actions are being taken at the political level. I heard the discussion before this. The way we are going about, on the economic front, diplomatic front, on the political front, we are engaging with the international community in the regional context, in the international global context. And we are also trying to create a narrative and tell people that what exactly has happened. So from that point of view, I think we should be prepared for the escalation, which will occur, but it will be momentarily. It will be for a few days, maybe a month at best. Because beyond that, Pakistan does not have the war endurance capability. It does not have the war.
Brought to you by
He was personally monitoring Operation Sindur. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindur, so he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindur was being monitored, it's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Good point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering. And once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time that we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, Prime Minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, in the US operations, you've seen many times Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time, I think, I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzzafarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzzafarabad must have gone. Same is in
Just give me a moment. I also want to go across to Aman Sharma, our political editor. The Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development, actually, in the larger scheme of things. Not just optically, but this just tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved. And, people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he's landing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence within an hour or two. He was already conferring with the inner core and the inner team. And by the evening, he was chairing important meetings with the entire defense establishment.
Aman is also joining us. Aman, what more can you tell us? PM Modi was monitoring this live at 7 LKM.
Yes, Zaka, we can confirm that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring Operation Sindur. He was very much in the thick of the things as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force have conducted a joint coordinated strike inside 9 sites in Pakistan, especially targeting the terror headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This strike is much, much bigger than Balakot. When one terror camp was targeted, now we have 9 sites, including the terror headquarters of the Jaish and the Lashkar. What we can confirm through top-level sources is that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. He had a busy day. Yesterday he was also at a media event later in the evening at 8 o'clock, but he was monitoring the operation, and he has had multiple meetings yesterday also where the entire operation was fine-tuned. Over the last 2 to 3 days, we saw him having separate meetings with the Air Force Chief, the Army Chief, and the Navy Chief. He also had multiple meetings with the NSA Ajit Doval, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and the Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. All this seems to be a very, very planned, coordinated
Do you know
operation.
who else was with him while this operation was underway and while he was monitoring it? Any idea?
Well, Rahul, those details we don't have yet, but we can confirm this much, that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. This has been the case earlier in the big surgical strikes carried out earlier also. But this time, I think because the strikes size and the strikes...
There's more. Payal Mehta has just now got more information. Aman, at this point, Payal Mehta has got more information where she's saying that 9 targets, all successful. Top sources have now confirmed this. Payal is with us on the phone line. Yes, Payal. So the government confirming that there were 9 targets and all have been successfully hit.
Anand, a very, very important development coming to the 4 top officers in the government have told us the Prime Minister was constantly monitoring the operation throughout the night. And the information that we have is that 9 targets were targeted by our armed forces and all are successful. That's a big official confirmation coming in from the highest officers in the government of India. In fact, even though Pakistan is trying to peddle in some lies and some, false information saying 5 targets, etc. But, undeniable sources have confirmed this to us. So big.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. India has avenged Pahalgam, which happened on the 22nd of April, through Operation Sindur. 26 Indian daughters and wives and sisters who lost the male members of their family today found a sense of justice. The Indian armed forces targeted 9 terror locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistani Punjab, which is the heart of the Pakistani state, the Pakistani military establishment. The combined operation by the 3 services, the Army, Navy, and the Indian Air Force, hit 9 locations, among others, Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. These are 2 terror organizations that have singularly been responsible for a large majority of the terror attacks that India has seen in the last 30 or 40 years, from 26/11 to Pulwama to Uri to the very latest that happened in Pahalgam, the claim for which was taken by TRF, an offshoot or a proxy for the Lashkar-e-Toiba. India has been very clear right after undertaking Operation Sindur and these multiple hits. The objective is non-escalatory. The objective was not to target military installations. The objective was certainly not to target any civilians. In response, Pakistan has said it will retaliate at a time and place of its choosing. Are both countries on the brink of war, or will calmer heads prevail? And is there an off-ramp for both Pakistan and India to pull back from the precipice of what looks like a full-blown war? We will delve deeper, but first, I want to bring you up to speed with what the Foreign Secretary told the world at about 10:30 this morning, announcing to the world the confirmation of Operation Sindur, in which the Indian armed forces hit multiple locations inside POK and mainland Pakistan.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Toiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including 1 national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
Indian armed forces attacked at 9 different terror locations in Pakistan. It is, up until today, the most expansive and widespread and deep retaliation into mainland Pakistan, into heartland Pakistan, that India has undertaken in recent years. It starts from the north, which is Muzzafarabad, which is the capital of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That is the northernmost point of these 9 points that India has targeted. To the east of that are the Jammu and Kashmir districts of Baramulla and Kupwara, again up north. It's known to house a cluster of terror groups whose members are helped by the Pakistani army. Then there is Kotli, which is also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It's directly across the line of control from Jammu. Markaz Abbas and Markaz Rahil Shahid, terror camps that are flagged for infiltration in this place, Kotli. Then there is Gulpur, Bimbar, Chak Amru, and Sialkot. Sialkot is also in Punjab, not in POK. All of these areas are believed to support the broader terror ecosystem in Pakistan with weapons training, storage, and safe houses. And then there are the two big ones, the two most important sites. Muridke, about 30-odd kilometers from Lahore, literally on the outskirts of Lahore, and Bahawalpur, which is 100-odd kilometers from Lahore, again in the heartland of Punjab in Pakistan. Muridke is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the terrorist group that's responsible for the 2008 Mumbai attacks. Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Jaish and Mohammed, where the Indian airstrikes hit the Subhanallah Mosque, which is believed to be the epicenter of the operations of the Jaish. I want to get an international perspective, a perspective from Washington on this, the ever-evolving situation between India and Pakistan in the aftermath of the Indian Armed Forces operation at multiple locations inside Pakistan. Julia Benbrook is the White House correspondent for CNN. She's now joining us live. Thank you very much, Julia. Any response from the White House to this developing situation between India and Pakistan?
So President Donald Trump was asked about this in the Oval Office. Reporters were in there yesterday, and they asked him to respond to these attacks. He said that he had really just learned about it as he was walking in, but said that it was a, quote, shame. Didn't go into a ton more detail, but he did go on to say this. He said, they've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries. I just hope it ends very quickly. So the United States president has made it clear that he hopes to see de-escalation here. But what remains to be seen is how much more he may say or do when it comes to this conflict. Now, we may get some more White House reaction in just a matter of hours. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is scheduled to give a briefing, and I do expect her to get some questions directly on this.
All right, this, of course, falls in the domain of the Secretary of State and now the acting National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio, who I believe has spoken to his counterparts both in India and Pakistan. Do we know anything further about those conversations?
Well, the State Department did confirm that those conversations have happened, and Rubio himself did take to social media to echo Trump's comments on all of this. In fact, he said, quote, I echo POTUS's comments earlier today that this hopefully ends quickly and will continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership towards a peaceful resolution. So he also said that he continues to monitor the situation closely. And as you pointed out, Rubio really has two key roles in all of this. He is leading the State Department, but as of last week, Trump has also made him the acting National Security Advisor.
All right, Julia Benbrook, live for us from the White House. Thank you very much for joining us. So conversations have happened between Marco Rubio and his Indian counterpart, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Doval, and his Pakistani counterpart, the National Security Advisor, the newly appointed National Security Advisor, General Asim Malik. Let's try and break this down. We heard the view from Washington. What about the view from Israel? Israel has been a steadfast ally of India. In fact, one of the first countries to come out in the aftermath of Pahalgam 22-4 and unequivocally condemn this terrorist attack, much like India condemned the October 7th attacks that Hamas carried out in Israel. I had a chance earlier this evening to sit down with the Israeli ambassador to India, Reuben Azar. All right, so there's been outpouring of support from the international community after Pahalgam, and of course now with the action that India has taken with Operation Sindur. One country that has been the very first to come out and express solidarity and support with India is Israel. I'm now joined by the Honorable Ambassador of Israel to India, Ruben Azar. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Your first thoughts on a day such as this. You spoke to us when Pahalgam happened in the aftermath of the terrorist attack, and now India today has carried out Operation Sindur, in a way, avenging what happened in the terror attack.
Well, it's only natural that in the backdrop of this terrible attack, in which people were killed in such an atrocious way, India would exercise its rights for self-defense, and we support Indians' right for self-defense.
Israel found itself in a similar position on the 7th of October 2023. India was one of the first countries to come out in Israel's support unequivocally. Do you see this also, what happened to India, similar to what happened to your country and the response as well?
Zaka, my sense is that as much as India and Israel are rising as economic powers, as regional powers, the terrorist organizations are becoming more desperate, and they are looking for more shocking ways to hit us, to kill civilians, to do things that are unspoken of, to breach any rule in the book, any rule of humanity, any rule that decent nations have crafted in order to maintain decency. They are breaking all of that because they want to bridge the strategic gap that is being created as a result of our success and their failure.
Why do you think then there isn't a consensus understanding in the world that you cannot have terrorists and you cannot have violence against civilians? That's what happened in Israel on 7th of October. That's what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Why does the world have a different set of rules? I mean, terrorists cannot be attacking non-combatants. It's as simple as that.
Well, you know, on the positive side, you can say that indeed you have been getting a lot of solidarity from countries in the world, and that's what happened also following the 7th of October, when people saw the terrible pictures of terrorists boasting about the killing, about the torture, about the burning, about the decapitation. So the question is what happens after that?
Mm-hmm.
Because beyond condemnation, sometimes people tend to do contextualization of the situation, which is has to be completely out of the equation. Terror is terror and has to be condemned, and we have to act in order to eradicate terrorism.
I also want to ask you, now there seems to be a lot of concern about whether there will be an escalation, will there be a full-fledged war between India and Pakistan? Are you worried? Is the government of Israel worried about such a possibility?
Well, we always prefer a situation of peace, and we trust the Indian government that will do the necessary calculations on how to defend itself in the best interest of the Indian people.
But what would your word of, I know diplomats generally do not share words of advice with foreign governments, particularly host countries, but from your experience in dealing with counterterrorism in Israel, what would your advice be on how India should go forth now that this operation has concluded?
Look, there's no doubt that this is a challenging situation. Because on the one hand, you cannot stay put in a situation in which you are attacked in such an atrocious way. On the other hand, of course, democracies always aspire for peace and always aspire for stability. But this cannot be on the account of an increasing threat of terrorism that will wipe out your citizens. So that's why we need to act, and we have to overcome that dilemma. And of course, the ways in which we do that have to meet, at the end of the day, our interests. And this is the challenge that we are standing in front of.
I know, again, this is a bit of a risque question, but was there any form of intelligence sharing between Israel and India ahead of this operation?
Look, Israel and India are cooperating on a range of issues in a general way. We do not deal with specific situations. Okay. We do not elaborate on them. And Israel is not part of this conflict. This is completely up to the government of India to build up the capabilities, to measure the intelligence, to create the answers that are needed. And we, as country that knows the pain of being hit by terror time and again, we identify with the feeling, we understand the challenge, we share sympathy, and we wish success to the government of India.
I also want to
dealing
talk
with
about what's happening in Gaza. I'll just come to that in 1 second. But, you know, something that you said earlier, that with each terrorist attack, it is getting more outrageous. You know, for example, attacking tourists or music festival goers in Israel. Here in Kashmir, they attacked, you know, people, segregating them by faith. As the terrorists also do these outrageous things with each attack, the costs for states like Israel, like India, is also going up. India, for the first time now, has carried out multi-location hits, over 9 locations today. This is the first time India has done that across the LOC, across the international border. Do you think this is an unsustainable position? The more grotesque the terror attack is, the more states are forced to raise the cost?
First of all, it's a growing threat because beyond the degree of atrocities that are being committed, you have a situation here in which terrorist organizations are being equipped with sophisticated weapons, and eventually they create strategic threats. And this is what happened on the 7th of October in Israel. So as much as we have faced it, there's no doubt that other countries are going to face it. And then the degree of the dilemma increases. When it comes to Gaza, we have made a very clear decision. We are not going to agree for Hamas to stay in power in the Gaza Strip, and we are determined to bring our hostages back. We've been able, through a combination of negotiations and military pressure, to bring back 194 hostages. There are still 59 left in the Gaza Strip. As time continues, time passes, it becomes more difficult for us to extract our hostages from Hamas, and therefore the Israeli cabinet has made a very important decision. We are going to change the way in which this war is going to end. We are now in preparations for a massive operation that is going to include different elements: civilian, military, and foreign policy. On the humanitarian side, we're going to create a special zone in which population is going to be evacuated to, but this time the humanitarian assistance coming from the international community is not going to flow to the hands of Hamas. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, we are increasingly going to take more chunks of the Gaza Strip until Hamas comes to terms with our conditions, which I mentioned: release of the hostages and giving up their arms. They can do it right now and, you know,
avoid the operation.
Avoid the operation.
Yeah.
So we are very clear now in the way that we are uttering our intentions, so they can have a chance to avoid more casualties, to bring back normalcy to the population of Gaza and the population of Israel.
But Ambassador, you know, the criticism against that move is Israel's now preparing the ground to go and occupy Gaza, to be there indefinitely, and that means the two-state solution is pretty much dead on arrival. How would you counter, or how do you respond to that criticism?
Well, first of all, Hamas has killed the two-state solution by doing the unthinkable. An unprovoked attack after Israel has withdrawn from the Gaza Strip. Okay? That finished the way that we saw. The second thing is that, you know, Israel doesn't have any intention of permanently staying in the Gaza Strip. We are working with the international community, and after the first phase of preparation and the second phase of action, there will be a third phase of creating an alternative to Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So this alternative cannot be created as long as Hamas is terrorizing the population. We've seen only in the last few days the terrible pictures of Hamas torturing and massacring people just because they wanted some food. Okay, and we know that they are having all the supplies in their places of hide, occulting it from the population, selling it to the population. You know, this cannot continue. So Israel is determined to bring this war to an end, and we are explaining very logically and very openly what we're going to do in the next phase.
Just one final word before we go, and I'll go back to where I started. India has taken a definitive stand, definitive action today with these multi-location strikes. You know, what do you reckon is the way forward in this battle against terrorism? Because just like Israel, India's been fighting this battle of terrorism for the last 30, 40 years. And today is a line in the sand. No one thinks that terrorism is going to end. But then how does one break out of this cycle of terror attack, punitive action, terror attack, and then punitive action again?
Well, Zaka, there is much more than the international community can do in order to tackle terrorism.
Like
not only condemning, but also putting pressure and putting sanctions on those involved in terrorism. We can create networks to exchange information. We can develop tactics to deal with the terrorists. We can invest together in preventing the broadcast of radical content on social media and on electronic media. We can invest in education of the next generation. There are many things that we can do. So condemnation is not enough. And as much as we succeed in the international effort to tackle terrorism, there will be less need.
What about the states who are backing these proxies? Iran certainly is backing the Houthis and Hamas. In India, we genuinely believe that these terror proxies will not survive if the state is not backing them. How come the international community never calls the states up?
Right. So that's a very good point. Those who harbor terrorists have to be exposed and have to be punished.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Azhar. I know you have a busy schedule up ahead, but thank you very much. So India and Pakistan on the edge of a precipice. India has carried out Operation Sindur, in which 9 different locations have been hit, 21 strikes over a period of 25 minutes. India has indicated it does not want to or is interested in escalating further. The question is, how will Pakistan respond? Will it choose to take the off-ramp, or will it escalate further? And if that happens, then how does India respond? Are we now on the brink of possibly an all-out war between these two nuclear-armed neighbors? Christine Fair is an American political scientist, professor with the Georgetown University, is an expert on Kashmir and Pakistan. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. First things first, what do you make of Operation Sindur, which was launched in the wee hours of this morning on the 7th of May by the Indian Armed Forces? They have said that they've hit 9 different locations, from Muzzafarabad in the north to Muridke and to Bahawalpur, which are the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish and Mohammed. What do you make of the operation and the action that the Indian Armed Forces have taken?
So I think it's a really important note that the Indians have really escalated by targeting Muridke and Bahawalpur, which are in the Punjab. I think, as all of your viewers know, the Punjab is pretty much the heartland of Pakistan. It's certainly the heartland of the Pakistan Army. And so when you talk about will Pakistan take the off-ramp? Well, right now there is no off-ramp. The Pakistan Army has been put into a position where it's going to have to retaliate. And then once that retaliation takes place, it depends on how Pakistan's going to retaliate. But a retaliation is most certain to happen. I think at the strategic level, no matter how important these attacks are, and I certainly believe them to be important, the strategic level, it doesn't change Pakistan's calculus. And so going to some of the things that former Army Chief Vaid Malik had to say, we've seen this rodeo before. We saw it at Pulwama, right? A pretty sharp conflict crisis. There was an off-ramp. Normalcy returned to the valley for several years. But if you know the Pakistan Army, you know that the Pakistan Army is an insurgent army. The Pakistan Army's goal is not to defeat India. It knows that it can't. The Pakistan Army's goal is to show that it has not been deterred by India. And how it does this, unfortunately, is by episodically conducting strategic terrorist attacks in Kashmir or sometimes in India as well.
It's interesting.
Elsewhere in India. I don't mean to imply that Kashmir is not a part of India. Yeah. That wasn't my intention.
I just want to go to the part where you said this is the first time that India has hit Punjab proper, whether it's Bahawalpur or Muridke, and that, as you said, is the heart, the very heart of the Pakistan military establishment. Why is that such a crossing a red line in your view?
I don't think it's necessarily crossing a red line, but it definitely means that looking for an immediate off-ramp is not going to be something that the Pakistan Army is going to be interested in. We also have to remember that this particular Pakistan Army at this juncture in time is really waning in popular support. Many Pakistanis have soured on the institution because of its treatment of Imran Khan. In fact, one may even say that maybe the timing of this attack in Pahalgam was precisely to generate a conflict wherein Pakistani support for the army would be shored up. So this is Pakistan's heartland. This is the heartland of the Pakistan army. So I fully anticipate that Pakistan is going to retaliate.
So here's the thing: we're all trying to understand, what is the shape or form or nature of this response. And I want to go back to one of the points that you made. The thinking of the Pakistan army is like an insurgent group, and that's why they could use these terrorist proxies, the Lashkars and the Jaishs, and there was always this degree of plausible deniability. Now, though, do you see the Pakistan army sort of having been forced to respond in a conventional, proper military response, as opposed to the guerrilla stuff that you were talking about?
No, so what I was saying is that when there is a perduring peace in the valley, this is injurious to Pakistan's interests, right? Because it looks as if the Pakistanis have been compelled by India. And how do the Pakistanis prove that they haven't been compelled by India? Well, they conduct a terrorist attack. That was the argument that I was making. And what this means, unfortunately, is that the Indians are not able to, within the time constraints of a short war, to deliver a decisive defeat against the Pakistan army. It just can't. That's just not an option that's available to it. It becomes more possible over a longer war, but longer wars are also very challenging because of the specter of nuclear weapons that both sides have. So unfortunately, as important as these strikes are, it isn't going to change the strategic calculus of the Pakistan army. I anticipate, very much like Pulwama, there's going to be a crisis, there's going to be an off-ramp, there's going to be peace in the valley for some time. And then after a number of years, there's going to be another terrorist attack. And so, I think India is in a pretty tough bind. The international community doesn't take this terrorism by Pakistan seriously enough to put serious sanctions upon the Pakistani state. And the reason why Pakistan absconds every time is because of its nuclear weapons. Everyone is too afraid to do something catastrophic to Pakistan, the results of which might be Pakistani failure. Now, I, for one, reject those doomsday scenarios. I think we need to be very coercive towards Pakistan, but it's never going to happen. And so that puts India in this situation of every so many years having to mow the Pakistani terrorist lawn. And this is where we are.
No, so what you're talking about is this pattern of, there's a terror attack and then there's punitive action. After a few years, there's again another terror attack and then there is further punitive action. What I'm interested in knowing, and I guess our viewers, the greatest curiosity right now, the greatest interest is in knowing what is going to happen in the next 2 or 3 days. If you were thinking like Asim Munir is thinking, what would he do?
Well, I can't think like Asim Munir for a variety of reasons.
I mean, as a phrase, as an expression.
No, I mean, and so that's not really my strong suit. My strong suit isn't playing armchair quarterback of what Pakistan is going to do in response. What Pakistan has said it's going to do is that Pakistan is going to respond by targeting those military bases from which assets were used to hit Pakistan. I mean, now, I don't go around taking Pakistan at its word, so I don't think you should either. But I'm not in a position to propose what Pakistani targeting might look like.
But let's just for a moment, assume that argument happens. Because look, India is very clear in the statements that it put out. It drew a very, very fine distinction. It said no military targets have been hit. It is only terror and terror infrastructure. If Pakistan were to retaliate, it would have to cook up that these are the places where India is fomenting, Baloch terror or whatever it is that they want to cook up, or they have to hit military targets, like you said. And if they do hit military targets, where does that leave India? Does that leave India with no other option but to climb the escalation ladder?
So, I mean, so that's the concern with these kinds of operations. And when India decided that it was going to launch strikes against targets in the Punjab, this was obviously a risk that India is willing to take. So right now, it's not evident what is going to be the de-escalation off ramp. It's not clear right now because we haven't seen what Pakistan has done. So I'm not a big fan of speculating about assumptions being presumed.
Okay.
So I'm gonna demur from answering that question.
You did say earlier that the international community has not quite confronted Pakistan and said that you can't do this whole double game of just sending these terror proxies every once in a while and creating these terror attacks. What about Trump though? He has pitched himself as the anti-war president. Famously on the campaign, he kept saying again and again when in his first term not a single war started, and he already has 2 wars that he's hoping to end in the next 4 years. And they are very difficult to end, as he's discovering now in office in a second term. Does he want to see a 3rd war start on his watch?
So I don't think we can look for sagacious leadership coming from Trump. This is just not something that this president is capable of delivering. So we have to look at the State Department and Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is not someone that I find particularly palatable. He is very much Trump's sycophant. He was a pretty vocal Trump foe turned Trump loyalist. I know that Paul Kapoor has been tasked with has been proposed as the Assistant Secretary of State. I presume that he is providing wise counsel to the State Department, although I haven't seen any impacts of that wise counsel. What we're still seeing is the both sidisms. So I don't think India can look to Trump for leadership. We like to believe that Marco Rubio is a little bit more competent. From what I've seen thus far, I don't have a lot of confidence. That's the case.
So the U.S. is not going to intervene or use its influence to calm down tempers.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I thoroughly anticipate is there's going to be a lot of diplomacy with regards to Pakistan and with regards to India.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how efficacious. I just don't know how efficacious those efforts are going to be.
Okay, so that's the U.S. question. What do you reckon China is in a position to influence Pakistan and say that, look, it's not in its interest to climb the escalation ladder? Does China have the leverage and the inclination to do that?
So China has the leverage. I don't think China wants to see a full-scale war. But I also don't think that China I think China does have a mild incentive for this conflict to play out a little bit, kind of along the lines of the duration that we saw at Pulwama. Unlike Balakot, when Pakistan scrambled American jets, I think we're mostly going to see Chinese assets at play. And China might be interested in seeing how Chinese assets fare against India's Western assets. So China, it's not like Kargil, where China played a very important role in telling the Pakistanis to stand down. I think China will eventually play that role, but not necessarily as quickly as you or I would hope.
Okay, so coming back to as we come to the concluding part of this interview, and I'm trying to ask this in a different way because this is the top of mind concern for all our viewers, is how are the next 2 or 3 days going to pan out, and what do you expect is going to happen? Militarily, in terms of retaliatory strikes. This is a direct challenge, as you said, to the Pakistan army and its heartland, which is Punjab. So the military part, and of course the diplomatic part. How does India deal with the diplomatic fallout of this escalation as it's seemingly coming?
I mean, I don't know the answers to those questions. And so I'm not someone who just makes up bakwas to fill up airspace. I don't know the answers to those questions. I think Pakistan is going to take a while, maybe a day or so, to figure out what its response is going to be. If you think that Indians were demanding a response following Pahalgam, you can imagine that the Pakistanis are demanding a response following these strikes into the Punjab. Pakistan will tolerate attacks in so-called Azad Kashmir or Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Ordinary Pakistanis are not going to tolerate attacks in the Punjab. So this was a really important risk, a really important gamble that the Indians took. So we're going to have to just, whether one likes it or not, it doesn't work well for news cycles. We're just going to have to wait and see what the Pakistanis do. And how the Pakistanis choose to retaliate, then the ball is in India's court. And then we're all going to be hoping for swift global diplomacy to create some sort of an off-ramp where both sides have their pound of flesh and can create the domestic narrative, but it's time to de-escalate.
Is the IMF negotiation that Pakistan has in a couple of days from now in Washington, is that a mitigating factor, if you will, in disincentivizing the army from retaliating?
No.
It isn't.
No.
And why wouldn't it be? It's a lot of money for a country that's broke.
Because Pakistan knows that its history with the IMF is that Pakistan never gets cut off from the IMF. And the reason for that is Pakistan's nuclear weapons makes Pakistan too dangerous to fail. So Pakistan knows that the international community doesn't play this brinkmanship with the IMF. That's why Pakistan was never put on the FATF blacklist. It was always on the gray list. And then, I mean, in a complete farce, it was even removed from the gray list, right? So Pakistan is confident that the international community is not going to play brinkmanship with the IMF.
Even
But
if
it's certainly,
even if in the next 24 hours they retaliate, there's a big military strike, and in the next 48 hours they go to the IMF asking for money, it wouldn't be a factor, you think?
I don't believe it's going to be a significant factor that deters Pakistan from undertaking retaliatory strikes.
All right. Christine Fair, thank you very much. Fascinating conversation. We're all trying to make sense of what happens next. But thank you very much for attempting to make sense of what could likely happen next. But we'll see. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. This was great fun. I enjoyed listening to Vaid Malik as always. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's sort of scratching their heads and trying to figure out, A, will there be a response? B, what is the nature of that response? What may be the targets that the Pakistan army could likely pick in terms of a retaliatory hit? Look, picking a military installation will have much wider ramifications. Then it means that, again, as Christine Fair was saying, that India is left with no off-ramp. It means that India will also have to climb the escalation ladder. Two things which stand out in the Indian statement. You heard from Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. You heard from the two military officers, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi, the two women officers who were chosen to announce this publicly to the world. The language that they used was very, very specific, that it was non-escalatory. India is not looking to escalate further. The targets were terror infrastructure and terror launch pads, not civilians, and also underlining the fact that the targets were not military installations. I guess the messaging to the Pakistani military is, if you want to retaliate, do not think of targeting military installations, do not think of escalating, and do not think of targeting civilians. These are there's a lot of fog of war happening right now. Let's try and make sense of that again by speaking to yet another very, very influential voice, somebody who's a familiar sight here on CNN News 18, one of the most noted American political scientists from the University of Chicago, Professor John Mearsheimer. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. Good morning to you in Chicago. It's evening here in New Delhi. I'm sure you're up to speed with the developments that we've had over the last 12 hours or so. India has had these very specific targeted strikes at 9 different locations inside both Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as Pakistan proper, Punjab, the heartland of Pakistan. What do you make of this Operation Sindur, as it's known, to avenge the terrorist attack that happened in India a couple of weeks ago?
Well, it's hardly surprising that India retaliated. And I think the Indians, are walking a fine line here in that they want to send a clear message. They want to send a powerful message to Pakistan that this is unacceptable behavior. But at the same time, I think the Indians are committed to making sure that this doesn't escalate too far, because that would not be to India's advantage.
But the ball is really in Pakistan's court, and the fear here in India is Pakistan will escalate, and the Pakistan army in particular. I was speaking to Christine Fair some time back, and she said there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp for the Pakistan army, and therefore they will have to escalate.
It seems to me that the Pakistanis have to retaliate. The question is, what does that retaliation look like? And then what does India do? I mean, what we're talking about here is going up the escalation ladder. And if you're India and you go up the escalation ladder, the question is, will you have escalation dominance? In other words, as you go up different rungs of the ladder, does India end up prevailing, or is it basically a stalemate? And the argument I would make is that Pakistan has substantial military capability and they can retaliate in kind. And it's not clear to me that India can dominate until you get pretty far up the escalation ladder. I mean, there's no question that India has superior conventional forces, but you'd need major war before those superior conventional forces could be brought to bear. So it's not clear, as you're down on the lower rungs of the escalation ladder, that India has much of an advantage over Pakistan.
You don't subscribe to the idea of a limited war, a certainly sub-nuclear, even sub-conventional war, a limited war for a few days or weeks, that could then eventually result in an off-ramp where both sides can take away something?
Well, that's a possibility for sure. But the problem that you then begin to run into is that if India's conventional superiority prevails, the Pakistanis may be tempted to use nuclear weapons to rectify the situation. This is not likely, but it is a possible or a plausible outcome. And if you're India, you want to avoid that. Furthermore, I don't think at this point in time it's in India's advantage to get involved in a conventional war with Pakistan.
Let me ask you this. Again, all of us are trying to figure out, make sense of what may likely be the Pakistani retaliation. And obviously, this is going to be determined in great measure by the current army chief, General Asim Munir. I'm sure you heard his comments a few weeks ago talking about how India and Pakistan and Hindus and Muslims are fundamentally two different people, never meant to live together, so on and so forth. If that's his thinking, is there a way you can sort of gaze into his head and try and gauge what kind of a response or what kind of a retaliation the head of the Pakistan army and his men could possibly undertake?
My guess is that what Pakistan will do is try to retaliate in a way that looks like the equivalent of the Indian retaliation that just took place. And the Pakistanis will do everything they can not to go further up the escalation ladder, because there's no advantage to Pakistan of going up the escalation ladder. There's no question that they do not have escalation dominance. They, I think, have to retaliate against India. I'd be surprised, I'd be shocked if Pakistan doesn't respond at all. But if they do respond, I think they hope that that would be the last round. But the question is, will it be the last round, or will India retaliate again? And then if they do retaliate again, what will Pakistan do? And this is the real danger of escalation.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it depends entirely on the nature of the response and the target of the retaliation. So let me sort of delve into that a bit. If it's a civilian target, surely India will have no choice but to retaliate further. Even if it's a military target, India will have no other choice but to retaliate further. When you said earlier that it'll be a target that is similar to what India hit today in Pakistan, the problem there is there are no terror camps here in India. So what does Pakistan hit?
Well, the question is, how many people did the Pakistanis kill? I think it doesn't matter that much whether it's civilians or military. I mean, as you know, the Pakistanis are shelling the Indian part of Kashmir, and a number of Indian civilians have already been killed. So that precedent has been established, the killing of civilians, that is. I think the question is just how big the attack is. If the Pakistanis were to attack in a way that made the Indian attack look like it was much weaker than the Pakistani attack, then the Indians would have very powerful incentives to really slam Pakistan. But if the Pakistanis retaliate in kind, it's a similar retaliation in terms of the number of casualties, the scope of the target set, and so forth and so on, then the incentives for India to retaliate again are not so great. But I don't see an obvious off-ramp unless somebody comes in and can help put pressure on both sides to shut this one down.
It's interesting you say that, in the Pakistani calculus, if they are able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public, if the Pakistani army is able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public that they have hit as many targets or they have hit as many individuals as India has done, then that should suffice. Of course, the ceasefire violations are happening at the line of control and have been in a very intense way over the last 12, 14 hours or so since the announcement of this Operation Sindur. The Indian Army has confirmed that 15 people have died. The concern and the fear here in India, and I guess part of it is built into India's strategic calculus, is if it's ceasefire violations, if it is fatalities at the line of control, that is something that is factored in India's strategic calculus. But if Pakistan starts scrambling its jets and wants to hit targets outside of Kashmir, then that puts India again in a position where it has to again match retaliation for retaliation. Would that possibly be a window of opportunity for both sides to try and find the elusive off-ramp?
I think it would be an incentive to do exactly that. As I said, I don't think Pakistan has any interest in going up the escalation ladder. I do think they have to retaliate. But if you go up the escalation ladder, they can't beat the Indians at any point. And the further up the escalation ladder you go, the greater the disadvantage that Pakistan is at. At the same time, I don't think India has a vested interest in going up the escalation ladder either, because they have to go far up before they dominate. And a major war, even a limited conventional war, I don't think is in India's interest at this point in time.
So let me come to the international community and their response. Obviously, President Trump has spoken about what happened last night. Secretary Rubio has spoken to the National Security Advisor here. He's tweeted saying he wants to see a quick and hopefully peaceful resolution very soon. Do you think the Trump administration, the Americans, have leverage with Pakistan to get the Pakistani army and the Pakistani army chief, General Munir, to back off and not retaliate?
I don't think the United States has as much leverage as it once had. I mean, you can see the U.S.-China competition playing itself out in terms of the India-Pakistan competition. I think Pakistan is much closer to China today than it has been in the past. And India is moving closer to the United States. So you are reaching a point where you have the United States and India on one side and China and Pakistan on the other side. And this presents problems for India because India has a deep-seated interest in keeping its competition with China at a low level. And if India gets involved in a serious way with Pakistan and the Chinese come in on the side of the Pakistanis, I'm not talking about them coming in militarily, but I'm talking about them coming in diplomatically and putting great pressure on India to shut the war down. This is not in India's interest. So I think from now on out, including what's going on today, it's quite clear that the U.S.-China competition and the India-China competition is superimposed on the India-Pakistan conflict.
I just want to explore that thought a little bit, because if you're saying basically that the India-Pakistan, situation, the India-Pakistan escalation is basically a proxy for the big power competition, the great power competition that's going on between the United States and China, isn't that even more of an incentive for the Trump administration to come in on the side of India, visibly do so, and try and de-escalate the situation?
Yeah, I think that the Trump administration, from a strategic point of view, has a vested interest in siding with India, but at the same time going to great lengths to make sure that this does not escalate. It's not in the Americans' interest to see this war escalate. By the way, it's not in China's interest as well. I think if anything, both the Chinese and the Americans and even the Russians will all go to great lengths to try and prevent this war from escalating. So I think, again, as we were saying, I don't see great incentives on the part of Pakistan or on the part of India to escalate further once Pakistan retaliates. But at the same time, I don't see any great incentive to allow this escalation on the part of the three great powers in the system, China, Russia.
You talked about China, and I'm curious to know. Obviously, China has leverage with Pakistan, influence with Pakistan to try and get it to de-escalate. The question is, does it have the inclination? Does it want to get in here and ask Pakistan to stand down?
Well, I think that China has a vested interest in seeing India pinned down in Pakistan. The Chinese have 2 points of potential conflict with India. One is the line of control, the border between the two countries, and the other is the Indian Ocean. And from a Chinese point of view, the more deeply involved India is in Pakistan, the less able it is to deal with the line of control and the Indian Ocean. So there's no question that China has a vested interest in tensions remaining in place between Pakistan and India. But whether or not China wants a war between India and Pakistan is another matter. And on that count, I think the Chinese at this point in time certainly do not have an interest in seeing this present conflict escalate. So I think there'll be a force for moderation.
I just want one more question on the Trump administration. And Trump has famously said he's an anti-war president. He said repeatedly on the campaign that, in his first term, no war started. And his number one foreign policy priority is to put an end to the Ukraine war, put an end to what's happening in Israel and Gaza. Would he want to see a third war started on his watch?
Well, this would not be a war that directly involved the United States. I think when Trump talks about the fact that he's not interested in any more wars, he's mainly talking about any more wars that involve directly the United States. India, Pakistan would not directly involve the United States. But I think that Trump's basic inclination is not to fight wars and to do what you can to foster peace. So I think, if anything, Trump's gut instinct will be to make it clear that the United States and India are close together, that they're effectively de facto allies. But at the same time, I don't think the Trump administration will want to see this escalate. And I think the Trump administration will go to some lengths. I don't know if they'll go to great lengths, but they'll go to some lengths to shut the conflict down, to prevent further escalation.
Last couple of questions. One on, the Gulf countries. Indian officials have spoken to their counterparts today, both in Saudi Arabia and UAE. These are countries that have had influence and leverage over Pakistan. They also help control the narrative in the Islamic world, as it were. You think those countries might be tapped or might be in a position to leverage with Pakistan and get the Pakistan army not to retaliate?
Yes, I think not in a major way, but I think they can contribute on the margins. I think they can make it clear that they support Pakistan in principle, but they do believe that going up the escalation ladder would not be a good idea. And I think that is their view, and it's the correct view. So I think they will be a force for moderation.
And finally, I was speaking to Christine Fair also about this whole pattern of every few years, there is a major terrorist attack. India responds with punitive action. Things are quiet for a few years. And then again, you have another terrorist attack and there is more punitive action. Each time, the depravity of the attack, the visceral nature of the attack just gets increasing, gets compounded. And thereby, as a consequence, the Indian action also, goes up the escalation ladder. It hits deeper inside Pakistan. Is there a way to break out of this cycle?
I think the answer is no. I think as long as the Kashmir issue is not settled, you're going to have this terrorism problem for as far as the eye can see. As your comments indicate, this is hardly the first time this has happened. It happens every few years, as you pointed out. And I think there is good reason, I'm sad to say, to expect this to continue happening in the foreseeable future. This is a very interesting case in that it illustrates once again that there's really no military solution to the problem. It's not like India can figure out a clever military strategy for solving this problem once and for all. The only way you're going to solve this problem once and for all is with a political solution that both sides find acceptable. And it's been impossible to find that political solution. And as a result, the weaker side here uses terrorism as its principal weapon for dealing with the stronger side. And again, until you get a political settlement, I don't think that this problem is going to go away. And I think India is going to be dealing with it for a long period of time.
All right, Professor John Mearsheimer, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective, your thoughts, your insights, really, into what's going on between India and Pakistan. Thank you very much for joining us. They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindur. Exactly 2 weeks after what happened in Pahalgam, the Indian Army, through Operation Sindur, has hit 9 targets.
The US NSA briefed Secretary of State Marco Rubio, briefed Zaka. So all these people being briefed in advance saying this is what we are doing.
Will these restore deterrence in Pakistan's mind? These strikes are significant, Anand. They are in proper Pakistan.
What is the thinking right now in GHQ in Rawalpindi? What is the thinking of Asim Munir? This is a direct hit at his authority, the authority of the Pakistan Army.
They are saying that India attacked us, remaining within their boundaries. So they have confirmed that, no jets who are there in the Pakistani airspace.
For the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of, trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. Because we stopped the water, the only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And Operation
but that's
Sindur
an open act of war. That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch, Anand. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly different. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindur is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India moved with purpose, pride, and pain. If you look at, look at Delhi and people in Delhi, they all are very happy, but they are also in a heart of heart, they are, pained because so many people were killed. Sindur, like you rightly said, is not only a marriage between a man and a woman, but also a marriage between soldier and the soil. It is the color of the blood, this is correct, but it is also a color of commitment. And this is not retaliation. This is a retribution with responsibility. So that is what I look at Operation Sindur as.
Right. But General Saab, what happens now? Well, what are Bharat's options? Are both sides, from your understanding, looking for de-escalation, or if anything that the Pakistanis do now, till what level are we look at it as an off-ramp? How many more lives are we ready to lose to look at an off-ramp or a de-escalation, as Sushant Sareen puts it? Or are we going to continue to press on the buttons if Pakistan does any act of retaliation?
So, Anand, once we breached the LOC and the IP together, we should deem it that the ceasefire is dead. Now, dragging the issue, the ceasefire to our bosoms beyond this is, I think, is incorrect. And it's not Punch alone. It's about 600 kilometers of villages all along the line of control, right up to Kathua, which are all located there. And they're across the fence also. They're tilling across the fence. Today morning, the LG had ordered all these villages to be vacated and moved backward. Because, obviously, when we are stuck across the line of control, they would be targeted. And, Punch being a bowl gets targeted first. We would be targeting Kotli also, even as artillery, not...
Viewers, remember the date, because the subcontinent has changed. I think forever. In the dead of the night, when silence speaks, a cocktail of lethal Indian precision munitions hovered ominously over Pakistan's skies. Each of the scalp and hammer bombs locked in on their unsuspecting quarry within seconds of the strike. And those are the pictures, viewers. Within seconds of the strikes, pictures of the resultant destruction were relayed back to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in real time, who was awaiting word at a command center. Modi was hoping to inflict, as he said, quote, unimaginable punishment, unquote, upon the Pakistan-sponsored plotters of Pahalgam. And the real-time video feed he was scrutinizing, Operation Sindur, did not disappoint him. Perhaps the military action was divined to succeed. For Sindur is the vermilion red powder that many traditional Indian women wear on their hair parting, only to remove it if they become widowed. And since in Pahalgam several women were widowed, Operation Sindur's name was powerfully prescient. In a span of 30 minutes, yes, just 30 minutes, or even less actually, if you really go by the second, 9 terror havens, some in Pakistan's beating heart of Punjab, were reduced to rubble. Several top terrorist masterminds lay dead or critically injured. That wretched Masood Azhar, he's crying like a baby today. Viewers, I'm not the type of person who likes to talk in terms of vengeance, but it certainly would have made at least a few people feel that there was a God up there. Half his family has been vaporized. He's feeling the pain that he's inflicted on thousands of Indians. Pakistan Army's pride was mashed into the ground. Its image was in tatters, and its cadre was shocked and awed. What a come down for Pakistan. All those unhinged rants, those mad threats, that braggadocio called out by the quiet, steely resolve of Modi and the Indian military. Perhaps, viewers, most importantly, the Indian military. 9 hours later, India, clearly having scored big, briefed the world. And viewers, they scrubbed out any jingoism, any triumphalism, because we are a mature democracy and we are led by mature leaders. Instead, we gave a very legalistic account, viewers, a very legalistic account of what transpired between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Listen.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
Measured, responsible, non-escalatory, and proportionate. In fitting symbolism, 2 women officers of the Indian Armed Forces briefed the world. They took turns in laying out how Operation Sindur targeted major terror strongholds linked to groups such as the Jaish and Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Hizbul Mujahideen. Key sites included Bahawalpur, and that's one of the officers on your screens, viewers. Meticulously, they explain the rationale. Why Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarters, was struck. Muridke, the Lashkar headquarters, was struck. Muzzafarabad, Kotli, Sialkot, Gulpur, Bhimber Gali, Bagh, and Chakamru. All of them, viewers, were picked because they are the repositories of a obscurantism that has been bleeding India over the decades. Each of these sites, viewers, have at one point or the other tutored terrorists, including Ajmal Qasem, to come across and wreak havoc on Indian soil. Each was chosen for a reason. Too many to list here. But what can be said is that this was the first time since 1971 that India had struck this deep in Pakistan. In the annals of modern military history, India's Operation Sindur arguably marks a watershed moment, and that's why I'm telling you, viewers, tonight. The military history of the subcontinent has changed, and perhaps with that, the subcontinent itself has changed. It has been blessed. This entire architecture of disruption has been blessed by Prime Minister Modi, but scripted by Ajit Doval. Let me linger a little bit longer on the role of these 2 men. Our Prime Minister, and we are lucky to be led by his steady, experienced hand, has never ever jeopardized India's case through loose talk. Even in Bihar, he was measured, never once naming Pakistan, never once had he appeared ruffled, anxious, or even in a hurry. Many have acted in haste in the past and made India repent at leisure, but not Prime Minister Modi. He, in fact, has steadily raised the stakes against Pakistan without, of course, allowing India to become hyphenated with it. And today was a classic example when Prime Minister Modi spoke about India's giant space ambitions in the only commentary he gave in public today. He talked about Viksit Bharat and about propelling India into a higher orbit, into leading humanity to the frontiers of innovation. He talked all of this when everyone thought he would talk about the military strike and would be triumphal. No, viewers, he completely has blanked it. And don't forget the role Ajit Doval has played. He might be a quiet operator, viewers, but he has proven that he has a very firm hand, a grasp on what to strike, how much force to deploy, when to go in. This would not have been possible without his contribution. And let me also tell you, viewers, without the contribution of the very tactically accomplished minds that lead us and protect us in our forces. This was not just a whole of government, but a comprehensive package unleashed on Pakistan. Let me begin by asking some basic questions. And I want to go straight across to General Pandey, who has till very recently served at that frontier. General Bakshi is also here with us, and General Bakshi and General Pandey have been up, I can tell you, with all of us viewers since 2 in the morning. Since 2 in the morning, viewers, we've been keeping a hawk eye, and I have to say that none of them was given to jingoism, just clear assessment. So congratulations to all of us as a nation tonight, viewers, because we've executed a clinical action which has actually only upheld our best democratic, inclusive credentials. General Pandey, how do you see the military operation? Clearly, the Pakistani air defensive have flopped miserably. Could you assess the strike and the targets? Why were these targets chosen? Why didn't Pakistan get its act together? I'm not saying that it should. I'm delighted that it didn't, but it talks so much.
So let me just quickly come out for a few points which need mention here. In last few decades, or for some time in my memory, possibly this is the first time, besides the Americans and the Israelis, such kind of a strike has been carried out with specific intelligence from kinetic force without actually going that very deep. If you're watching what is happening into Houthis, so the NATO combined have carried out certain degree of action, but at least in the region here, besides the modern countries or NATO, nobody else has carried out such a strike. So that's a very, very major shift. And coming to a very possibly symbolic lower level, when 2 women officers are carrying out as a spokesperson, I have never seen my last about 40 years of military service, that such kind of a representation to brief military operations have been given into hands of 2 colonel equivalent and a lieutenant colonel equivalent lady officers. So a very great messaging to the world that we have possibly arrived at the high table to actually bat along with the world's most powerful nations. The second is, the issue was the distinction which was required to be mentioned, not in public. We kept on talking of terrorists. We never talked of military or Pak military facet. So a kinetic force going to punish the terrorist, but however non-kinetic force in terms of IWT being applied to the government of Pakistan. So it's a very mature separation of application of to apply will, to manage and manipulate the will of a competitor or an enemy state or the ones who don't want. So similarly, in the line of selection of targets, very important is that there are 3 verticals which carry out operations against India: the Jaish Muhammad, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and HM. All 3 headquarters have been hit, right? The second is, more importantly than this, the safe haven which the Pak establishment gave to Osama bin Laden in the proximity of Abbottabad, thinking nobody is going to reach out here, was given at Bahawalpur, about 80 kilometers deep inside, and we did not have weapon platforms earlier to deliver punishment there. And in Muridke, which is quite close to Lahore, in a populated environment, to hit out at the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, both global headquarters of radicalization, training terrorists who are hardcore terrorists who carry out suicide bombing. They are sent across with a mission to die for the cause of religion, for the cause of Pakistan establishment, not technically for the cause of Kashmir. So I think this selection of the strike points is a great statement given out to the world as well, that Pakistan establishment harbors, trains, looks after these elements. And if you don't take out, if you don't change the behavior of Pakistani establishment and designate them terrorist state, we can do it for you. And that is a message at the global level or the world stage which is being sent across. So I think the selection of, I am very sure, very deep thought for each and every targeting has been done. Also connecting them, each launch pad or each location from where in last few years, something has been perpetuated in terms of either in 2001 or later on in variety of events. So this marking is quite excellent planning which has been done by those people who have the powers be to select these targets and apply the pressure and hit them there. So wonderful. And most importantly, and I think there's a narrative which is going on at the world stage, even within our own country, unfortunately, there are people who start talking of, there was a religious symbol there. Masjid ko, I just want to very quickly go back. When as a co-commander is an operation for first time in support in Shopian, which is happening, there are 5 terrorists which are hiding in a masjid. My only order to the GOC and the CO on the ground and to the public which was with me at that point of time was, the moment you occupy a masjid with weapon and equipment, it becomes a place for target. Right. We did the operation, we handed over to the people. So message should go back. Well, there is no place on earth where you can hide. It may be a religious place, or it may be a fortress, or it may be somewhere under the ground.
Okay, those pictures on your screens, viewers, the before and after of that Bahawalpur headquarters, the Jaish and Mohammed, there you can see it. It's been completely wrecked. Now, General Bakshi, could you please answer the question that everyone is asking? I just got a call, in fact, from my daughter just about 20 minutes back saying, will Pakistan retaliate? If they do, where will they hit? What is their target? We've hit terror targets. What is Pakistan going to hit? We don't have terror camps or terrorist infrastructure on our soil. Or is it that if you listen to what the defense minister has said today of Pakistan, is Pakistan already being conciliatory? I want to understand from you, sir.
Look, Rahul, the simple fact is that we have pulled off absolute beautiful job, right? A professional job to the core. We have achieved surprise despite the early warning to the enemy, open declaration of intent. We have penetrated the enemy air defenses. The Pakistani Prime Minister said 75 to 80 Indian jets were involved. What were their radars, Chinese radars, doing? They failed them like they had failed them during the Iranian missile strike, right? The Chinese radars have failed them again. We have hit 9 targets, 5 in POK. We have hit 4 in Pakistan proper, including the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish and Mohammed, as also the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters. We've chosen visible targets, not one in the deep woods, where you have the jungle mein mor nacha kisi ne na dekha. It's now there for the whole world to see, for every Pakistani to see. They've been hit, they've been blasted to smithereens, right? Now the point coming to your question, what can Pakistan do? The matrix of response options, purely from the theoretical point of view, is as follows. Missile strikes by his series of either M10, M11s, the Shaheen, Abdali, etc., etc. He has a whole lot of these Cartoon Network kind of names of Islamic warriors. So, missile strikes, airstrikes. What kind of targets? If he chooses military targets, if he chooses dams, if he chooses major population centers, This is precisely the rationale to escalate that we are looking for, right? So far, we confined ourselves to a proportionate, just, limited response. We hit only terror targets. Should Pakistan hit any military or civilian target of consequence, all gloves are off. Then we will go for the Pakistan armed forces. And the real caboodle, the terror ecosystem in Pakistan, is not headed by the terrorists. They are the minions. They are the expendable cannon fodder. It is the Pakistani army, ISI, deep state complex that must be hit if we want results that are deterrent enough, right? Deterrence by punishment. If you want to hit that, you have to get at the Pakistan army. The world won't allow you to do it in the first go. If Pakistan obliges you by escalating, getting to the forces level, then we have a free hand to hit back in kind and a justification before the world.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So he can do missile strikes, he can do air strikes, he can do fire assaults across the line of control, limited operations to take chunks of territory. That is the matrix of response options by Pakistan. What will he do?
That's
what
the question.
Will he choose?
Yeah.
Let me now get to that. You see, will he do nothing? We are hearing conciliatory noises. Are they not there to deceive you? We also gave them noises that it will take us 6-8 months. And thank you for giving me that opportunity, right? We also gave them the conciliatory noises. We are not doing it right now. Oh, it will take a long time. Don't worry. And it came the next day, right? So, is he giving you deception? Can Asim Munir hope not to strike? He will be kaput.
Okay.
His life will be at stake. Rahul, let me be very clear. He has to do something. Now, in game theory, when you war game options, then you say the option to your escalation level, one up the escalation ladder, is to either give a weak response or a strong response. If you want to de-escalate, then you end up trying to give a weak sort of response, what is called tokenism. Like the kind he did in Balakot. Khali bloody area of bushes, he bombed and claimed that he had hit an ammunition dump, he'd hit a headquarters, this, that, and the rest of it. That is the so-called Dullat and the Pakistan DG ISI chief. They wrote a book together, to suggest this comedy.
Okay.
Right? It is to just get the public pressure off your back. So he will do something. What he chooses, he'll have to think carefully. If he chooses to escalate in a major way,
now
it gives us the rationale, the justification to go for the Pakistani armed forces, which should be the real target if we want deterrence by punishment.
So let me bring in Air Marshal Kapoor, and you've been awake also, Air Marshal, along with Sushant Serene from 3 in the morning. I know this. So I have to ask you this. We have the S-400s. We have air superiority in the event of a Pak air attack. How effective will we be in countering any misadventure? Let's put it like that.
The exercise which has started in the Rajasthan sector, in the SWAC headquarters around Rajasthan sector, I covered on your channel also. Each inch of Pakistani Punjab is heavily defended, both by air defense and on ground, because this is where all their assets are, and this is where everything which is controlled in that country is held. Pakistani Punjab, every square inch is covered and blanketed by their air defense system. But beyond that, towards Sindh and towards Balochistan, is not as well defended. They know their weakness. The Navy is already there on this side. Now, like General Bakshi said, they will certainly come. They have no choice but to retaliate. Now, when it would be, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, maybe after 3 days, maybe after 7 days, nobody knows. They would also be working. They have to play to the masses. Now, what action would they be taking is the thing which we are discussing. They may like to come across and or they may use the standoff weapons like we did from their side and fire.
No, the question is more specific. How can we thwart them?
Yes.
What
yes.
do we?
So,
what is the panoply
that's what I
of
was saying. So
systems
our
we have? Yes.
exercise is on. So our aircrafts are already deployed all along from Gujarat to Rajasthan sector, and we have heavy defenses along with S-400s and our air defense equipment positioned along our J&K and Punjab sector. So the things would be churning out the maximum now because we expect a retaliation. And we have enough capabilities at all levels to detect and destroy the attack if it comes through.
Sushant Sareen, Lahore is the cradle of Pakistan's elite. Pakistan's elite, and just about 30 kilometers from there, they've felt the ripples already. Obviously, they're not going to be sleeping very well tonight. How deep a psychological scar is this when you go quite fairly close to this patrician set in Pakistan that has, quite frankly, in 2 generations not felt insecure from across the border? Let's just put it very frankly. So I have to ask you this. And secondly, I must ask you, what is the pressure that is likely to now mount on the military in Pakistan?
So, Rahul, one, on how well they will sleep or not sleep, I would imagine that they can sleep well, depending on whether they have decided that they're going to up the ante and launch any kind of an attack on India. Because I think from the Indian side, it's been made very clear that we've done what we had to do, and there is no such indication that we intend to keep following it up at this point in time. Maybe if there was another terror attack from Pakistan side, yes, this is now clearly an established option that this is what we are going to exercise. But other than that, I don't see any government in India which is very interested in getting into an unnecessary escalatory spiral. And I say unnecessary escalatory spiral advisedly. Because if the Pakistanis were to escalate and to attack any population center or a military target, then of course there will be necessary escalation on the Indian part. And then of course everything is up for grabs, right? So I would imagine that if there is no intention on the Pakistani side to do anything beyond what has already happened, then I think they can sleep in peace. But let's also, I would imagine that while I don't disagree entirely with what my colleagues earlier have said about what the Pakistanis may or may not do, but I feel that if the Pakistanis do not want to get into that escalatory spiral, then they have probably prepared enough sufficient ground for themselves to claim a victory. Okay, and it becomes a kind of a win-win, and it gives a kind of a, you can say, an off-ramp to both sides until the next time. So there is that possibility, because once you go up the escalatory spiral, then what is going to be your off-ramp? At what point of time does the people around the world come in? How do they pull the two sides aside? Or do the two sides continue to go into an action-reaction cycle until it reaches a full-scale war? And for all you know, that if we do something, if the Pakis do something, we retaliate, the Pakis might do something else to try and pull some kind of a surprise on us. I don't think those are possibilities that we can rule out. Please remember that you have a regime in Pakistan which, has the ability to spin the narrative in a way that it can proclaim victory and walk away from going up the escalation ladder. Alternatively, it could feel that it needs to really establish its credentials, and Asim Munir needs to emerge as the Napoleon of Pakistan, although Napoleon actually finally lost everything later on because he overplayed his hand. So maybe Asim Munir would do well to remember that. Or any of the other German generals they keep talking about, all of them finally had to commit suicide or killed. So I think that would depend on what their calculation is. I don't think the civilian government really counts for much, unless we've heard, of course, some statements coming out of the civilians. Now, obviously, they've been put up to it. Now, whether that is deception, as General Bakshi is suggesting, or whether that is some kind of a signaling, okay, fine, if the Indians are not going up the escalation ladder and the Indians are stepping aside, then fine, maybe we can also take that off ramp. But look, let's also be very clear about another thing. As far as the Pakistanis are concerned, when they talk about going up the escalation ladder, they also have to take into account how far are they willing to go for it.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's going to prove to be extremely expensive for them. I'm not quite sure if they're actually interested in going for a full-fledged war. But if they are going to go up that escalation ladder, then that the possibility of a full-fledged war cannot entirely be ruled out. Only thing I would caution everybody is that don't think that there are going to be very many rungs before you enter into a war-like scenario. Maybe 2, maybe 3 at best, if we are lucky. It could happen even earlier. So I don't think those possibilities can entirely be ruled out. So let's keep our powder dry and let's see what's going to come from that side.
Okay. Well, Sushant Sreen, I'll let you go. But I want to now bring in Tilak Deveshwar on this important subject tonight. And Tilak Deveshwar, look, the audacity of India's Operation Sindur, many are saying, rewrites the rules of retaliation between nuclear armed states. They say that in a nuclear dyad like India and Pakistan, conventional wisdom has long held that direct military responses to provocations risks, like all of us have been talking about, uncontrollable escalation. Now, this, because we're also convinced of this Cold War era dictum, many Indian leaders before Prime Minister Modi sort of turned the other cheek after being sort of mauled by Pakistani-based terror proxies. But obviously Narendra Modi hasn't, and from the post-Uri surgical strikes to Operation Sindur now, Modi has become adept at turning, to put it crudely, terror launch pads into tombstones. So I have to ask you this, because have we been able to now call Pakistan's nuclear bluff? And without that, with all sub-nuclear conventional options available, do you think the Pakistanis are going to engage in a tit for tat? Let's just put it quite openly there.
So, 2 things, Rahul. First, this is the 3rd time we've done it. We did it in Uri, we did it in Balakot, and we have demonstrated again that there is space under the nuclear overhang for a conventional response to terrorism. And we have established this, that in interstate relationship, there is no place for terrorism. And if Pakistan does indulge in terrorism, the consequences they will have to face. So I think this is one important doctrinal change that this government has established as far as Pakistan is concerned. Now, the other thing which you were discussing earlier about Pakistan's response, and will Pakistan do the same thing? I firmly believe that Pakistan has no option but to retaliate. For the sake of their own population. After all, the Pakistan army has a larger-than-life presence, so they think they have, or they had. They no longer do, but they don't seem to realize that they no longer have that kind of a dominant role in Pakistan that they had earlier. But to preserve whatever little is left, they will have to respond. Their dilemma is that what do they respond to? There are no terror training camps in India. So either they target civilians or they target military. In both cases, there is going to be a response. Or they drop their ammunition in the Rajasthan desert, it hurts nobody, and you can say the call of the crisis. But here is the crucial part. What India has done with the Indus Water Treaty, holding it in abeyance, and Pakistan will insist that you go back to status quo ante. And I think the government is determined not to allow that. I think the recent statements that the Prime Minister made, that how was our water allowed to be used and we will not allow this, and the kind of changes we propose making even the Western rivers, show that this is going to be a long-term planning for India to make sure that the impact on Pakistan's agriculture and food security is extremely severe. So this does not give Pakistan an off-ramp, even if they don't want to go up the escalatory ladder on the kinetic side. What do they do with this issue which India has raised about the Indus Water Treaty being held in abeyance? This, I think, for the long term, is the most crucial blow that India has initiated against Pakistan. The results may not be available straight away, but the results will certainly be there as we go down. You know, for example, the Kharif sowing crop season is going to begin in May.
Yeah.
If they don't have adequate water, what do they do?
Yeah. We're going to put on those shots, viewers. Those really matter. All these graphics don't really matter. Look at the before and after, viewers. Look at the before and after. Muridke, Bahawalpur, etc. And I want to bring in two gentlemen now, Zorawar Daulat Singh and General Bakshi. Zorawar Daulat Singh, off-ramp. What is the off-ramp for Pakistan? Because we are now only assessing what they're going to do next. We've done what we had to do. We've shown them what we are capable of doing. We've made a distinction between the Pakistani state and the non-state actors. And it's been a very legalistic argument that we have put forward. So they've already claimed they've knocked down some of our planes, this, that, the other, you know the regular shenanigans. So what is their off-ramp? And can General Munir galvanize the forces behind him? There are sectarian, there are also, and we know this, tribal fault lines in that country. They run quite deep. And he's been copying a lot of criticism. I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
In any kind of crisis, the adversary is going to have a vote. Now, we are facing three different audiences as we have approached our response to the Pahalgam terror strike. The first is domestically, it was absolutely necessary to showcase that we have responses to terrorism that are kinetic and calibrated. We also were looking towards the international community, particularly the most powerful players like United States, China, Western Europe, who have enormous influence with Pakistan and its army, that we are responsibly dealing with terror in a kinetic fashion and yet are not going to ramp it up to a level that will destabilize the regional security situation. But the third audience, which is the most important for us if we want to reestablish deterrence, is the Pakistan army. Now, the Pakistan army does not distinguish between non-state actors, state actors. Their sovereignty, as they see it, has been violated with this airstrike, which has taken out important symbolic targets, their cultivated assets. Now, they have been embarrassed as from their domestic polity. Now, if they are seeking to, they have two different approaches to how they will de-escalate the situation. They can escalate to de-escalate, or they can take an off-ramp the way you have international players today who are advising counsel and restraint to both sides. If they were to scale up and truly put the ball back in India's court, because if you recall, we've had previous conversations, the tokenism of these one-off strikes and, you call it quits, it can reach a situation where now you have to, if you open the Pandora's box, are you willing to go all the way? When I mean all the way means you've got to be able to go up several notches to de-escalate the situation. Or you're going to eventually leave the adversary emboldened for the next round after 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, when the next major terror strike comes. So I would say Indian policymakers are also evaluating this matrix that they operate in, which have enormous amounts of constraints inbuilt into this military balance. And I think what this crisis shows is that you have to employ other comprehensive tools, which has been done. You have compromised the potential longevity of Pakistan's water security. You're talking of the fault lines. I think when you put that entire picture together, that's what I think puts pressure on the Pakistani elite and the Pakistan army. Because conventionally, and I'm going to be very frank here for the Indian audience, conventionally at a high-tech level in a limited conflict, intensive vertical escalation, the Pakistan army believes it can face the Indian military eyeball to eyeball in this compressed time frame that we're talking about. Now, we would love to go up the escalation ladder and truly impose our superiority. Do we have time for that? I don't believe the modern technological environment, the international situation allows for that. So we have to use beyond conventional military power to reorient the calculus of Rawalpindi. If they see that these guys are not going to stop here, I don't mean by more rounds of brinksmanship. I mean, are they serious about a strategy of containment? If India is going to pursue a policy of containment towards Pakistan, then you have an opportunity to change the calculus of the Pakistani military.
Okay.
But if not, you are actually going to leave them emboldened for the next crisis.
That's an interesting thesis. General Bakshi, could India be readying other kinetic options?
Yeah.
Could that be something that we've not looked at? Because, the idea was, and I want to ask you, be honest tonight, have we failed, perhaps, to take this opportunity to restore deterrence?
Look, the simple fact is, if you repeat what you did in Balakot, a one-stop escalation ladder, you hit, Pakistan retaliate.
No, General Saab, I'm asking you about this particular strike, this panoply of strikes. Will this restore deterrence?
No. No, that's precisely what I'm saying. Why you do things with a particular aim. The aim, as you very clearly have articulated, is to restore deterrence. You do not restore deterrence if you give an off-ramp, he doesn't take it, he goes to the next step, and you are now looking for a way out. You will have to stay the course. Like Daulat very rightly said, 2 to 3 steps up the escalation ladder, or your credibility with the Pakistan army will go further down. He threatened a lot, he did very little. Right? He did very little. And hitting the terrorists, let me tell you, they are expendable. They are totally expendable.
So are you saying we should go up? We should have gone up. This should have been a broader strike. Are you saying that we should have hit a couple of Pakistani military installations? What are you saying exactly? I have to understand this.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying we started off very well.
Okay.
The first strike has to be calibrated so that it is in the digestion level of the rest of the world. You have a very just cause image of a proportionate response.
Okay.
You give him an off-ramp. He doesn't take it. Now you have to be ready for step 2 and step 3. You got me.
I got you.
When you give him an off-ramp, immediately after...
So the off-ramp is, look, we've only gone after... So just correct me if I'm wrong, General Saab. The off-ramp is, we've gone after just your terrorists and your terrorist infrastructure, the non-state actors, as you call them, people who are working beyond the pale of the state, uncontrolled by you. We've done you a favor. Accept the favor, look the other way, say, yes, these people, they were a problem for everybody. Thank you. Or make a couple of noises and say, look, yes, we downed a couple of your crafts, this, that, the other, it's all over and done with. That's what you're saying, fundamentally.
That is exactly what I'm saying. So we have done the right thing in giving them an off-ramp after move 1, right?
Okay.
After move 1. It's very difficult for Asim Munir to swallow it.
Okay.
I totally agree with Mr. Davesha.
Okay.
Totally agree. It is his existence at stake, man. It is,
Okay.
he'll be lynched.
So let me...
He's not very popular with the Pakistan army.
Let me bring in Air Marshal.
He will escalate 1, and then what do you do?
Okay, Air Marshal, this is it. He's got the ramp. Will he take it?
See, the difference between the previous attacks and this is a precision strike. And it is at not one place. Uri and Balakot were a single target that was being taken out. Here we have put across a list of 21 targets. It's not that the world has not been told that this is not the 9. We chose this 9, but we have information. The next thing from Israel-Hamas war and Russia-Ukraine war that is coming is the use of satellites and precision strike.
Right.
This is an indication to Muridke, which is just touching Lahore, and Bahawalpur, which must have been so well guarded. This is an indication by the strike by our troops in the forces is that we exactly know how to take out things.
Okay.
We exactly are in a position to take out the specific target if we so desire.
Okay.
In my opinion, this is another message that we are wanting to send.
Okay, I have 3 minutes precisely. I'm going to divide them between Mr. Deveshwar and, of course, Mr. Daulat Singh very quickly. Very visible strikes, these ones. Tilak Deveshwar, very visible. Makes this arrogant general in Pakistan look very weak. Would you agree? And therefore, his pride is on the line and he wants to do something. Or will he suck it in? And that's the question that maybe Zorawar Daulat Singh can answer. Yes.
No, it is very visible for a specific reason. That after Balakot, they said only a crow and a few trees were hit.
True.
This time, the Pakistani public knows that despite investing so much of money in their armed forces, they could not prevent these strikes across the board, right from POK, right down into the heart of Punjab.
So is he too egotistical to back off now? Or
he can't. He can't. He's on a tiger.
Okay.
He can't get off the tiger.
He can't get off. Daulat Singh, he can't get off? Or is there elbow room?
See, they are obliged in their own framework to respond, but the precise nature of the response is very much in their control. They can choose to do it in a fashion that de-escalates the situation and calms it down, or they could place the onus back to the Indian military forces and the political leadership if they really want to sort of up the ante. So let's just see the ingredients of that response. But from an Indian perspective, you surely can't be preparing and hoping that they are just going to sort of take the off-ramp and walk away. Because what if they call your bluff and say, are you guys ready for that level 2, 3, 4? And if you are found wanting, then I'm afraid this particular duel can be considered to have been lost from the point of view of deterrence. It still has attained certain international objectives and domestic audience objectives, but we are trying to change the calculus of the Pakistan army. So we're going to have to wait and see for the next several days.
Okay, let's go across now to General VP Malik. I'm going to ask him the same question. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you and good evening and best of luck. Let's just hope that we pull through this and we pull through this with aplomb. VP Malik, I'm just going to go straight across to the General now and ask him the same question. Have we done enough to deter Pakistan? Let's go straight across. Yes. Now, viewers, is this only the end of the beginning, so to speak? Let's get that question in with General VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. You were, of course, at the helm of affairs when India drove the intruders out of Kargil. But this is very, very different. The context is also very different. How would you evaluate, first of all, India's strike, this panoply of strikes, the packages that were used, and most importantly, do you believe that this is literally the end of the beginning, or is it not?
Good evening, Rahul. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
This strike, there has been a paradigm shift from our earlier proactive actions that we took. The first proactive action, politically sanctioned, was when we carried out surgical strikes after the Uri attack by the terrorists. That was the first time that politically we were given the mandate to go ahead and strike their camps, not very far away from the line of control. The second one was even slightly higher after Pulwama's incident that took place. And this time the Air Force went and struck the Balakot camp, which is not just in POK, but in Punjab. And it hit the Jaish camp there. So this time, when we thought that Pakistani terrorists and their sponsors had crossed the red line, it had to be a much harsher response. And that is what happened this time. We started off with whole of the nation approach, in which we started off with diplomatic and economic activities. We stopped their water, And we told them that we are now suspending the Indus Water Treaty, which is a very major step that is being taken. It has been considered so many times earlier, but this step was never taken earlier. And this time we had the courage to take that step. And of course, here I mean political courage that we had. The other thing, as far as the strike is concerned, now this time we have taken on all the camps of both Jaish as well as Lashkar, not only in POK, but also in Punjab. As you know, we have struck Bahawalpur, we have struck Muridke, which is close to Lahore, and we have also struck another camp in Sialkot. And we have used the newer weapons that are available with us, the technology that is available with the services. We have made full use of that. So there has been a paradigm shift in our handling this particular activity this time, or carrying out this retaliatory action as compared to the earlier ones. And this whole of the nation approach is still ongoing. Let me say that. The Indus Water River has, we have already suspended it, and we can continue to block or let the water flow whenever we want. And also we can make full use of the river water that we had in mind. You know, there are so many hydropower projects that we have in mind to be able to make use of these river flows, particularly in J&K, I would say. So this time has been a paradigm shift. But the other part of your question, is it the beginning of the end? I'm not too sure. My own view is that although we have been able to hit the people and their camps of terrorists who are functioning under the armed forces, Pakistani army in particular, you know, we have not hit the people who are giving them orders, the people who are sponsoring them. And these terrorists who have come on our side or who are camping that side, they are dispensable people, dispensable commodity as far as the Pakistan army is concerned. The other thing is that this time Pakistan army has been hit, at least their intentions. People are now crying in Pakistan and asking, what is the Pakistan army doing? So its image has been hit. And that probably was also one of our intention to do that. So with that image, with its image having been hit, I have a feeling that there will be a certain retaliatory action from their side. And we have to be prepared for that. And a good thing is that we are a much stronger power today, and we can dominate the escalation, and we can stop it or wherever we want to, that escalatory action activities.
So General Saab, are you saying that, okay, how would you assess the options that we considered this time and their deterrent capacity? Has it served as a deterrent, this option that we have considered?
Hopefully so. And, you know, but I would not be very certain about it, frankly. I'm saying because after all, these people, the Jaish and the Lashkar and all, they are dispensable commodity as far as Pakistan army is concerned. You know, if we had hit Pakistan army establishment, and done something which lowers the image of the Pakistan army in Pakistan, then, you know, you could have looked at it slightly differently. But the manner in which Pakistan army looks at these dispensable commodity under their control, I'm not too sure whether this is the last time that we will face the terrorist action from the other side.
Do you believe, General, that we should have actually also hit a range of military or deep state targets if we really wanted to enforce deterrence on Pakistan? If we wanted to enforce, we should have broadened the scope?
Personally, I feel that we should have. It has not hit the Pakistani military directly. And unless, you know, it hits Pakistan military and their leadership directly, you know, they will probably wait for another opportunity to carry out this very cheap strike capability which is available with them.
So, General Malik, what really was the objective then behind this package of munitions and, of course, the wherewithal that they relied upon and the strategy that has been adopted? What do you think went through the military commanders' minds when they decided to adopt these options rather than a more broader option?
Look, I think this should not be looked at only militarily. This is a really political activity, political aim, objective, which is what makes the army and armed forces follow a certain strategy and select the targets. Now, I think we want to bring down the image of Pakistan and isolate Pakistan, particularly its terrorist activities. It is everybody knows that it is the hub of the terrorism in this part of the world, both internationally as well as in domestically also in Pakistan. The fact is that Pakistan today is suffering. It has been suffering politically, financially, we all understand that, and socially also. Punjabi Muslims are getting isolated within their own country, and Pakistan Army also doesn't have the same kind of image that it had some years ago. So I think we were trying to lower the image, isolate Pakistan, both internationally. So probably that was what was in our mind, and that is why the diplomatic activity has been quite strong to isolate Pakistan.
Well, obviously, a response from Pakistan will also depend on what they make of this particular action that India has taken. So if they assess it to be one that is anti-Islam, because they have said already in their statements, and it's not me, but this is what they have said in their statements, that mosques were destroyed and that we targeted their place of worship. Then they went on to say innocents were killed. So Muslims were targeted, innocent Muslims were targeted. Then they went on to say that these strikes were unprovoked, that India is playing aggressor. If one were to incorporate these assessments that Pakistan has made, then on the basis of that, how do you see them responding? Is it going to be like for like? Are they going to go after, for example, religious sites in India? Are they going to target civilians? What do you think?
I think for that, you have to understand the mindset of the Pakistani military leadership today. And we all understand, we all know that after the kind of speeches that Asim Munir has made recently, what kind of a mindset he has. He is a madrasa-educated person who believes in two-nation theory. The rest of Pakistan or rest of the world may not believe in it, but he does that. And he is also a radicalized Islamist. There is absolutely no doubt about it, the kind of speeches that he has been making lately. So when you look at that, I won't be surprised that they make another effort in this direction. And they may again target somewhere and try and divide Hindus, Muslims, as they have done in Pahalgam and elsewhere also. So this kind of terrorist strike, I won't rule it out. I'm not saying that it may happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I think for some time that deterrent will work. But then as long as people like Munir are in power and dominating not only the military but also the Pakistan polity, you should not rule out that kind of action from their side.
Presented by
for the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. Because we stopped the water, the only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes, a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And Operation
but that's
Sindur
an open act of war. That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch, Anand. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly in difference. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 and to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindur is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India moved with purpose, pride, and pain. If you look at, look at Delhi and people in Delhi, they all are very happy, but they are also in a heart of heart, they are, pained because so many people were killed. Sindur, like you rightly said, is not only a marriage between a man and a woman, but also a marriage between soldier and the soil. It is the color of the blood, yes, correct. But it is also a color of commitment. And this is not a retaliation. This is a retribution with responsibility. So that is what I look at Operation Sindur as.
Right. But General Saab, what happens now? Well, what are Bharat's options? Are both sides, from your understanding, looking for de-escalation, or if anything that the Pakistanis do now, till what level are we let it to look at it as an off-ramp? How many more lives are we ready to lose to look at an off-ramp or a de-escalation, as Sushant Sareen puts it? Or are we going to continue to press on the buttons if Pakistan does any act of retaliation?
So, Anand, once we breached the LOC and the IP together, we should deem it that the ceasefire is dead. Now, dragging the ceasefire to our bosoms beyond this is, I think, is incorrect. And it's not Poonch alone. It's about 600 kilometers of villages all along the line of control, right up to Kathua, which are all close to located there. And they are across the fence also. They're tilling across the fence. Today morning, the LG had ordered all these villages to be vacated and moved backward. Because, obviously, when we are stuck across the line of control, they would be targeted. And, Poonch being a bowl gets targeted first. We would be targeting Kotli also, even as artillery, not as part of the yesterday night. Kotli is normally also targeted, Nikyal, and there are many other hundreds of places that we are targeting ourselves. So either we respond back in equal measure and hit into their townships like they're hitting Poonch as a measure to quieten them, which has been done earlier, to say that you hit our villages, we hit your village back, and then that quietens it. Or we do technology and push the artillery out. The artillery has got finite amount of range, say 30 kilometers. So
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. India has struck Pakistan. 2 weeks after the Pahalgam terrorist attack, India has done what it promised to do: punish the perpetrators and their masters. Early this morning, Indian forces launched what they called Operation Sindur. They targeted 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We will tell you where and how this operation unfolded. The big question now is, what happens next? Will this lead to a full-blown war between India and Pakistan? Will Pakistan retaliate and escalate this? We will decode their statements and their moves. Meanwhile, the Pakistani forces are doing what they do best. They're targeting Indian civilians. The images coming from Poonch near Jammu are disturbing. Civilians, including women and children, being killed in Pakistani shelling. We will also tell you about the biggest strike by India in Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab province, where the family of United Nations designated terrorist Masood Azhar was killed. Also looking at the narrative war that Pakistan has launched with its preferred weapon, fake news. An introduction to the men leading Pakistan's chaotic response, how the world is reacting to India's action, what does this escalation mean for you, and how India's doctrine of strategic restraint with a measured, focused, non-escalatory response can be a lesson for the rest of the world. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Houthis say they will continue to target Israeli ships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. This despite a ceasefire deal with the US. Washington and the Iran-backed group have agreed to not target each other in the Red Sea. The Houthis have been attacking Israel-linked ships since the Gaza war began in 2023. Ukrainian drone attacks close airports and disrupt hundreds of flights across Russia. This comes just days ahead of Moscow's Victory Day parade. The Kremlin restricts mobile internet access in the capital, says it is taking all necessary measures to ensure that the parade is safe. A drone strike targets the Sudan's biggest naval base in Port Sudan. This is the 4th straight day of attacks on the army-backed government. Yesterday, drones hit Port Sudan's power station and main port and the country's last functioning international airport. Sri Lanka's leftist government wins the local council election, but with significantly lower margins. This was the first test for President Anura Kumara Disanayake's coalition, which swept the national polls last year. The president had turned the local election into a referendum on his 6-month administration. Catholic cardinals to begin casting their votes for a new pope. 133 cardinal electors are taking part in the largest ever conclave to pick Pope Francis's successor. There is no clear frontrunner. The next pontiff will have to secure at least 89 votes. And Rohit Sharma announces retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect. The 38-year-old has been one of India's most prolific Test batters. He captained India to the World Test Championship final against Australia in 2023. Rohit Sharma is likely to remain as India's one-day international captain. Nine targets in 25 minutes. India has avenged Pahalgam. Less than 24 hours ago, India launched Operation Sindur, and it struck terrorist camps run by Pakistan. We've been tracking the updates for you through the day today. There is no doubt that Operation Sindur was a success. It was India's way of delivering justice to the victims of Pahalgam. 2 weeks back, Pakistani terrorists attacked Kashmir. They killed 26 innocent civilians. India called the attack barbaric and held Pakistan responsible for it. This attack in Pahalgam took place on the 22nd of April. Since then, there's been suspense and speculation about India's response. Today, it was all laid to rest. India hit back with Operation Sindur. It lasted for about 25 minutes. It began at 1:05 a.m. in the morning, ended at 1:30 a.m. A total of 9 targets were hit, 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and 4 deep inside Pakistani territory. And every one of them, every target, was tied to a terrorist group.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India.
India carried out a high-precision air campaign. It was conducted from the Indian soil. At no point did Indian forces cross the line of control, the de facto border between India and Pakistan. That is the line of control, LOC. Indian forces did not cross it. They launched all strikes from Indian territory. Now, here's what we know about the targets. Target number 1, the Savai Nala camp. It's near Muzzafarabad city in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, just 30 kilometers from the line of control. This facility belongs to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. It is significant because the Lashkar is the parent body of TRF, the resistance front, the group that carried out the Pahalgam attack. In fact, those attackers could have been trained here at the same Savai Nala camp. Target number 2, the Sayyid Na Bilal camp. Again, in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, this was a Jaish-e-Mohammed stronghold. It specialized in weapons, explosives, and jungle warfare. Target number 3, the Gulpur camp, based in a city called Kotli in POK. This is another Lashkar facility, a terrorist training center. Target number 4, the Barnala camp. This is in a town called Bhimber in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This was just 9 kilometers from the line of control. This served as a training camp. Here, terrorists were taught how to make IEDs. That's improvised explosive devices, IEDs. They were also trained in handling weapons and survival tactics. Target number 5, the Abbas camp. This too is a Lashkar facility in the city of Kotli in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, just 13 kilometers from the line of control. Here, the Lashkar-e-Toiba could train 15 suicide commandos at a time. Target number 6, the Sarjal camp in Sialkot. Sialkot is one of the most populous cities of Pakistan's Punjab province. This camp was a high-value target because it was just 6 kilometers away from the international border. Sarjal was a Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. Target number 7, the Mehmoona Joya camp, also in Sialkot. It's a large Hizbul Mujahideen base. They planned operations in Jammu. The 2016 attack in Pathankot was planned from here. Target number 8, Markaz Taiba in Pakistan's Punjab's Muridke city. Again, it's a high-value target. This is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Terrorists like Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were trained here. These were the men behind the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai in 2008. And finally, target number 9, Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, another city in Pakistan's Punjab province. This is the farthest target that India has hit in this operation. Bahawalpur is the operational center of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It lies nearly 100 kilometers from the border. It serves as a hub for indoctrination, training, and recruitment of suicide bombers. This was India's final target, also the biggest, and it caused significant damage. 10 members of Masood Azhar's family were killed in the Indian strikes. Masood Azhar is a UN-designated terrorist. Each strike by the Indian forces was precise, and each one was backed by hard evidence. India says this was a measured and non-escalatory operation. Those were the words that the Indian statement used, measured and non-escalatory. It wasn't a move to start a war. It was a move to send a message.
It was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations.
That was Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. He held a press conference today along with 2 senior women officers of the armed forces, Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force. Now, this too is a powerful message. This press conference, a Kashmiri, that is Vikram Misri, and 2 women officers, including 1 Muslim officer and 1 Sikh, telling the world about India's response to Pakistani terror. The choice of speakers on India's behalf is also India's statement that all Indians stand united in this action against Pakistan. They walked through the entire operation, target by target, frame by frame. The Muridke town is home to Hafiz Saeed, the mastermind of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, also the man behind the Pahalgam attack, because he leads the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is the parent outfit of the TRF, the Resistance Front. In fact, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri confirmed during this press statement, yes, India has raised this before the United Nations. Pakistan tried to suppress references to the TRF on multiple occasions, and now India says that those links have been proven.
Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there.
And this morning's strikes were the answer. But the operation was not the only story today. It's also about the fallout, the narrative war, Pakistan responding with fury, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif calling the strikes an act of war, and the warnings of retaliation. Meanwhile, the situation on the border remains tense. Indian and Pakistani forces have exchanged heavy fire because Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire, especially in the Poonch sector. This is in Jammu. More than 10 civilians have died here on the Indian side. They were victims of Pakistan's firing and shelling on the border. Many more have been injured. Locals along the LOC are being moved to safer regions. They have been forced to take refuge inside underground bunkers. India is reinforcing its defenses. The country remains on alert. But one message stands out from Vikram Misri's briefing this afternoon. He said that India's response was not just military, it was also strategic. Operation Sindur was not about escalation, it was about accountability. Pakistan must answer for harboring terrorists who killed innocents without provocation. India is making sure of that. The biggest question of the hour is this: what happens next? Will this turn into a full-blown war? Will Pakistan escalate the situation? Will it hit back? And if it does, what will be the shape and scope of its response? Through the day today, we've seen a lot of statements, we've seen a lot of hints from the other side, and we've been tracking every word closely. There's some contradiction and confusion, but they've not taken a clear off-ramp. This afternoon, the Pakistani Prime Minister stood before his parliament. His name is Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani PM. He was supposed to project strength. Instead, he sounded what Gen Z would call delusional. Shehbaz Sharif said, and listen to this, 80 Indian aircraft took part in the strikes, 80 Indian aircraft. 5 of them were shot down by Pakistan. That shows how war-ready Islamabad is. In fact, let's have it from the horse's mouth.
और पाकिस्तान के उकाब मुकम्मल तौर पर तैयारी में थे और हमारे जहाजों ने पाकिस्तान की सरहदों को अबूर नहीं किया। जाम स्पीकर, जो ही हिंदुस्तान के जहाजों ने पेलोड उन्होंने रिलीज किया, हमारे उकाब झपटे और आनन फानन 5 जहाज जिनमें 3 राफेल हैं उनको मार कराया और उनको ऊंधे मुंह वो कश्मीर पर जाकर गिरे, बठिंडा में जाके गिरे।
Let that sink in for a moment. India targeted 9 terror camps deep inside Pakistan. The Pakistanis say 26 people were killed in the Indian action, which is an interesting figure to quote, by the way. It's the exact number of civilians that they killed in Pahalgam. Now, India has not given an official number of the casualties in Pakistan, but its strike exposed Pakistan's terror infrastructure. No two ways about it. Yet, in their Prime Minister's mind, they have secured a win. He calls it a military success for the Pakistan army.
माजी की तरह छुपकर पाकिस्तान के ऊपर हमला करने की नापाक कोशिश की, लेकिन अल्लाह ताला के बेपाया फजलो करम से, पाकिस्तान के 24 करोड़ अवाम की दुआओं से हमारी बहादुर और दलेर अफवाज पाकिस्तान ने हिंदुस्तान के इस मकरूह हमले का मुंह तोड़ जवाब देकर उस तारीख रात को चांदनी रात बना दिया।
That was the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Now let's look at the statement from their defense minister. His name is Khwaja Asif. He's this close to making a record for U-turns and foot-in-mouth moments. Today, he said that Pakistan is ready to refrain from any further military action, meaning they won't hit back. But of course, he has one condition, that India should halt its military operations. Sounds like a plan, but it's riddled with holes, because Khwaja Asif is not exactly Pakistan's voice of reason. He's walked back more statements than he stood by. So take his words with not just a pinch of salt, take the whole salt mine. At the same time, do note that his words reveal the mood in Islamabad. They're spinning it as a win, as something that's done and dusted. But that's not the mood in Rawalpindi. That's the seat of power of the Pakistani generals. They stand exposed. Indian forces hit deep inside Pakistan's borders, and the mighty Pakistan army, they did not see it coming. They were scrambling to respond. So for the military, this is a bruise to their ego.
I said before, we had an apprehension that India will attack. Pakistan has never struck first, but we have the right to self-defense. Pakistan will now respond and respond very, very effectively. Make no mistake, because our desire for peace should not be mistaken for our weakness.
The army says Pakistan has the right to respond. It was mentioned in their national security statement. In fact, let me quote from it. The armed forces of Pakistan have duly been authorized to undertake corresponding actions in this regard. In simpler words, the army has the permission to strike, which is a bit of a joke because this is Pakistan. Here, the army gives all permissions. Rawalpindi controls all of Pakistan. This is a military state, doppelganging as a democracy. Yet the army needs permission. Is Pakistan cracking a joke or just cracking under pressure? That's something that they should ponder upon. As for India, it is not waiting for Pakistan to figure out their next move. India is already a step ahead. It is engaging with its global partners. The Foreign Secretary has briefed 13 countries. The Foreign Minister has called his counterparts in Germany, Spain, France, and Japan. India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken to almost 10 countries, and one name stands out in this list: China. Ajit Doval spoke to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. His message was quite simple. India does not want to escalate, but if Pakistan does, India is well prepared to retaliate. Now, why did Doval say this to Beijing? Because China and Pakistan call themselves iron brothers. So who better to pass on the message? Also, if Pakistan won't listen to reason, it will listen to its lenders and masters. As things stand, it's hard to gauge the response. Will they hit back? Maybe, maybe not. I guess the real question at the moment is, can they hit back? Are they in a position to mount an effective response? We ask because there's widespread panic across Pakistan. Schools and colleges are closed. Hospitals are on high alert. Rescue teams are on standby. Flights are avoiding its airspace. The Lahore airport has been shut. The Pakistan stock market plunged at opening today. All of these are not signs of a nation prepared for war. Pakistan may say that it has the right to respond, but rights do not win wars. Readiness does. And right now, Pakistan looks more rattled than ready. The generals in Rawalpindi may want a fight to save face, but even they know that they're playing a losing hand. Vantage continues after a short break.
For the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. Because we stopped the water, the only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And Operation
but that's
Sindur
an open act of war. That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch, Anand. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly in difference. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 and to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindur is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India moved with purpose, pride, and pain. If you look at, look at Delhi and people in Delhi, they all are very happy, but they are also in a heart of heart, they are, pained because so many people were killed. Sindur, like you rightly said, is not only a
India's Operation Sindur was against terror camps in Pakistan. Islamabad says it will respond to what? That is the question. Because India does not harbor terrorists. So who is Pakistan planning to attack? If you're thinking the Indian military, you are wrong, I'm afraid. Pakistan is doing what it does best. It is attacking innocent civilians again. They have again violated the ceasefire agreement for the 13th consecutive day today. For 12 days, Pakistan used small arms. Today, they used artillery fire. Poonch and Rajouri have been targeted by the Pakistani army. These are two districts in the Jammu region. The Indian army is retaliating, but the Pakistan army is not striking Indian army positions. They are targeting only residential areas in India. At least 15 innocent Indians have been killed, including children and women. More than 50 have sustained injuries. Several houses have been destroyed. Even a Sikh Gurudwara was struck in Poonch. This is not a provocation. This is a desperate act by the Pakistani military. Their actions are not just reckless, they're inhumane. Jammu and Kashmir's local government is taking precaution. An emergency meeting was held today. Schools and colleges in some areas have been shut down. Civilians have been asked to stay indoors. A round-the-clock control room has been set up in Srinagar. This is to address public concerns and to coordinate emergency responses. If you're watching us from Jammu and Kashmir, do note the numbers on your screen in case you need assistance. Dial these numbers. The question is, why is Pakistan doing all of this? Why is their army shelling civilians in Poonch? First is deflection. India's Operation Sindur has hit Pakistan where it hurts. Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed terror hubs were destroyed. These are groups backed by the Pakistani army. They were unable to defend against the Indian strikes. So they're resorting to artillery fire to save face. That's point one, deflection. The second point is desperation. Islamabad knows it cannot match India's firepower, so it falls back to its old playbook. Cross-border attacks on civilians to stoke tensions. But let's also talk consequences. Global outrage is missing. The West wants stability in the region. But they turn a blind eye when Pakistan provokes. If India chooses to retaliate, the West is the first to push for truce. But Pakistan's ceasefire violations will not go unanswered. India is more than capable of responding to Pakistan, and that too in kind. Pakistan can choose to violate the ceasefire, but they cannot choose the consequences. For now, the Indian army is responding with heavy guns. Civilians in Poonch have been asked to limit their movement. Their safety is the top priority. At the same time, India is not taking any chances. Other regions have been on alert too. Nationwide mock drills were conducted today. Civilians were taught about multiple scenarios, like incoming air raids, blackout procedures, urban fire emergencies, and casualty evacuations. The drills were held in 244 districts across India. We have 800 districts in this country. The mock drills were held in 244 in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Bengaluru. Civilian safety drills were also held at religious sites, particularly in the state of Uttar Pradesh, at the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, and the Kashi Vishwanath Temple in Varanasi. This is because of the high number of devotees at these temples. So India is preparing for all scenarios. For now, the real threat is on the line of control. Pakistan continues to attack civilians. Like a responsible nation, India is only retaliating, not escalating. The Indian army is showing professionalism and restraint. But if Pakistan continues on this trajectory, they will learn the true cost of peace delivered by the Indian armed forces. Let's focus on India's strike on Bahawalpur, a city in Pakistan's Punjab province, about 400 kilometers away from Lahore. Bahawalpur was struck multiple times. The target, the headquarters of Jaish e Mohammed, or JEM. This is a United Nations designated terrorist organization, the same group that orchestrated the 2019 Pulwama attack, when a suicide bomber killed 40 Indian troops. Like I said, that was in 2019. So why was Bahawalpur struck this time? Because India wanted to send a message that terrorists inside Pakistan were no longer safe. Bahawalpur is the beating heart of the Jaish e Mohammed, a terror group founded and led by this man, Masood Azhar, a globally recognized terrorist, one of the masterminds of the terror attack on the Indian parliament. That attack happened in 2001. The Jaish e Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur was no secret. This morning, Indian jets took out the terror infrastructure. At least 2 sites were bombed. First was Kausar Colony. This is in the northwestern part of the city. And the second was Raman. This is in the western outskirts of Bahawalpur. The main target was the one in Raman, the Markaz Jamia Masjid Subhan Allah complex. That was the target. The Markaz Jamia Masjid Subhan Allah complex, the main headquarters of the Jaish e Mohammed. This is where terrorists are recruited, indoctrinated, and trained, or were. Masood Azhar, the Jaish e Mohammed chief, lives there under state protection. He has made several anti-India speeches from this very masjid. He's protected by the Pakistani army. But they could not do much this time. Indian jets struck the Jaish e Mohammed headquarters. 10 family members of Masood Azhar were killed, along with 4 of his close associates. The Jaish e Mohammed has confirmed this. For years, Masood Azhar was responsible for the deaths of innocent Indians. Today, he paid the price for years of terrorism. Let's also talk about the nature of the strike. Indian intelligence agencies first did their homework. Satellite imagery was collated. Ground-level intelligence was collected. Then the coordinates were shared with the Indian Air Force. The objective was clear: destroy Jaish e Mohammed terror facilities and limit any collateral damage. This morning, New Delhi responded, not out of aggression, but out of necessity. Indian Air Force jets fired advanced missiles. They struck with pinpoint accuracy. The Jaish e Mohammed headquarters were destroyed. Before and after visuals reveal the intensity of the Indian strike. Have a look. Indian armed forces say the terrorists were targeted successfully.
सुभान अल्लाह, भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है।
Predictably, Islamabad has condemned the strike. They have called it an act of war. They claim that only civilians were injured in the Bahawalpur strike. Pakistan said no militant camps were targeted. I'll repeat that for you. Pakistan said no militant camps were targeted. What does that imply? That there are militant camps on Pakistani soil, but they were not targeted in the strike. Although the world already knows about all of this. Now, let me also tell you why a strike on Bahawalpur is historic. This city is not some remote terror outpost. This is the 12th largest city in Pakistan. It is in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province. It is home to the Jaish and Mohammed. It is protected by the Pakistani military. The terror infrastructure had grown in recent years. Satellite images from 2022 to now show the expansion. Look at what they have. Solar energy plants had been installed. New buildings had been constructed. At least 7 multi-storied structures. The compound also had swimming pools and livestock pens. Basically, the terror camp was self-sustained. While Pakistanis struggle for food and water and basic amenities, terrorists get state-of-the-art infrastructure complete with swimming pools. Now, all of it has been reduced to rubble. This is a doctrinal shift in India's fight against terrorism. Because look at 2016, terrorists attacked an army camp in Jammu and Kashmir's Uri. How did New Delhi respond? The Indian army carried out surgical strikes in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2016. In 2019, Pakistan-sponsored terror struck again, this time in Pulwama. We already told you about it. And how did India respond then? By conducting airstrikes in Balakot. Terror launch pads in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa were destroyed, 2019. This time, India has gone after terrorism's jugular vein. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Pakistan's Punjab. By striking here, India has sent a warning to Pakistan that your terror havens are no longer safe, wherever they are. This is what India meant when it said that terrorists and their backers would be punished. The Indian response was not just about vengeance. It also exposed Pakistan's double game. Islamabad may keep crying foul, but it still won't shut its terror camps. India does not want war, but it won't tolerate terror either. And that is the biggest takeaway from the strike at Bahawalpur, that India will respond not with words, but with action. Surgical, measured, and justified. Today's wars are different. You don't just fight on land, air, and water. You also fight online. You don't just fight soldiers and aircraft. You also fight fake news. And this conflict is no different. Pakistan is waging a war on social media. They're flooding platforms with fake news and biased narratives. Their goal? To demoralize Indian forces, to sow doubt in the minds of Indians. Tonight, we'll expose this Pakistani campaign. Let's start with pictures shared by pro-Pakistani handles. All of them show a crashed fighter jet. They claim it's an Indian Rafale. The fact is, this picture is from 2021. It shows a MiG-21 jet that crashed in India's Punjab. No dogfight, no Pakistani hand. Here's another picture of a supposed Rafale on fire. Pakistani handles say it was shot down near Bahawalpur. Again, this is fake. This picture is from September 2024. It shows a MiG fighter jet crashed in Rajasthan. And these are not just posted by random handles. Pakistani media is actively amplifying it. Let me show you a report from GeoTV. It claims that India's brigade headquarters were targeted. Videos also show a building on fire. Again, absolutely false. No Indian brigade headquarters was attacked. Let me also show you another example. This is a video that shows a raging inferno. And what is the claim? That it shows an attack on Srinagar Air Base. Once again, this is fake. This video dates back to 2024. It shows sectarian violence in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in Pakistan. How about that? Pakistan is passing off its own violence as an attack on India. And finally, one more video that we have for you. This one is being called a Pakistani missile strike on India. It shows a raging fire and plumes of smoke. A raging fire and plumes of smoke. Just one problem though. This wasn't a missile strike on India. This is from the Beirut explosion of 2020. And these are just some examples that we've put together. You've got hundreds of Pakistani propaganda handles, all of them peddling fake news. Even more dangerous are the biased accounts, accounts that know the truth, but still hide it or twist it. Like this CGTN post. This is Chinese state media, CGTN. It is supposedly showing a downed Indian jet. But the video is old. The same one was peddled by Pakistani accounts last month as well. Back then, it was supposed to be the line of control. Now it is a crash Rafale. All these efforts make one thing clear. Pakistan is weaponizing social media. Their goal is to build a narrative that suits them, a narrative that differs from the truth. Let me explain this. The truth is that India struck 9 terror camps in Pakistan. It pierced through Pakistan's air defenses. But the fake narrative? That Indian jets were down, that Indian brigade headquarters were attacked, and that the Srinagar air base was destroyed. It's like creating a whole new reality, one that paints Pakistan as a victor. The question is, how can India tackle this? For starters, call them out. The Indian embassy in China is doing that. They have openly called out the Global Times. The Global Times is another Chinese mouthpiece. It claimed that Pakistan shot down Indian jets. But the Indian embassy has fact-checked them. That's one thing that India can do. Secondly, do more to spread your evidence, your side of the story. India has released radar images of its strikes on Pakistan, but releasing alone is not enough. Amplify them, share them widely, maybe even edit them for effect. You've seen the Israelis do it all the time. They turn their mission videos into a spectacle. Perhaps it's not the traditional way of doing it, but these are also not traditional times. You have an enemy who is bending the truth. You have a platform that allows itself to be bent. So every player must adapt. India must turn its battlefield victory into a digital victory. Unfortunately, that is the world that we live in. It's not enough to visit Disneyland. It's important to post a picture from there. India seems to have realized this in recent years. Our digital strategy has improved compared to 2016 and 2019. The key is to keep building on that. Our next story takes you behind the curtains of the stage that is Pakistan. 4 men stand on it. Each plays a very different role. The first is Asim Munir, the general with absolute power. Then there's Shehbaz Sharif, the prime minister who speaks of peace but doesn't hold the reins. Then there's the defense minister, Khwaja Asif, blunt, unpredictable, and always ready to provoke. And finally, the government spin doctor, Ataullah Tarar, carefully crafting the narrative that the army wants the world to hear. Together, these 4 men are steering Pakistan's response at this point, but only one of them is truly in command. Our next report tells you more.
General Asim Munir, Pakistan's army chief. And without a doubt, the most powerful man in the country. So it's no surprise that Munir has a clear vision for Pakistan's foreign policy. After all, the military is the one that calls the shots. It's what we're now calling the Munir Doctrine. The goal, cultivate a more moderate image for Pakistan. Position Islamabad as a middle power. Focus on geo-economic development as a core priority. But the Munir Doctrine had a far more ambitious agenda. A shift back to ideological maximalism over Kashmir, anchoring it in military determination and an Islamic nationalist narrative. Just days before the Pahalgam attack, Munir referred to Kashmir as Pakistan's jugular vein.
Government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
And now he seems to have gone for it. Since the attack, Munir hasn't said much. He's not the loudest voice, but he is the one who controls the military apparatus. That means he has the final say on whether this conflict boils over. So it's clear that his will is law. But if Asif Munir is the one throwing logs onto the fire, Shehbaz Sharif is the guy trying to put it out. He is the country's prime minister, but there's a small problem. Sharif is not really in control, not in the way that you'd think. He talks about de-escalation and diplomacy, but the real power, military power that is, lies elsewhere. So Shehbaz Sharif is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has to maintain an image of diplomacy and restraint, especially for the international community. But the reality is that he's beholden to the military establishment. So his words ring hollow most times.
Let this message be loud and clear for all and sundry. Peace is our preference, but must not be construed as our weakness. We will and we shall never compromise on our dignity and security of our beloved Pakistan.
Then there's Khwaja Asif, the country's defense minister. You'd think someone in his position would be calm and calculated, but that's everything Asif is not. He makes controversial statements and backtracks. He ramps up the nuclear saber rattling. He talks about doing America's dirty work.
Including Britain. Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain.
But it's not just hot air. Khwaja Asif has a way of pushing Pakistan's rhetoric to the edge. And last, there's a new face making his mark. Ataullah Tarar, Pakistan's information minister. Think of him as the one who makes sure the narrative stays on course. At least the narrative the army wants you to hear. He plays the role of the apologist for the Pakistani state, trying to paint Pakistan as the victim no matter what happens. Tarar's job is to control the flow of information, and let's just say he's got a knack for it. After all, he was the one who took journalists on a junket to the LOC. Why? To dupe them into believing that terror camps don't exist.
Being a responsible state, Pakistan open-heartedly offered a credible, transparent, and independent investigation by a neutral commission of experts to ascertain the truth.
In theory, Pakistan is a democracy. In practice, it's just a stage. The script is written in Rawalpindi and it's acted out in Islamabad. While politicians talk peace, generals prepare for war. So while the world listens to Pakistan's civilian voices, it's the silence from the barracks that should worry us most. Because in Pakistan, it's not the noise that signals trouble, it's the orders being quietly carried out.
What happens when tensions escalate between two nuclear neighbors? Understandably, the anxiety spreads, world reactions begin pouring in, major powers advise caution, and rightly so. But sometimes this manifests in problematic ways, punctuated by lecturing, hypocrisy, and double standards. And this is exactly what India is witnessing today. The world is reacting on predictable lines in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. We'll start with China. It has condemned India's strikes on Pakistan. It has called on both India and Pakistan to prioritize peace and stability and to remain calm. Now, if this sounds patronizing and hypocritical, it is, and there is more. China says that it is willing to play a quote-unquote constructive role in easing tensions. This is Pakistan's so-called iron brother. Also, it's ATM. China itself is a bully and aggressor, the biggest source of weapons to Pakistan, and it now wants to position itself as a mediator. Then we have the Americans who funded the Pakistani military for ages. Their president, Donald Trump, has called Operation Sindur a shame.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Shortly after this, Marco Rubio reacted. He is the U.S. Secretary of State, their foreign minister, basically, and he said that the U.S. will, and I'm quoting, continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership towards a peaceful resolution. The UK has said that it stands ready to help out. Their foreign secretary reached out to India and Pakistan. He says, and I'm quoting again, if this escalates further, nobody wins. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said both parties must engage in dialogue. That's basically the tone of most statements. And why is this a problem? For two reasons. First, the unabashed insensitivity of the West. If terrorists attack civilians in London, they're shot dead. If terrorists attack New York, they're hunted down. The Americans will happily raise an entire country in the process. But if there is a terror attack in Kashmir, dialogue should magically result in a peaceful resolution. Well, India wants peace too, which is why it is going after terrorist camps. The West should in fact thank us. But in a puzzling turn of events, even Afghanistan's Taliban is giving the same resounding advice on peace. I have to say, it's a bit rich coming from them. Now to the second issue with these statements. They put the onus of peace equally on India and Pakistan, which is a flawed approach, because one is an aggressor and promoter of terrorism. The other is reacting to a provocation and dismantling terror camps. Yet, some world powers fail to see this. Germany says, and I'm quoting, responsible action is urgently needed from both countries. France understands India's desire to protect itself, but obviously calls on both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint. Same with the UAE. And some parties have even flipped the script, like Turkey. They have called on both parties to act with, quote unquote, common sense. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is concerned about the Indian military operations in Pakistan. He says, and I'm quoting, that the world cannot afford a military confrontation between India and Pakistan. Well, that may be true. We are all concerned, in fact. But we are also clear-eyed. We know exactly what triggered the tensions. It was Pakistan's terrorism. So expressing concern about India's response is counterproductive. If anything, India is promoting the cause of peace by eliminating terrorists. So the onus of de-escalation should be on Pakistan. Thankfully, India also has strong partners who do not shy away from calling out Pakistani terrorism. Israel, for one, has called Operation Sindur an act of self-defense by India. Their ambassador to India says that terrorists should know there is no place to hide from their heinous crimes. And that pretty much sums it up. Pakistan is a terror state. It is a global threat. The world has not been able to stop it. But when India witnesses bloodshed on its soil and New Delhi reacts, suddenly it all becomes too easy to lecture and to dish out the templated both countries spiel. Vantage continues after a short break.
For the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they're all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams, because we stopped the water. The only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And Operation
but that's an
Sindur
open act of
itself
war. That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly in difference. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 and to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindur is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India.
After India stood up to the terror state, it has also boldly braved what came next. As the border remains hot, security preparations have been amped up. Residents living near the line of control have been moved to safer locations. Schools and colleges have been shut along the national border in Jammu, Punjab, and Rajasthan. Today, flight operations were severely disrupted. At least 18 airports have been temporarily shut. Meanwhile, despite escalating tensions, the markets in India, the stock markets, ended on a flat note, although the same cannot be said about Pakistan. Our next report tells you more.
Amid escalating tensions with Pakistan, from air travel to markets, there is a massive ripple effect. But India remains prepared to brave the impact of this fallout. As the border remains hot, the Border Security Force has remained on high alert. Residents living near the line of control have been moved. They are being housed in safer locations. In the wake of tensions, several schools and colleges have been shut. This is in districts along the national border in Jammu, Punjab, and Rajasthan. They have remained closed today. In some places like Pathankot in Punjab, schools will remain closed for 72 hours. Throughout the day, flight operations were severely disrupted. Around 140 flights were cancelled to and from the Delhi airport alone. In total, more than 200 flights have been cancelled across northern and western India. Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, and a few foreign airlines have cancelled their services to and from various airports. Many airlines, including Indigo and Air India, are offering waivers on rescheduling charges or full refunds to affected passengers. Meanwhile, at least 18 airports have been temporarily shut. This includes airports in Leh, Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, and many other places. Civilian flights in these parts have been suspended. Authorities say that operations will restart on Saturday morning. When India struck Pakistan, some international flights had to change course. And after the strike, almost all foreign airlines stopped flying over Pakistani airspace, which means that many flights are taking a longer time en route. For instance, the Dutch carrier KLM says that its Amsterdam flight to Delhi will take 1 hour longer and its flight to Mumbai 1 hour and 15 minutes longer. The markets have also braved the impact of India's courageous response. The Indian stock market ended the session today on a flat note. The Sensex closed near the 80,800 mark. Meanwhile, the Nifty finished just above 24,200. On the other hand, the Pakistan Stock Exchange remained in the red. Its flagship, the KSE 100 index, plunged 3,559 points to close 3.3% lower at 1,10,009. If this isn't a clear marker of the scenario, then what is? As terror state Pakistan threatens the world, it also poses a danger to itself and its already crumbling economy, as India remains steadfast in boldly battling what comes next.
For the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't, and we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21 we took out only 9.
Yeah,
we have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to
identify, track, and punish every terrorist.
हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई।
आगे भी भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए।
Definitely, a lot of justice is there because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
हमको लगता है कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। बार बार ये टेररिस्ट अटैक आज पहले बार विजिट मतलब जो पीओके में हुआ है, हमेशा ही होते रहता है। ये जंग मतलब ये जो टेररिस्ट लोग को पूरा खत्म करना चाहिए। ऐसा मतलब स्ट्राइक तो किया है, मतलब स्ट्राइक जब किया है तो कंप्लीट होना चाहिए।
তাদের কাছে ধন্যবাদ। আমার হাজবেন্ড এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখছে, আর যে অপারেশন শিডিউল লিখেছে আমার আজকে শিডিউল তারা কেটে নিয়েছে। ভগবান আমার হাজবেন্ডকে শান্তি দিই, আর ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর কপালে সিঁদুর না যায়, এটাই গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট, আর কিছু না।
इतना ही बोलूँगा कि ये इकलौती कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसे कंटिन्यू अटैक्स उन पे होने चाहिए, तभी वो सुधरने वालों में से तो है नहीं, क्योंकि पहली 2 बार भी हमने उन पे अटैक किया था, मतलब रिप्लाई दिया था, खुद से अटैक नहीं किया था, तो तभी भी उन्होंने हिम्मत करी तीसरी बार अटैक करने की। तो इस बार उन पे ऐसा अटैक होना चाहिए कि चौथा अटैक करने के लिए वो बचना ही नहीं चाहिए, तभी कुछ होगा।
आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे
plan, which is what do you in a second term,
Does he want us in a second?
Terrorist law. What this means at this juncture in time, and so
now on the
তাদের কাছে ধন্যবাদ আমার হাজবেন্ড এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখছেন আজ যে অপারেশন সিঁদুর লিখেছে আমার আজকে সিঁদুর তারা কেড়ে নিয়েছে ভগবান আমার হাজবেন্ডকে শান্তি দিই আর ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারণ অপারেশন সিঁদুর লিখেছে
now on the brink of possibly an all-out war between these two nuclear-armed neighbors. Christine Fair is an American political scientist, professor with the Georgetown University, is an expert on Kashmir and Pakistan. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. First things first, what do you make of Operation Sindur, which was launched in the wee hours of this morning on the 7th of May by the Indian Armed Forces? They have said that they've hit 9 different locations from Muzzafarabad in the north to Muridke and to Bahawalpur, which are the headquarters of the Lashkar and the Jaish and Mohammed. What do you make of the operation and the action that the Indian Armed Forces have taken?
So I think it's a really important note that the Indians have really escalated by targeting Muridke and Bahawalpur, which are in the Punjab. I think, as all of your viewers know, the Punjab is pretty much the heartland of Pakistan. It's certainly the heartland of the Pakistan Army. And so when you talk about, will Pakistan take the off-ramp? Well, right now there is no off-ramp. The Pakistan Army has been put into a position where it's going to have to retaliate. And then once that retaliation takes place, it depends on how Pakistan's going to retaliate. But a retaliation is most certain to happen. I think at the strategic level, no matter how important these attacks are, and I certainly believe them to be important, the strategic level, it doesn't change Pakistan's calculus. And so going to some of the things that former Army Chief Vaid Malik had to say, we've seen this rodeo before. We saw it at Pulwama, right? A pretty sharp conflict crisis. There was an off-ramp. Normalcy returned to the valley for several years. But if you know the Pakistan Army, you know that the Pakistan Army is an insurgent army. The Pakistan Army's goal is not to defeat India. It knows that it can't. The Pakistan Army's goal is to show that it has not been deterred by India. And how it does this, unfortunately, is by episodically conducting strategic terrorist attacks in Kashmir or sometimes in India as well.
It's interesting.
I mean, elsewhere in India. I don't mean to imply that Kashmir is not a part of India. Yeah. That wasn't my intention.
I just want to go to the part where you said this is the first time that India has hit Punjab proper, whether it's Bahawalpur or Muridke, and that, as you said, is the heart, the very heart of the Pakistan military establishment. Why is that such a crossing a red line in your view?
I don't think it's necessarily crossing a red line, but it definitely means that looking for an immediate off-ramp is not going to be something that the Pakistan Army is going to be interested in. We also have to remember that this particular Pakistan Army at this juncture in time is really waning in popular support. Many Pakistanis have soured on the institution because of its treatment of Imran Khan. In fact, one may even say that maybe the timing of this attack in Pahalgam was precisely to generate a conflict wherein Pakistani support for the army would be shored up. So this is Pakistan's heartland. This is the heartland of the Pakistan Army. So I fully anticipate that Pakistan is going to retaliate.
So here's the thing. We're all trying to understand, what is the shape or form or nature of this response. And I want to go back to one of the points that you made. The thinking of the Pakistan Army is like an insurgent group. And that's why they could use these terrorist proxies, the Lashkars and the Jaishas. And there was always this degree of plausible deniability. Now, though, do you see the Pakistan Army sort of having been forced to respond in a conventional, proper military response, as opposed to the guerrilla stuff that you were talking about?
No, so what I was saying is that when there is a perduring peace in the valley, this is injurious to Pakistan's interests, right? Because it looks as if the Pakistanis have been compelled by India. And how do the Pakistanis prove that they haven't been compelled by India? Well, they conduct a terrorist attack. That was the argument that I was making. And what this means, unfortunately, is that the Indians are not able to, within the time constraints of a short war, to deliver a decisive defeat against the Pakistan army. It just can't. That's just not an option that's available to it. It becomes more possible over a longer war, but longer wars are also very challenging because of the specter of nuclear weapons that both sides have. So unfortunately, as important as these strikes are, it isn't going to change the strategic calculus of the Pakistan army. I anticipate very much like Pulwama, there's going to be a crisis, there's going to be an off-ramp, there's going to be peace in the valley for some time. And then after a number of years, there's going to be another terrorist attack. And so, you know, I think India is in a pretty tough bind. The international community doesn't take this terrorism by Pakistan seriously enough to put serious sanctions upon the Pakistani state. And the reason why Pakistan absconds every time is because of its nuclear weapons. Everyone is too afraid to do something catastrophic to Pakistan, the results of which might be Pakistani failure. Now, I, for one, reject those doomsday scenarios. I think we need to be very coercive towards Pakistan, but it's never going to happen. And so that puts India in this situation of every so many years having to mow the Pakistani terrorist lawn. And this is where we are.
No, what you're talking about is this pattern of, you know, there's a terror attack and then there's punitive action. After a few years, there's again another terror attack and then there is further punitive action. What I'm interested in knowing, and I guess our viewers, the greatest curiosity right now, the greatest interest is in knowing what is going to happen in the next 2 or 3 days. If you were thinking like Asim Munir is thinking, what would he do?
Well, I can't think like Asim Munir for a variety of reasons.
I mean, as a phrase, as an expression.
No, I mean, and so that's not really my strong suit. My strong suit isn't playing armchair quarterback of what Pakistan is going to do in response. What Pakistan has said it's going to do is that Pakistan is going to respond by targeting those military bases from which assets were used to hit Pakistan. I mean, now, I don't go around taking Pakistan at its word, so I don't think you should either. But I'm not in a position to propose what Pakistani targeting might look like.
But let's just for a moment, you know, assume that argument happens. Because look, India is very clear in the statements that it put out. It drew a very, very fine distinction. It said no military targets have been hit. It is only terror and terror infrastructure. If Pakistan were to retaliate, it would have to cook up that these are the places where India is fomenting, you know, Baloch terror or whatever it is that they want to cook up, or they have to hit military targets, like you said. And if they do hit military targets, where does that leave India? Does that leave India with no other option but to climb the escalation ladder?
So, I mean, so that's the concern with these kinds of operations. And when India decided that it was going to launch strikes against targets in the Punjab, this was obviously a risk that India is willing to take. So, right now, it's not evident what is going to be the de-escalation off-ramp. It's not clear right now because we haven't seen what Pakistan has done. So I'm not a big fan of speculating about assumptions being presumed.
Okay.
So I'm gonna demur from answering that question.
You did say earlier that, you know, the international community has not quite confronted Pakistan and said that you can't, you know, do this whole double game of just sending these terror proxies every once in a while and you know, creating these terror attacks. What about Trump though? He has, you know, pitched himself as the anti-war president. Famously on the campaign, he kept saying again and again when in his first term, not a single war started, and he already has 2 wars that he's hoping to end in the next 4 years. And they are very difficult to end, as he's discovering now in office in his second term. Does he want to see a 3rd war start on his watch?
So I don't think we can look for sagacious leadership coming from Trump. This is just not something that this president is capable of delivering. So we have to look at the State Department and Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is not someone that I find particularly palatable. He is very much Trump's sycophant. He was a pretty vocal Trump foe turned Trump loyalist. I know that Paul Kapoor has been tasked with, has been proposed as the Assistant Secretary of State. I presume that he is providing wise counsel to the State Department, although I haven't seen any impacts of that wise counsel. what we're still seeing is the both sidisms. So I don't think India can look to Trump for leadership. We'd like to believe that Marco Rubio is a little bit more competent. From what I've seen thus far, I don't have a lot of confidence that that's the case.
So if the US is not going to intervene or use its influence to calm down tempers.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I thoroughly anticipate is there's going to be a lot of diplomacy with regards to Pakistan and with regards to India. I don't know how efficacious. I just don't know how efficacious those efforts are going to be.
Okay, so okay, that's the US question. What do you reckon China is in a position to influence Pakistan and say that, look, it's not in its interest to climb the escalation ladder? Does China have the leverage and the inclination to do that?
So China has the leverage. I don't think China wants to see a full-scale war. But I also don't think that China I think China does have a mild incentive for this conflict to play out a little bit, kind of along the lines of the duration that we saw at Pulwama. Unlike Balakot, when Pakistan scrambled American jets, I think we're mostly going to see Chinese assets at play. And China might be interested in seeing how Chinese assets fare against India's Western assets. So China, it's not like Kargil, where China played a very important role in telling the Pakistanis to stand down. I think China will eventually play that role, but not necessarily as quickly as you or I would hope.
Okay, so coming back to as we come to the concluding part of this interview, and I'm trying to ask this in a different way because this is the top of mind concern for all our viewers, is how are the next 2 or 3 days going to pan out, and what do you expect is going to happen? Militarily, in terms of retaliatory strikes. This is a direct challenge, as you said, to the Pakistan army and its heartland, which is Punjab. So the military part, and of course the diplomatic part. How does India deal with the diplomatic fallout of this escalation as it's seemingly coming?
I mean, I don't know the answers to those questions. And so I'm not someone who just makes up bakwas to fill up airspace. I don't know the answers to those questions. I think Pakistan is going to take a while, maybe a day or so, to figure out what its response is going to be. If you think that Indians were demanding a response following Pahalgam, you can imagine that the Pakistanis are demanding a response following these strikes into the Punjab. Pakistan will tolerate attacks in so-called Azad Kashmir or Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Ordinary Pakistanis are not going to tolerate attacks in the Punjab. So this was a really important risk, a really important gamble that the Indians took. So we're going to have to just, whether one likes it or not, it doesn't work well for news cycles. We're just going to have to wait and see what the Pakistanis do. And how the Pakistanis choose to retaliate, then the ball is in India's court. And then we're all going to be hoping for swift global diplomacy to create some sort of an off-ramp where both sides have their pound of flesh and can create the domestic narrative that it's time to de-escalate.
Is the IMF negotiation that Pakistan has in a couple of days from now in Washington, is that a mitigating factor, if you will, in disincentivizing the army from retaliating?
No.
It isn't?
No.
And why wouldn't it be? It's a lot of money for a country that's broke.
Because Pakistan knows that its history with the IMF is that Pakistan never gets cut off from the IMF. And the reason for that is Pakistan's nuclear weapons makes Pakistan too dangerous to fail. So Pakistan knows that the international community doesn't play this brinkmanship with the IMF. That's why Pakistan was never put on the FATF blacklist. It was always on the gray list. And then, I mean, in a complete farce, it was even removed from the gray list, right? So yeah. Pakistan is confident that the international community is not going to play brinkmanship with the IMF.
Even if in the next 24 hours they retaliate, there's a big military strike, and in the next 48 hours they go to the IMF asking for money, it wouldn't be a factor, you think?
I don't believe it's going to be a significant factor that deters Pakistan from undertaking retaliatory strikes.
All right. Christine Fair, thank you very much. Fascinating conversation. We're all trying to make sense of what happens next. But thank you very much for attempting to make sense of what could likely happen next. But we'll see.
Well,
see
thank
which
you.
of these.
Thank you for having me. This was great fun. I enjoyed listening to Vaid Malik as always. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. So there it is. Everyone sort of scratching their heads and trying to figure out, A, will there be a response? B, what is the nature of that response? What may be the targets that the Pakistan Army could likely pick in terms of a retaliatory hit? Look, picking a military installation will have much wider ramifications. Then it means that, again, as Christine Fair was saying, then India is left with no off-ramp. It means that India will also have to climb the escalation ladder. Two things which stand out in the Indian statement. You heard from Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. You heard from the two military officers, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi, the two women officers who were chosen to announce this publicly to the world. The language that they used was very, very specific, that it was non-escalatory. India is not looking to escalate further. The targets were terror infrastructure and terror launch pads, not civilians, and also underlining the fact that the targets were not military installations. I guess the messaging to the Pakistani military is, if you want to retaliate, do not think of targeting military installations, do not think of escalating, and do not think of targeting civilians. These are there's a lot of fog of war happening right now. Let's try and make sense of that again by speaking to yet another very, very influential voice, somebody who's a familiar sight here on CNN News 18, one of the most noted American political scientists from the University of Chicago, Professor John Mearsheimer. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. Good morning to you in Chicago. It's evening here in New Delhi. I'm sure you're up to speed with the developments that we've had over the last 12 hours or so. India's had these very specific targeted strikes at 9 different locations inside both Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as Pakistan proper, Punjab, the heartland of Pakistan. What do you make of this Operation Sindur, as it's known, to avenge the terrorist attack that happened in India a couple of weeks ago?
Well, it's hardly surprising that India retaliated. And I think the Indians, are walking a fine line here in that they want to send a clear message. They want to send a powerful message to Pakistan that this is unacceptable behavior. But at the same time, I think the Indians are committed to making sure that this doesn't escalate too far, because that would not be to India's advantage.
But the ball is really in Pakistan's court, and the fear here in India is Pakistan will escalate, and the Pakistan Army in particular. I was speaking to Christine Fair some time back, and she said there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp for the Pakistan Army, and therefore they will have to escalate.
It seems to me that the Pakistanis have to retaliate. The question is, what does that retaliation look like? And then what does India do? I mean, what we're talking about here is going up the escalation ladder. And if you're India and you go up the escalation ladder, the question is, will you have escalation dominance? In other words, as you go up different rungs of the ladder, does India end up prevailing, or is it basically a stalemate? Mm-hmm. And the argument I would make is that Pakistan has substantial military capability and they can retaliate in kind. And it's not clear to me that India can dominate until you get pretty far up the escalation ladder. I mean, there's no question that India has superior conventional forces, but you'd need major war before those superior conventional forces could be brought to bear. So it's not clear, as you're down on the lower rungs of the escalation ladder, that India has much of an advantage over Pakistan.
You don't subscribe to the idea of a limited war, certainly sub-nuclear, even sub-conventional war, a limited war for a few days or weeks, that could then result in an off-ramp where both sides can take away something?
Well, that's a possibility. But then begin to run into is that if India's conventional superiority prevails, the Pakistanis may be tempted to use nuclear weapons to rectify the situation. This is not likely, but it is a possible or a plausible outcome.
And if you're India, you want to avoid that. Furthermore, I don't think at this point in time it's in India's advantage to get involved in a conventional war with Pakistan.
Let me ask you this again. All of us are trying to figure out, make sense of what may likely be the Pakistani retaliation, and obviously this is going to be determined in great measure by the current army chief, General Asim Munir. I'm sure you heard his comments a few weeks ago talking about how India and Pakistan and Hindus and Muslims are fundamentally two different people, never meant to live together, so on and so forth. If that's his thinking, is there a way you can sort of gaze into his head and try and gauge what kind of a response or what kind of a retaliation the head of the Pakistan army and his men could possibly undertake?
My guess is that what Pakistan will do is try to retaliate in a way that looks like the equivalent of the Indian retaliation that just took place. And the Pakistanis will do everything they can not to go further up the escalation ladder, because there's no advantage to Pakistan of going up the escalation ladder. There's no question that they do not have escalation dominance. They, I think, have to retaliate against India. I'd be surprised, I'd be shocked if Pakistan doesn't respond at all. But if they do respond, I think they hope that that would be the last round. But the question is, will it be the last round, or will India retaliate again? And then if they do retaliate again, what will Pakistan do? And this is the real danger of escalation.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it depends entirely on the nature of the response and the target of the retaliation. So let me sort of delve into that a bit. If it's a civilian target, surely India will have no choice but to retaliate further. Even if it's a military target, India will have no other choice but to retaliate further. When you said earlier that it'll be a target that is similar to what India hit today in Pakistan, the problem there is there are no terror camps here in India. So what does Pakistan hit?
Well, the question is, how many people do the Pakistanis kill? I think it doesn't matter that much whether it's civilians or military. I mean, as you know, the Pakistanis are shelling the Indian part of Kashmir, and a number of Indian civilians have already been killed. So that precedent has been established, the killing of civilians, that is. I think the question is just how big the attack is. If the Pakistanis were to attack in a way that made the Indian attack look like it was much weaker than the Pakistani attack, then the Indians would have very powerful incentives to really slam Pakistan. But if the Pakistanis retaliate in kind, it's a similar retaliation in terms of the number of casualties, the scope of the target set, and so forth and so on, then the incentives for India to retaliate again are not so great. But I don't see an obvious off-ramp unless somebody comes in and can help put pressure on both sides to shut this one down.
It's interesting you say that, in the Pakistani calculus, if they are able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public, if the Pakistani army is able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public that they have hit as many targets or they have hit as many individuals as India has done, then that should suffice. Of course, the ceasefire violations are happening at the line of control and have been in a very intense way over the last 12, 14 hours or so since the announcement of this Operation Sindur. The Indian army has confirmed that 15 people have died. The concern and the fear here in India, and I guess part of it is built into India's strategic calculus, is if it's ceasefire violations, if it is fatalities at the line of control, that is something that is factored in India's strategic calculus. But if Pakistan starts scrambling its jets and wants to hit targets outside of Kashmir, then that puts India again in a position where it has to again match retaliation for retaliation. Would that possibly be a window of opportunity for both sides to try and find the elusive off-ramp?
I think it would be an incentive to do exactly that. As I said, I don't think Pakistan has any interest in going up the escalation ladder. I do think they have to retaliate, But if you go up the escalation ladder, they can't beat the Indians at any point. And the further up the escalation ladder you go, the greater the disadvantage that Pakistan is at. At the same time, I don't think India has a vested interest in going up the escalation ladder either, because they have to go far up before they dominate. And a major war, even a limited conventional war, I don't think is in India's interest at this point in time.
So let me come to the international community and their response. Obviously, President Trump has spoken about what happened last night. Secretary Rubio has spoken to the National Security Advisor here. He's tweeted saying he wants to see a quick and hopefully peaceful resolution very soon. Do you think the Trump administration, the Americans have leverage with Pakistan to get the Pakistani army and the Pakistani army chief, General Munir, to back off and not retaliate?
I don't think the United States has as much leverage as it once had. I mean, you can see the US-China competition playing itself out in terms of the India-Pakistan competition. I think Pakistan is much closer to China today than it has been in the past. And India is moving closer to the United States. So you are reaching a point where you have the United States and India on one side and China and Pakistan on the other side. And this presents problems for India because India has a deep-seated interest in keeping its competition with China at a low level. And if India gets involved in a serious way with Pakistan and the Chinese come in on the side of the Pakistanis, I'm not talking about them coming in militarily, but I'm talking about them coming in diplomatically and putting great pressure on India to shut the war down. This is not in India's interest. So I think from now on out, including what's going on today, it's quite clear that the US-China competition and the India-China competition is superimposed on the India-Pakistan conflict.
I just want to explore that thought a little bit, because if you're saying basically that the India-Pakistan, situation, the India-Pakistan escalation is basically a proxy for the big power competition, the great power competition that's going on between the United States and China, isn't that even more of an incentive for the Trump administration to come in on the side of India, visibly do so, and try and de-escalate the situation?
Yeah, I think that the Trump administration, from a strategic point of view, has a vested interest in siding with India, but at the same time going to great lengths to make sure that this does not escalate. It's not in the Americans' interest to see this war escalate. By the way, it's not in China's interest as well. I think if anything, both the Chinese and the Americans, and even the Russians, will all go to great lengths to try and prevent this war from escalating. So I think, again, as we were saying, I don't see great incentives on the part of Pakistan or on the part of India to escalate further once Pakistan retaliates. But at the same time, I don't see any great incentive to allow this escalation on the part of the three great powers in the system, China, Russia.
You talked about China, and I'm curious to know, obviously China has leverage with Pakistan, influence with Pakistan to try and get it to de-escalate. The question is, does it have the inclination? Does it want to get in here and ask Pakistan to stand down?
Well, I think that China has a vested interest in seeing India pinned down in Pakistan. The Chinese have 2 points of potential conflict with India. One is the line of control, the border between the two countries, and the other is the Indian Ocean. And from a Chinese point of view, the more deeply involved India is in Pakistan, the less able it is to deal with the line of control and the Indian Ocean. So there's no question that China has a vested interest in tensions remaining in place between Pakistan and India. But whether or not China wants a war between India and Pakistan is another matter. And on that count, I think the Chinese at this point in time certainly do not have an interest in seeing this present conflict escalate. So I think there'll be a force for moderation.
I just want one more question on the Trump administration. And Trump has famously said he's an anti-war president. He said repeatedly on the campaign that, in his first term, no war started. And his number one foreign policy priority is to put an end to the Ukraine war, put an end to what's happening in Israel and Gaza. Would you want to see a third war started on his watch?
Well, this would not be a war that directly involved the United States. I think when Trump talks about the fact that he's not interested in any more wars, he's mainly talking about any more wars that involve directly the United States. And India, Pakistan would not directly involve the United States. But I think that Trump's basic inclination is not to fight wars and to do what you can to foster peace. So I think, if anything, Trump's gut instinct will be to make it clear that the United States and India are close together, that they're effectively de facto allies. But at the same time, I don't think the Trump administration will want to see this escalate. And I think the Trump administration will go to some lengths. I don't know if they'll go to great lengths, but they'll go to some lengths to shut the conflict down to prevent further escalation.
Last couple of questions. One on, the Gulf countries. Indian officials have spoken to their counterparts today, both in Saudi Arabia and UAE. These are countries that have had influence and leverage over Pakistan. They also help control the narrative in the Islamic world, as it were. You think those countries might be tapped or might be in a position to leverage with Pakistan and get the Pakistan army not to retaliate?
Yes, I think not in a major way, but I think they can contribute on the margins. I think they can make it clear that they support Pakistan in principle, but they do believe that going up the escalation ladder would not be a good idea. And I think that is their view, and it's the correct view. So I think they will be a force for moderation.
And finally, I was speaking to Christine Fair also about this whole pattern of every few years, there is a major terrorist attack. India responds with punitive action. Things are quiet for a few years. And then again, terrorist punitive action. Each time, the depravity of the attack, the visceral nature of the attack just gets increasing, gets compounded. And thereby, as a consequence, the Indian action also, goes up the escalation ladder. It hits deeper inside Pakistan. Is there a way to break out of this cycle?
I think the answer is no. I think as long as the Kashmir issue is not settled, you're going to have this terrorism problem for as far as the eye can see. As your comments indicate, this is hardly the first time this has happened. It happens every few years, as you pointed out. And I think there is good reason, I'm sad to say, to expect this to continue happening in the foreseeable future. This is a very interesting case in that it illustrates once again that there's really no military solution to the problem. It's not like India can figure out a clever military strategy for solving this problem once and for all. The only way you're going to solve this problem once and for all is with a political solution that both sides find acceptable. And it's been impossible to find that political solution. And as a result, the weaker side here uses terrorism as its principal weapon for dealing with the stronger side. And again, until you get a political settlement, I don't think that this problem is going to go away. And I think India is going to be dealing with it for a long period of time.
All right, Professor John Mearsheimer, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective, your thoughts, your insights, really, into what's going on between India and Pakistan. Thank you very much for joining us. As I said, this pattern repeats itself every few years, but with each of those instances, it's like the envelope has been pushed a little more, to the precipice of an all-out war. Like I said, India has zero interest in going into some kind of a conventional war with Pakistan, even if it's a limited war, just a few days or weeks. But it depends on how Pakistan chooses to respond. Both the experts that we spoke to earlier in the program, Christine Fair and now Professor Mearsheimer, both of them suggesting that yes, this has become a question mark really on the prestige of the Pakistan Army, and in specific, the Pakistan Army Chief, General Munir, and therefore he has no option but to retaliate. What the form, shape, and nature of that retaliation is, we don't know. We can make educated guesses, but ultimately, we're talking about climbing an escalation ladder, so you don't want to second guess what may or may not happen. But I do want to talk about what did happen and the manner in which India announced to the world, presented to the world, the action that it took in Operation Sindur. These multi-location strikes hitting multiple targets in 9 different places, 21 strikes, all of them terror infrastructure, terror launch pads, terror headquarters, including the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur, and also the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. This is terrorist infrastructure that India has specifically targeted, not military installations, not civilian installations, and also India has said that it doesn't want to escalate any further, and these measures are non-escalatory in nature. So after India struck Pakistan, Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, along with 2 young lady officers came out and presented this to the world, confirmed this to the world. Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, I must say, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. Colonel Sophia Qureshi is the first woman officer to lead a training contingent of the Indian Army at Force 18. The ongoing ASEAN Plus multinational field training exercise, she heads the contingent there. Qureshi's prime role is to try and provide training inputs for peacekeeping operations. Also, her counterpart from the Air Force, who was there in that press conference this morning, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. She's a decorated helicopter pilot. She's operated helicopters like the Chetak and the Cheetah in some of the toughest terrains in the country. She's played a key role in multiple rescue missions across India. She joined a Tri-Services all-women's mountaineering expedition to Mount Manirang, which stands at over 21,000 feet.
6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. Well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bahawalpur to the south.
They have codenamed this operation Operation Sindur. Exactly 2 weeks after what happened in Pahalgam, the Indian Army, through Operation Sindur, has hit 9 targets.
US NSA briefed Secretary of State Marco Rubio, briefed Zaka. So all these people being briefed in advance saying this is what we are doing.
Will these restore deterrence in Pakistan's mind? These strikes are significant, Anand. They are in proper Pakistan.
What is the thinking right now in GHQ in Rawalpindi? What is the thinking of Asim Munir? This is a direct hit at his authority, the authority of the Pakistan Army.
They are saying that India attacked us, remaining within their boundaries. So they have confirmed that, no jets who are there in the Pakistani airspace.
He was personally monitoring Operation Sindur. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindur, so he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindur was being monitored. It's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Good point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering, and once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time when we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, prime minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, in the US operations, you've seen many times Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time I think I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzzafarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzzafarabad must have gone. Same is in
Just give me a
Bahawalpur.
moment. I also want to go across
names.
to Aman Sharma, our political editor. So Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development, actually, in the larger scheme of things. Not just optically, but this just tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved. And, people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he's landing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence within an hour or two. He was already conferring with the inner core and the inner team. And by the evening, he was chairing important meetings with the entire defense establishment.
Aman is also joining us. Aman, what more can you tell us? PM Modi was monitoring this live at 7 LKM.
Yes, Zaka, we can confirm that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring Operation Sindur. He was very much in the thick of the things as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force have conducted a joint coordinated strike inside 9 sites in Pakistan, especially targeting the terror headquarters of the Jaish Muhammad and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This strike is much, much bigger than Balakot. When one terror camp was targeted, now we have 9 sites, including the terror headquarters of the Jaish and the Lashkar. What we can confirm through top-level sources is that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. He had a busy day. Yesterday he was also at a media event later in the evening at 8 o'clock, but he was monitoring the operation, and he has had multiple meetings yesterday also where the entire operation was fine-tuned. Over the last 2 to 3 days, we saw him having separate meetings with the Air Force Chief, the Army Chief, and the Navy Chief. He also had multiple meetings with the NSA Ajit Doval, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and the Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. All this seems to be a very, very planned, coordinated
Do you know
operation.
who else was with him while this operation was underway and while he was monitoring it? Any idea?
Well, Rahul, those details we don't have yet, but we can confirm this much, that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. This has been the case earlier in the big surgical strikes carried out earlier also. But this time, I think because the strikes size and the strikes...
There's more. Payal Mehta has just now got more information. Aman, at this point, Payal Mehta has got more information.
Identify, track, and punish every terrorist.
हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई।
Located close to Lahore in Pakistan's Punjab province, serves as the headquarters of the Lashkar. The group operates from Markaz-e-Taiba.
The Indian Army, through Operation Sindur, has hit 9 targets.